button to speak.
All right, thank you. Hello and welcome to the September 3rd meeting of the Asheville Planning and Zoning Commission. I am your chair, Jeffrey Barton, and I'd like to welcome you. We've had considerable interest in this meeting, which is why we've relocated to an alternate location here at Harrah's Cherokee. So thank you for joining us. We'll begin our meeting with a roll call. Mr. Palmquist.
Great. Thank you, Chair. And I will give roll call, and I'll ask folks just to kind of raise their hands and say hello to the audience so it's we know who's who. Chair Barton.
Present. And for everyone, there's a button on your mic to activate it. Turn the red light.
The one with the mouth with stuff coming out, yeah. Commissioner Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Wheatley.
Present.
Commissioner Cycle.
Present.
And Commissioner Fairclough.
Present.
We have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Palmquist. As we did at our August meeting, we honor the life and legacy of our former Vice Chair, Byron Greiner, whose passing on July 1st continues to be felt by those who knew and loved him. In recognition of his life of service, we acknowledge his enduring presence and lasting legacy at today's meeting, as signified by his nameplate and candle. So please join me in acknowledging and honoring Byron's legacy. We'll also begin our proceedings with the land acknowledgement for the Planning and Zoning Commission. As we are gathering today as the Planning and Zoning Commission, the body tasked with reviewing and advising on appropriate land use in the city of Asheville, it is fitting to acknowledge the storied history of this land. We occupy the land of the Cherokee people, who have stewarded and been in relationship with these mountains and waterways from time immemorial. This land is occupied through violence, oppression, coercion, broken treaties, and forced relocation. Please join me in expressing respect and gratitude for the present-day Eastern Band of Cherokee, the Cherokee Nation, and the United Gadua Band of Cherokee, and all of our Indigenous neighbors, as well as the past and present marginalized community members, as we seek to join in the healing of the indelible trauma that is embedded in this land. Next up, we have approval of the August 6th, 2025 meeting minutes. Any questions from commissioners on the minutes?
I move to approve the August 6, 2025 meeting minutes. Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand too.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I will note, thank you to staff for the completeness of the minutes, really a good record of our meeting. On today's agenda, we have 3 items entailing a public hearing, items 4, 5, and 6 on the agenda. Items 4 and 6 are legislative public hearings, meaning anyone from the public wishing to speak on these items is provided the opportunity during a public comment period that will be opened after the presentations by city staff and the applicants, as well as initial questions from commissioners. We will hear public comment only on items listed on the agenda, and we've also received a considerable amount of written public comments submitted in advance of our meeting. Each comment submitted in advance, including pictures and videos, are carefully reviewed by commissioners in advance to aid in our preparation for today's meeting. For in-person public comment, we had a sign-up sheet as you entered. Hopefully everybody who wishes to speak was able to sign up. When the item comes up, we will call people in order, ask you to introduce yourself and speak clearly into the mic. Individuals will be given up to 3 minutes to make their comments, and if speaking on behalf of a group of no less than 3 individuals, you may speak for up to 10 minutes. I, as the chair, will also reserve the right to limit the total duration of public comment, so I encourage you to refrain from repetitive comments that can be duplicative or unnecessary or irrelevant. I also will note that we may take an extended break after the first 2 public hearings just to kind of give everyone an opportunity to get a bite to eat. So at that time, if we're not at 6 o'clock by the end of the second item, we're going to take a 30 to 40 minute recess. Item 5 on our agenda is a special use permit application, and for this item, the Planning and Zoning Commission will be acting as a quasi-judicial body in accordance with the North Carolina General Statutes and the City of Asheville's Unified Development Ordinance. It will follow a different procedure than the other 2 items, and I'll provide further explanation when we get to that item. So before we move on, we do have report back from liaisons and work groups. Any report back to the full commission from the anti-displacement work group? Commissioner Wheatley.
The anti-displacement work group really is just taking the time to allow everyone to reflect on the suggested definition from last meeting. A few folks have reached out just for clarification on part of that definition, and we look forward to maybe an agenda item within the next month or 2 to discuss it in an open format for public input as well.
Thank you. And any update from our other work group?
We don't have an update at this time, but we hope to next month.
Great. I'll also just mention for commissioners and the listening public that council is making progress towards constituting its 4 recovery boards. So please stay engaged in that process. There's an application window that, if it's not open now, will be soon for members of Planning and Zoning Commission or other advisory boards to engage in the 4 recovery boards. So more to come on that. And with that, we'll conclude the administrative section of our agenda and move into our first legislative public hearing, item 4 on your agenda. First up, we have a request to amend the conditional zoning for properties located at 1617 Hendersonville Road for the purposes of amending the site plan and project conditions. The main parcel is identified with a pin printed on the agenda. There are additional 27 parcels as also indicated on the agenda. The property owner is Deerfield Episcopal Retirement Community Incorporated. The applicant's contact is Mr. Chris Day, and the planner coordinating review is Will Palmquist. Mr. Palmquist.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commission. Will Palmquist with Planning and Urban Design. I'll be presenting this conditional zoning amendment request for the property at 1617 Hendersonville Road, project known as the Deerfield Retirement Expansion. This was presented to you at our last meeting, so I'll try to give a more abbreviated form of the presentation. It was continued at the applicant's request, and we'll go over some of those site plan changes that were made in the interim since the last meeting here. So just some high-level notes. Here you can see the project site with the red dot in South Asheville, not far and off of Hendersonville Road. It is the site of the Deerfield Retirement Community, which has been in existence since about 1955. That's located on the northern part of the site, with the expansion being proposed on the southern half of the site. Currently zoned commercial expansion conditional zone. I'll talk a little bit about what that means and the previous conditional zoning that's attached to the property. And the overall site, it's actually 125 acres, and I'll talk a little bit about the properties that make up that site. So here's a close-in view of the site. So as mentioned, it's one large 120-acre property and then 27 smaller properties comprising 5 acres. The existing facility located in the northern portion, with the majority of the expansion proposed in the southern portion of the site, south of Salisbury Drive, along with some other building additions to existing buildings on site. So the existing zoning is commercial expansion conditional zone. This site received the conditional zoning in 2021 for the purposes of expanding the facility. Essentially, this is coming back before Planning and Zoning Commission and ultimately City Council to amend that conditional zoning to kind of change the configuration and layout of the buildings as proposed. The previous conditional zoning was for approximately 833,000 square feet of new building construction, whereas this amendment is just a little bit less at 822,000 square feet. So this slide provided by the applicant shows that previously approved conditional zoning on the left side. of the screen with the new proposal in the center. The image on the right shows the overlay of the new proposed in the red buildings, and then the old version in the blue. So you can see some of the different arrangement of the buildings, and then some of the new additions to existing buildings. And these changes are really is what requiring the project to come back through to amend their conditional zoning before they can get any permits to build this expansion. So here is the new site plan. I'm going to walk through some of the aspects of it. As mentioned, the overall total construction is 822,300 square feet. Along with that is proposed 333 surface parking spaces and 69 structured parking spaces approximately. The project is proposing and will comply with the required elements of the Unified Development Ordinance, such as required landscaping, elements like street trees, for instance, a property buffer 30 feet wide planted where the property is adjacent to residentially zoned property, tree canopy preservation requirements, and open space requirements. So just walking through the site plan a little bit. Item A is a health center addition on an existing building that's approximately 21,000 or 22,000 square feet. Item H is a new 5-story independent living building with 69 units, and that's approximately 191,000 square feet. Addition to the building known as the Blue Ridge Room addition at the community center, that's item G. That totals approximately 9,000 square feet. Additions to Hayden Hall, item E here, those 3 additions total approximately 48,000 square feet. The eastern addition will be 6 stories to match the existing height of the Hayden Hall building. The southern addition, 3 stories in height, and the western addition at 1 story. In addition to that is a new outdoor center, item K here, approximately 10,000 square feet. And then item I are these structures proposed along the southern portion of the site. These are known as hybrid homes, and each of these have 16 independent living apartments, and those are approximately 46,000 square feet per building, totaling 550,000 square feet. So that is the majority of the new construction is proposed really in these hybrid home buildings, and then the remainder composed of the other new building construction and additions. So here's some highlights of the project conditions that are associated with the project. These can be found in the Exhibit E document for the most part. The first one, because this project is being reviewed as a conceptual master plan, there is some allowance for some flexibility in the overall site plan going forward. This includes that individual building sizes and number of proposed units for really each building, and then the overall project is allowed to vary up to 10% up or down based on the final plan configuration. Tallest new buildings will not exceed 65 feet in height. The operation of the grounds maintenance building that was previously part of the site plan will be located off campus and is no longer part of the site plan. A new sidewalk will be built along Hendersonville Road, where the project fronts along that roadway. It will be designed to city standards in coordination with NCDOT. And then there are also other improvements to the site, including internal sidewalks, walking surfaces, and pedestrian connections. Those would range between 5 and 8 feet in width. So in addition to the Exhibit E project conditions, the applicant did submit what we're calling Exhibit E1, and also a cross-section drawings of the area of the site to the southeast. The applicant's been working closely with the community and the neighborhood in that area and reaching agreement on the design and operation of that area of the site. This is where the grounds building was previously proposed. It will now be used mostly for storage of vehicles. Those conditions outline a number of agreements and details of how that area will operate. This includes limits on the number of spaces and vehicles to be parked, details on the covered golf cart parking design, specifications on site lighting, the provision for an 8-foot tall privacy fence that is shown in the red line surrounding this parking area, provisions for a temporary construction screening, and then details on the dumpster and trash compactor location. So in regards to the project's overall compatibility, regarding its compatibility with surrounding zoning districts, staff finds that this is compatible with the surrounding zoning districts. It is a kind of commercial designation, but the majority of the uses prescribed within the conditional zoning are residential. So staff finds that to be compatible with the surrounding single-family and multifamily zoning in the area, as well as some of the commercial zoning shown in red that is nearby the site as well. Staff also finds that the project is compatible with the future land use designation of residential neighborhood, which in part is proposed that over time, residential neighborhoods can benefit from having more housing diversity, such as accessory to apartments, duplexes, and other types of small-scale infill housing. Regarding the project's support and being served by infrastructure, staff finds that the project is compliant and is met with either existing or future infrastructure. Regarding the transportation network, the project does already have a roadway network in place to serve not only the existing Deerfield facility, but the expansion area as well. There are 3 separate roadways that connect to the Deerfield community that connect to Hendersonville Road. The project has received a letter of commitment from the water service, from the water department, meaning that there is water availability to serve the number of units and uses proposed at the location, as well as a wastewater allocation issuance that preliminary grants enough capacity for the sewer network to handle the proposed new development. There are conceptual stormwater plans submitted by the applicant included in these drawings, and then a detailed review to meet all technical requirements of the stormwater requirements will be done at a final technical review step. And then finally, staff finds that the project is also compatible with the City of Asheville's comprehensive plan, Living Asheville, in that it meets a number of goals in the plan. These include making streets more walkable, connected, and comfortable by, sorry, these are a little bit out of order. Making them more walkable, comfortable, and connected by filling gaps in the citywide sidewalk network, increasing and diversifying the housing supply by ensuring a diverse mix of housing to accommodate a broad range of age groups, lifestyle choices, and affordability levels, and to increase access to opportunities for all by realizing goals for an age-friendly community. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning amendment, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Palmquist. Just a couple of quick clarification questions. You mentioned that this is a conceptual conditional zoning site plan, and so therefore has discretion to vary by 10%. Is that written into our ordinance, or is that kind of a subjective standard that we're applying?
That is not, yes, good question. That is not necessarily a standard that's written into our UDO. That is a condition that was suggested by the applicant to allow them some flexibility as they move through the overall design process, and has been incorporated in the project conditions. And if it's deemed appropriate, it could be accepted as part of the conditional zoning, allowing for that. Thank
you. What is the typical standard? I think, there is an understanding of some variability based on built conditions, but it's like substantially comply with the approved plan. So how is that normally applied when there is not an explicit condition?
Sure. So typically, our zoning code allows for the minor amendment of conditional zonings as long as they meet a few different criteria. Those typically involve changes that don't increase the impact of the development or change the overall operations of it. So that could be things like, if you're moving the entrance to a different roadway or changing the use into a more impactful use, maybe those would be considered not in alignment with that minor amendment. And then the final one is no changes proposed to the overall density of the development. Typically, we have allowed projects to decrease the overall number of units by a small amount and still receive a minor modification, but do not allow for projects to increase the number of units or substantially increase the amount of commercial area or that sort of thing. So it's a little bit subjective the way it's written, but it does allow for a little bit of flexibility, but enough safeguards to know that basically what gets approved by city council ends up being, for the most part, what ends up being built at the end of the day.
Thank you. One other question, just to clarify, the Exhibit E1 that was provided, is the plan to incorporate that completely within project conditions instead of just by reference before it heads to council? It's a little kind of unusual to have these tandem conditions lists. But.
Yeah, I think that's probably gonna be the best path forward. Since they were received relatively recently, there wasn't a lot of time to incorporate them, and as kind of an addendum, very specific on that subject of the southeast parking area, I felt like it was okay to have them separate, and maybe it's a little more clear that way, but I will get with legal staff to figure out the best way forward, which I think would just be incorporating them in the Exhibit E project conditions and having everything contained within that.
Great. One question to clarify, the last item in the E1, it says the landscape buffer plantings shall include provision of the plantings on the Ramble Common property per Landmark Landscapes proposal dated August 27th, 2025. Could you elaborate that a little bit? I didn't see in the landscape plans where that was provided for, what kind of special provisions there were on that item.
Sure, and I might actually defer to the applicant on exactly the nature of that condition. The required landscape buffer would be on the subject property's site. So if I can flip back to the property map, it's a little hard to tell, but the red line being the property boundary, there is an area between that red line and the right-of-way for the road that is a buffer of land that's owned by the Ramble Association. And I know they've been in some discussion about what kind of plantings could happen in that area. We would still require the 30-foot wide buffer to happen on the subject properties, on the subject's property within that, off that red line, so on the interior of the site. So I'm going to actually defer to the applicant about exactly what's being proposed in that section of land owned by the Ramble, if that's okay, just for clarity.
Sure, we'll revisit that. Jurisdictionally, is that City of Asheville or not City of Asheville? And can we impose conditions that are not in City of Asheville jurisdiction?
That is a great question. The property does appear to be outside the city limits, so the city limits follows the Deerfield property verbatim. So that section of land is outside city limits from what I can tell. Regarding conditions put on that land, I believe, I believe it's defensible to have conditions associated with the project within the city limits that are technically outside the city boundary, as long as they have a nexus to the subject project and are directly related to maybe the impacts of the project. So if there's any clarifying information from you, Janice, on that, but I believe that is kind of the criteria that we use to evaluate the efficacy of those kinds of conditions.
That would be correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Other questions for staff at this point before we invite the applicant up?
Thank you, Mr. Palmquist. I had one question or just kind of education thing for myself. the Exhibit E had several different, like, very specific conditions put on there as far as like electric golf carts and such heights for certain vehicles. One of the public comments I saw was about, you know, how substantial these commitments are. I mean, I guess what my question to you is, like, these project conditions, once they're in place, like, that is the rule, and like, what is the recourse if, say, someone, who enforces it? Say they start using gas-powered golf carts or whatever on these conditions, like, what happens? Like, you know, do they call the police? Do they call you? Like, you know, what's, I'm just curious.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, our enforcement of the zoning in the city, it's largely complaint-driven. So yeah, staff does not have the resources to drive around and inspect all these properties, you know, at the same time, of course. So we rely on residents to let us know if there are perceived or any concerns regarding the adherence to the zoning code. So that applies just like it would for any other zoning district. If someone's building a building too high or too close to a property line, they'd be in violation of the zoning. And in this case, if this conditional zoning were to be adopted, if any of those conditions were not followed to the letter of the project conditions document, they would be in violation of the City of Asheville's zoning code. So we would send out a zoning enforcement officer. They would investigate the situation, and if it was found that whatever was happening on the site was not in line with the Exhibit E project conditions for this conditional zoning, they would likely issue a notice of violation, which would provide steps to remedy the situation or seek relief to legitimize whatever operations going on. But yeah, that is the method that we rely on for the most part, and would be how this would probably be enforced as well.
Gotcha. And the follow-up question to that is, like, if years down the road this does get built and they decide they do want to add one of these things, they'd have to go through like another CZ process to get that condition removed. It's not like they can just have a community meeting and suddenly decide we're going to start using 10-foot tall dumpsters or whatever the specific. Okay.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, anything written into that project condition document is essentially law if it becomes adopted by City Council and gets attached to that conditional zoning. So staff does not have the ability to change it or waive it or anything like that, and it has to go back through the legislative process through City Council if any of those details want to be changed at all.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Palmquist.
Mm-hmm.
I had just a quick question around staff's thought on the 10% kind of variance in project size. What was the process to work through whether or not you feel like that's an appropriate variance in the project development?
Sure. So from staff's perspective, I don't know if we have a metric. We don't really have a standard metric, so we didn't really have anything to evaluate it against. It was the number the applicant proposed that they felt would give them enough, I guess, flexibility if needed down the road, where they could, you know, tweak the size of some of these buildings where they wouldn't have to come back to amend the conditional zoning. Staff felt that that was reasonable given the scope of this project. The project might be built in phases, so it could take a number of years potentially for this expansion to get built out, and a lot of things can change in that amount of time, of course. Yet 10% staff felt was not such a high number that it would significantly change the nature of any of the given uses. So it was enough of a commitment that would ensure that what's being proposed is what ends up being built, but it provides just a little bit of wiggle room for the project to shift if needed down the road at all.
And to clarify, to build on that, the specific language of the condition allows for variability in the building size and number of proposed units by 10%, but not, say, the location of impervious surfaces, or, they could not kind of deviate where they're shown on the site plan.
That's correct. The site elements would have to be largely largely where they're shown on the site plan. There can be subtle shifts, and that's not a quantifiable number, but the final plan cannot deviate greatly from that which they presented today.
So would shifting, is it possible to pull the plan up? Yeah, for example, shifting one of the buildings on the bottom, you know, just kind of like just to the bottom left of I, it's pretty close to that wetland area. If that were to shift and encumber the wetland, would that be considered substantial enough change?
I think it would depend on the degree that it shifted. If the location is generally where it's shown on this site plan, it would be considered to be in compliance. If it was moved, like, I don't know, I think, it's hard to give a number, and I'm not gonna.
Let's say if moved 30 feet to the east.
Yeah, I think that would be significant enough to raise some concerns with staff about that consistency with the presumably adopted site plan. I think maybe, you know, shifts around 5 or 10 feet, or the design of the building slightly kind of moving around some of those, you know, edges a little bit would be acceptable. 30 feet sounds like probably a little too much. It's kind of one of those things you don't really know it till you see it kind of deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is kind of the buffer that we're working with, though, when it comes to these
I
conceptual
feel like
plans.
we're kind of just probing to see what that threshold is for the planning staff, and just try to understand it better.
Yeah.
You know, because there's like 30 feet in a field that has no wetlands, that's flat,
Yep.
means nothing really, but 30 feet on a steep slope can mean a lot of things, so.
Right. And if there were, you know, if the project ran into any other issues, like with the control of streams or aquatic buffers or that kind of thing, then of course it wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to locate there, and it would has to meet the stormwater requirements. And if it was in a steep slope area and all of a sudden it was exceeding the allotment for the grade or that kind of thing, then there are some kind of guardrails around some of those more environmentally sensitive areas. But yeah, your point is well taken. So it is definitely kind of taken in context with the site. So it is kind of a, you know, it is a little bit subjective, but, you know, staff tries to keep to really the nature of the project, of the approval, even the discussions that happen at Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council, we take under consideration as well. It's kind of like the subtext to the ordinance that might get adopted, where if there is a lot of discussion about the wetland next to letter I, and that was a big concern for commissioners, then, you know, staff would pick up on that. And if there's any movement of the buildings towards that feature, we'd be very concerned if that was an element that, you know, Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council had concerns with. So that's a little bit of the thought process behind it too.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And I appreciate that, thank you. And just for clarity for everyone watching, I just realized there's 2 eyes. I was talking to about the eye on the east.
Any other questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? This is one annoying detail question, but in project condition E, sorry, Mr. Palmquist, in Exhibit E, Condition 17, signage for the project will be limited to that which is normally permitted in the Highway Business District. Why Highway Business?
So, yeah, our sign regulation, so I guess the background is that these expansion districts that were created about 10 or so years ago to facilitate level 3 projects such as this one, they were not added to the provisions of the section of our sign code. So either for conditional zonings, we work with the project to stipulate the specific number, location, and details of the signage. So sometimes the condition reads like there's only one ground-mounted sign and it's X by X feet and that kind of thing. That's one way to handle it. In this case, given the fact that the project is at the conceptual stage, and given the large scale of it, tying it to a zoning district that, you know, is nearby the project and has similar, I guess, scale considerations, it's felt like an appropriate proxy to allow them to have signage down the road and based on some standards without having to specify the exact details at this stage.
Thank you, makes sense. All right, we will now call up the applicant if you wish to speak or present on this. And please state your name into the mic.
Bit of a different arrangement than I'm used to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Bob Ost. I'm with the Asheville law firm of Garwood and Bissett, and I represent the Deerfield Episcopal Retirement Community in this application to amend the conditional zoning ordinance that covers its property. It covers its campus located at 1617 Hendersonville Road in South Asheville. Here with me tonight are Chris Day and Warren Sugg from Civil Design Concepts, the project engineers, Ms. Libby Bush, who is the president and chief executive officer of Deerfield, Robert Chandler, the chief finance officer for Deerfield, and Keith Einsman, the chief operating officer. And Ms. Bush and Mr. Day plan to speak. The others are here for information if we need them. I want to thank staff and especially Will Palmquist for the work that they've done on this project. It's a big project, as it was back in 2021 when the conditional zoning was approved. Mr. Palmquist has covered the application and the vital statistics well. I'm not going to go over those, but I do want to point out, as he pointed out, that this plan is revised from the one that was before you previously. The main change is that the grounds maintenance building, which was on the southeast part of the property, has been moved to an off-campus location. We'll provide more detail about that in a minute. Also made some other adjustments to the site plan and some of the other features of the project. I want to point out a couple of things. One is that Deerfield as an entity is a continuing care retirement community licensed by the state of North Carolina. It's been on this property since 1955, celebrating its 70th anniversary this year. Before the 2021 conditional zoning, there was a special use permit from 2008, part of what we used to know as conditional use zoning. Don't do that anymore. I know the staff is glad of that, but and it was that included a site-specific plan. Before that, we think it was covered by a process the city of Asheville used called site plan review. But the point is that this property has long been subject to various special zoning approvals that govern how it can be developed and used, and this is the latest. This amendment, and I want to emphasize that it is an amendment, involves some reallocation of housing types, some internal rearrangement of buildings and facilities, but no new uses, no increase in density, and no increase in external effects. In fact, some of the features of the previous approval are going away, notably the water feature and some of the other facilities. The Deerfield project team, including Deerfield leadership and some of the design professionals, have met on multiple occasions over many months, in person and by phone or video connection, with neighbors in groups or one-on-one before and after the required neighborhood meeting. Out of these meetings have come some important changes and adjustments. Some of the highlights are, as I mentioned earlier, and this is the most substantial of the changes, is that the grounds building has been relocated to an off-campus site. We were only able to confirm that like the day before the last scheduled planning commission meeting. And so I appreciate you all letting us have the time to revise the plans to bring back to you on that. And if the public comments that have been posted on the Planning and Zoning Commission's website are any indication, that's good news for everybody and addresses what we think are the chief concerns. There have also been some changes made to the buffer. There are three levels of protection that apply to this property. One is the restrictive covenant that was put in place when the property was acquired back in 2004. A second one is the general city zoning regulations for buffering and landscaping, and the third one is the what we call the supplemental conditions that will apply to this if it's approved as we've asked. So this property, the surrounding neighborhood enjoys a level of protection that is far and away more than the city regulations alone would provide for. Other changes have been made to the lighting requirements and parking area. All of this and more will be covered by the design professionals when it's their time to address you all. But I want to emphasize that these will be conditions, and this, I think, responds to one of the questions that came up. These will be conditions on this approval. We have to sign them, the city signs them, the mayor signs them, they get recorded in the Buncombe County Register of Deeds office. So it's, if it becomes inconvenient at some point down the road to install a bush somewhere or make some other changes, we can't just change our minds. We've got to come back to you all or go through the legislative process again to make those changes. But this is some folks have said they wanted these conditions in writing. You've got them, and we're once they get signed, as Mr. Palmquist pointed out, they become like any other ordinance of the city, and subject to enforcement if they're violated. One of the Planning and Zoning Commission's chief duties, and this is covered in the statutes, is to review proposed zoning amendments and consider whether and to what extent they are consistent with the comprehensive plan, and make a recommendation to council on that basis. This proposed conditional zoning amendment is consistent with the Living Asheville Plan, the 2017 comprehensive plan, as Mr. Palmquist has pointed out. He's covered some of the important features, but I want to add to what he said. And somewhere in your materials should be a letter from me dated June 27th, which covers some of this stuff. But again, I'll hit the highlights of that. We think that this project promotes the strategies, promotes one of the council strategies to allow seniors to age in place. That's what a continuing care retirement community does. Deerfield has a range of housing opportunities, housing options and services that do exactly that, from independent living all the way up to skilled nursing facilities. Secondly, the form of development here is what we think the city encourages. It's, you all are probably familiar with the illustration in the comprehensive plan about the less of this and more of this. We think this is an illustration of exactly what that, we think this accomplishes exactly what that illustration suggests, particularly with respect to anchor institutions in town centers. And we think that this project, Deerfield itself, would qualify as either one of those. Deerfield's sustainability work, which is described in detail in that same letter, or described in detail in a summary that's attached to that same June 27th letter, is very much in line with the city's goals as outlined in the sustainability master plan. Deerfield really lives this stuff. Put another way, they walk the walk on this. And finally, but not least in importance, is a discussion of community benefit, which is important in any conditional zoning consideration. In your materials, and also posted on the webpage, are documents that cover the greater community well-being. And I'm not going to cover that in detail, but what you'll see there are substantial contributions to affordable housing and homeless relief services. And these are not just financial contributions. The residents at Deerfield are engaged in the community. They work with these partners, and the residents and staff out there do. And Ms. Bush will cover more about that later on. Speaking only of the financial contributions, it comes to some $4 million over the course of the last 5 years. This expansion, if it's approved, will enable Deerfield to continue its mission, the same one it's been fulfilling for the last 70 years, and to continue the good work that it does in the community. So, and unless there are any questions of me, I'd like to call on Chris Day of Civil Design Concepts to walk you through some of the details of the project. Whereas I'd like to say it's time for me to stop talking, let the people who really know what they're talking about take over. So, but if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try and answer them now or later. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Day with Civil Design Concepts in Asheville, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here on to help Deerfield with this expansion project. I also want to thank Will and staff who've helped us navigate this amendment process for such a large project. And Will mentioned over 800,000 square feet of gross floor area. It is a big project, and our schematic drawing set alone is approximately 200 pages. That's not even the detailed permit drawings that are yet to come. For that purpose, we went back to the 2021 approved master plan and the items that were reviewed and approved at that time, and we kind of used that as our basis to try and simplify what was being presented, to say, here's what's changing, here's what the uses that are not changing, and here's an updated master plan to reflect. Trying to keep it simple. As, how do I navigate this? Oh, thank you, Will, for your combination skills here for this slide, but it does a really good job of showing that the primary aspect of the internal changes to the site was the elimination of one of the two multi-story buildings. And in place of that, that second multi-story building, we're proposing additions that you see in red on that center slide, the center and the right slide, on the northern Hayden building, and we've proposed those on the internal side of the property. The continuation that occurred last month from the removal of the grounds building and the continuation, it gave us an opportunity to update the drawings to actually reflect the removal of that grounds building. It also allowed us to provide additional detail based upon conversations that we've been having with the community regarding the buffer plantings, and even some of the conversations we heard here from this commission before the continuation occurred. We submitted a cover letter with the revised drawings to kind of outline some of those, but I'll touch on the fact that the water feature that is illustrated in the approved site plan on the right, while it looks really pretty, it was not a good design in regards to impacts to sensitive jurisdictional streams and wetlands. And it was really more of a, as I just referred to it as a water feature. There were some questions about built upon area with these changes. The new proposed impervious area is about 1 acre less than than what was shown on the 21. So we have less impervious built upon surfaces with this amendment, and we also have less environmental impacts. We really feel like we have all but eliminated the environmental impacts on the south side of the site. And as Mr. Cycle said, I'll be happy when we get to that point to add a condition that says any modifications would be necessitated that they did not create further environmental impacts. Deerfield is a unique client. It's rare that I've had a project that has engaged and involved the community to the level that we have, that has happened with this one. To date, in the last 8 months, we've had somewhere in the neighborhood of about 30 in-person, Zoom, one-on-one, phone call meetings and conversations with the neighbors. It's also rare that we go to quite the level of detail that you see in the submitted plans for the southeast area, but for this project and the evolution of the conversation and where we are today, it necessitated that. We've added cross-sections, we've added more specifics about buffer plantings, as well as locations of a privacy fence in that area. When Biltmore Farms sold the South Woods area to Deerfield, it was done so with deed restrictions. If you notice on the plan, the Deerfield property doesn't even start until approximately 50 feet inside of Racket Club Road. So there's a 50-foot buffer of Ramble HOA property, and then the deed restrictions went further to say that the next 35 feet internal to the site, we wouldn't cut down any trees. We would leave all of those existing trees, and then put further restrictions on the height and size of buildings onto that. I think there was a lot of forethought in doing that because we knew that this was, when Deerfield bought the property and looked to do the expansion, there wanted to be sensitivity to the community. Those surveyed trees, those trees that we're preserving in that buffer area on our side of the property, on the Deerfield side, we have enough existing trees out there to meet the type B buffer in accordance with the UDO. However, the storm hit many areas hard, and it hit some of the areas at Deerfield hard. And while we have trees that are there that still have really great canopies, they're lacking a little bit when you're down at the ground level and some of the understory area. So the plans that were submitted, they really go in and they've identified the critical root zone, and they go in and they're proposing supplemental plantings to try and fill those gaps. Furthermore, the city standards, the UDO, give specifications on caliper and size of trees for deciduous and evergreen trees. The project proposes, in basically all of the line items, to increase, and the submitted drawings show an increase in size and caliper than the requirement from the ordinance. There was a question that Mr. Barton, Chair Barton, brought up asking about the condition on the Ramble. I'll speak to that in a minute when I get to it, but high level, we furthermore evaluated, looked at that 50-foot area between Racket Club Road and the Deerfield property. It has a lot of vegetation that was installed and maintained by the Ramble HOA. We identified areas to supplement and add additional plantings on the Ramble property as well as part of our conversations with the neighbors. Mr. Ost made reference, some of the additional project conditions that have been submitted include residential style lighting in this southeast area that meet dark sky requirements, which is also the city ordinance, as well as trying to provide additional information of some foot candle data sheets to show that we're complying with the ordinance of keeping no light from spilling over. One of those meetings I made reference, we had an in-person meeting with a little more than 60 folks at Deerfield with the Ramble neighbors there, and the overwhelming comment and concern was the grounds building and the grounds building location. As we wrapped up that night, Libby, the president and CEO of Deerfield, stood up in front of everybody and said, we commit to evaluating where else we could put this grounds building instead of on the southeast portion of the site. And then they task Civil Design Concepts as well as the land planning and architects, and we spent considerable time trying to find an alternative location. We could not find a suitable location, and so then the decision was ultimately made to remove the grounds building from the property. Deerfield's been in existence for 70 years. I'm not sure how long they've had a grounds building on site. I know they've had one there at least 20 years, but moving forward, as part of our conditions, we are stating that that grounds building function will be removed and be located off-site. You ask also, I appreciate the time and effort that the neighbors, specifically Mr. Nicolay that you'll meet shortly, have spent engaging in conversations and conveying concerns. You'll see that while we always have Project E or Exhibit E project conditions, and those are rather standard, we knew that there was still this kind of detailed area on the southeast that that we're kind of coming in all the way till the finish line or to the last moment to try and work out. And so that's where we ended up with the E1. Completely understand as we move forward if that gets combined into one big group of conditions, but that's kind of how it got segmented on our side in terms of trying to get the information to you guys as fast as possible. You know, as we removed the grounds building, I thought that this was going to get easy, that the project would, and everybody would be excited about it. But I realized through lots of conversations that there's still concerns about, well, if the grounds building's not there, we still want to understand what's happening there. And while it's really easy for me as a civil engineer to draw lines on a paper and show a parking lot, what I've struggled with or found very challenging is how to use words to describe what happens in a parking lot and what doesn't happen in a parking lot. And so I feel like through a lot of effort that we are very close to being there. And so I would like to, those are what live in the E1. We submitted the latest version on Friday. As of this morning, I have slightly modified ones that I'd like to read out loud. Will, is it easier to show it on the screen for me just to simply read it? The red line version would be ideal.
I put it in here.
Because perfect. So the document that's up on the screen here, and I've got a hard copy, and these have been submitted to Will, and any conditions that may come out of this meeting today will also add to these. But these are the latest and greatest, and I wanted to show the red line version. This is red line from what is publicly available on the city's website today. So minor item here in
Can
A.
you zoom in before you start reading them? Thank you.
Yes, I think. Hold on. All right. In A, we removed the reference to numbers of axles and height of vehicles and just made reference that we're putting 135 vehicles in standard size vehicle. Oh, got to change that to standard size vehicle spaces, and 3 shuttle buses and up to 32 golf carts. We also agreed to remove the word equivalent as it relates to site lighting. Right now, we do intend to use Duke Energy to provide lighting. They have a residential category of lighting, and so we have given the specifications associated with that residential style lighting, and with a pole height of 12 feet. And so that's our commitment. And then where I made reference, I made reference that we spent time looking at the project site from the Ramble property, looking at where they have existing trees and vegetation that are buffering the site, as well as where there's some gaps out there. At that point, we created a drawing that was really like a basis of design and intent that was provided to Landmark Landscapes, who currently installs and maintains the plantings on that side of the property. Landmark came back with some recommendations, and some changes and a price. At the end of the day, I spoke to Landmark, and their process is going to be to identify where any underground utilities are and species. Basically, what we're proposing in this modified condition is to fund those improvements that Landmark will do, and then let Landmark, with their experience of installing and maintaining plant material on the Ramble side, have the authority to dictate what those plantings are, where they go, and how best to meet the goal of providing additional buffering for the project. The last item was really an item that I appreciate all of time I've spent with Mr. Nicolay, as well as the concerns we heard from a lot of the neighbors, really just trying to clarify what the intent is for the southeast parking area. And so I'll read it into the public record. The southeast parking area is designated exclusively for parking personal vehicles belonging to Deerfield residents, visitors, employees, healthcare providers, and other authorized care providers. It may temporarily serve as parking for up to 135 personal vehicles of construction workers during the expansion project for up to 30 months. The area cannot be used at any time for storing, staging equipment, construction materials. I'm going to strike trailers. I had meant to remove that. We had some conversation on that. So trash, used appliances, equipment, or any other purpose. The parking area will be used in a consistent manner as all other existing and proposed parking areas on Deerfield campus and will be maintained in a clean and orderly manner. That last sentence is the way I kind of sum it up in my head. That's our goal. It's 135 parking spaces. Our intent is to use it just like any other parking space on Deerfield's campus. What we are trying to clarify and make sure and give the comfort to the neighbors is what we're not going to use it for is back of the house storage of materials, junk, trash. It's a parking lot and intended to be used like a parking lot. So with that, I will turn it over to Libby, and I remain available for questions. Well, how do I go back? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. As Chris said, I'm Libby Bush. I'm the president and CEO at Deerfield. I want to add my thanks and appreciation to the city staff, to the team. Thank you, Will, as well as all the commissioners. On behalf of Deerfield, we appreciate your consideration of this entire project and also the opportunity to hear a bit more about us, which I'm going to do in just a few minutes, and our thinking for the future. As we celebrate, you've heard it a couple of times today for sure, as we celebrate our 70th year of service to older adults, our valued staff members, and the greater community, we anticipate the next chapter to continue to fulfill our mission. And what that is to enrich the lives of those who live and work at Deerfield and commit to be a leader in aging services. Our expansion project has evolved over not just a few months, as you all have heard. It's been a matter of years, and it really has come forward in a thoughtful, intentional way with the goal of being mindful of needs, truly, both on our campus and off of our campus. These plans include this latest expansion and a long history of growth. You've heard it today many times. We started in 1955. This is not the first expansion that Deerfield has completed. Those of you who have been on our campus recently, and if you haven't, please come. It's not what it was. So this is the latest expansion, as you know, from its original beginnings to today. Our project team includes internal and external subject matter experts like Chris and Bob, who work alongside Deerfield leadership every day. Yeah, on most days, I think we would agree it's multiple times a day, for sure. The plan is for our project to expand our mission and bring more residences to our campus. This is something important to address because as of today, we have more than 1,600 households, individuals who want to live at Deerfield. Included in these plans will be new amenities and offerings for our current and our future residents. These plans are based within 4 strategic pillars. One is to be a lifestyle and well-being leader for our current residents who total just about 650, and for our future residents. One is to be an employer of choice for our valued team members who total just about 350, and for any team members yet to come to us. We also have a pillar that is to be dedicated to our mission. That pillar is all about serving and providing service to our greater community. The final pillar, which is really the foundation of everything, those 3 pillars and everything else, is to remain financially strong. We have to do that so we can continue our focus on resident, employee, and greater community well-being. At its core, Deerfield is a community of action-oriented, community-minded older adults who bring exceptional expertise, experiences, passion, and a collective energy for work that happens on our campus as well as off our campus. From delivering Meals on Wheels each week across Buncombe County, to building and funding Habitat for Humanity homes, partnering with local schools on literacy programs, as well as providing countless hours and financial resources towards a variety of local organizations. Our residents and so many of our staff and our board members invest in making our campus and larger community better. This project should serve to solidify and grow this impact. Finally, I'm going to finish with the hope, the fervent hope, that after the communication, engagement, and adjustments that we have made to this project, after extensive feedback, including the grounds building, that we have shown our commitment to not only our campus, but also to our greater community. I appreciate the time again. I appreciate very much the consideration. And I and we are available for questions and/or comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and information. Thank you for what you do to serve Asheville and the needs for continuing care communities. Who from the applicant team will be, I guess we can direct questions to any of you, but could, yeah, Mr. Day, why don't you stand up? Most of our questions are probably civil engineering related. This might be more of a question for staff, but with Mr. Day's input. So these new modifications, late-breaking modifications to the E1 exhibit, understanding that staff hasn't really had a time to fully digest, but procedurally, conditions are a mutual agreement between an applicant and the city. So did you see anything that was cause for concern or anything that you'd like to weigh in on in the latest revision?
I did not necessarily. I think it's, I think they're relevant and could be included with any motion that gets made. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the clarification on the off-site landscape buffer, providing a little more detail on how that would work. Just to kind of put a fine point on it, the intention is a monetary contribution and the actual execution of the work would be done by the Ramble Homeowners Association.
Correct. It felt like, for a lot of the reasons that you brought up earlier, this is off property. It's outside of even the city limits. It seemed cleaner to make, we ended up with a basis of design, take that monetary amount and make it a donation towards those goals, and make that the condition of the project.
Is that an enforceable condition from the city's perspective? I know we've been a little squirrely about financial contributions and conditional zonings of the past, so.
I'm
the
completely
mechanism-
open to
Yeah.
the wordsmithing and improvement of taking that ideology and making it however it needs to meet what our goals and what our commitments are to the neighbors.
The intent and commitment, I think, is really clear based on your presentation. It's really more the mechanics of how that gets accomplished.
Yeah. Janice, you can press the
Sorry.
button. There you go.
I do think it's enforceable. This is a little different when we've had monetary contributions coming to the cities, say, for example, Affordable Housing Fund. We have said that's not a condition that we can put in. But this has to do with an agreement between this neighborhood group, and I would assume you're going to have a contract, and the condition will be enforced because, well, they'll have to submit to the city that they have reached this agreement or have received the funds, and that's the completion of your agreement or in terms of improving the landscaping. But because I think it is related to landscape improvements that help with the buffer and help with the neighboring communities' acceptance of this project, that is enforceable and not outside of the bounds of what you can approve.
Thank you for that. Any other questions of the applicant?
Well, just to follow that up, so it's enforceable that the monetary contribution will be made. But since the Ramble's not on city property, is it enforceable that funds be used for landscaping?
Well, the city's not going to be going in to be sure that the landscape was done. I have to assume that the contribution was based on plans. It sounded like the Ramble already has a landscape plan or where they wanted to enhance it, and then you just came to an agreement. So the agreement will probably say the Ramble is going to use these funds for this, and I think then we would just have to accept the agreement as proof, and once they've received the funds, that they will carry through with that.
And I could see, very similar to the vast majority of these conditions, that, before we're allowed to get any certificate of occupancy on any of these buildings, Deerfield will have to provide proof to the city of Asheville that those funds were provided to Biltmore Farm, or to the Ramble HOA. And so I think there was a question about enforcement earlier, and as the civil engineer who's always scrambling at the 11th hour when people are trying to move into a space, that is the ultimate leverage that we see, that, the city has a lot of great folks who go out and are looking to make sure that every tree that we said was going to be there is there before we can actually use the spaces that we're constructing. So that's the first line of enforcement, in terms of way down the road if something that doesn't address something changing to gas. But today they use electric. They've been using electric, and they don't have any plans to change from electric golf carts on that item either.
Would you mind going back to the marked up E1?
Yes.
Yeah, can you scroll up to the striking of the word equivalent? So, from designer to designer, oftentimes, or equivalent or approved equal, something to that effect, is used in our documents because of procurement issues and whatnot. And I'm a little concerned by striking that if for some reason this particular fixture is not able to be procured, like, what does that mean if that's now in a condition?
So that's a great question. And that's exactly the catalyst for why it was originally in the document. The wording seemed to cause concern among some of the neighbors. I felt as a design professional that whether the word was there or not, if Duke Energy decides to change their open Monticello LED fixture to the whatever fixture, but that's when we went further to give specifications on what that identified item was, so that it gave staff a reasonable, the reasonable
The
standards
specs.
there, the
Okay.
specs there, to say that this meets the intent of what's being approved.
So you feel comfortable with striking that word in that we're not going to come back before us here just because the light model changes?
It's probably more of a staff question. I have faith that staff wouldn't come back for that, but, you know, that is why we usually add it, but it was, that's why we added the additional specifications
Okay.
there.
It does say maximum, so that kind of helps us set the cap. So if it was 300, 3,900 lumens. So, yeah.
I would also be okay, I had contemplated saying something about how, the alternative would be in the same category. Duke has different categories of the lights that they provide. They have the commercial, they have the residential, and whatever else. And so keeping it while Duke very well may decide to not provide the open Monticello, they will provide something similar. We just don't know what that's called at this point.
Okay, so that's for why it says EG, right? For example, that particular model, but it has to meet the following specifications.
That was our goal
Okay.
of providing that.
All right, thank you.
Three questions. One of them, sorry to go back to the money thing with the landscaping contractor. But we can't name I guess the specific name of the contractor's in there. It just seems a slippery slope to be like the landscaping contractor or the Ramble and not just leave it at. Are we allowed to do that?
You can see here, I struck the specific contractor name, and basically at the end of the day, it is the organization that currently maintains the Ramble landscape, and it is who we have coordinated with and are open to their expertise in managing and maintaining the goal that we've presented there. So,
But that money's still being set aside. That money's being set aside. Deerfield's still doing that directly with the landscape contractor. We can't really involve another HOA who's not on this property.
I'll once again leave that up to the legal side, but I was trying to simplify it by saying, all right, here's the price, and we will donate that to the Ramble for this use. And that is what the conversations have been with both the Ramble's HOA leadership as well as the current landscape contractor who installs and maintains the landscaping on the Ramble property.
Okay. Sorry to belabor that point. I just think
No,
it is a little
There's a lot of
tricky.
details.
Okay, thank you. We might want to clarify that the money gets paid to the Ramble HOA property for that. Is that what you were concerned, that we're not paying the contractor directly, we're paying the HOA so they can use it for their landscape
I guess it's a
contractor and
question.
plan?
I don't personally care. I don't own stakes in the landscaping company or anything, but as setting a condition for a city ordinance, we can't just, or can we just say X money goes to this private entity who's not the landowner?
That's why it probably is better to say the payments being made to the Ramble HOA for
That-
the purpose of landscaping.
Correct, and the
And
condition being.
their landscaping plan, they'll work with their contractor. So we might have to change the wording a little bit.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
My second question was the buffers, the landscape buffers referenced in here, the like 30 feet, that's measured from the center line of the road, or is that from the edge of the, like, where is that buffer measurement start from?
So the landscape buffer, basically, if you start outside of the property at Racket Club Road, you come in approximately 50 feet to the Deerfield property line. And then from that Deerfield property line inward, there's a 35-foot area where we are not putting, we're not doing any grading. We are proposing to place an 8-foot privacy fence in accordance with conversations we've had with the neighbors, right at that 30 to 35-foot area on the inside with all of the plantings on the ramble side of that 8-foot privacy fence. We are, I say in the 30 to 35 feet because I want to put it, the grade drops off and I want to put it in the most appropriate place to get the most, using the topo to get the most effect from that installation.
Okay. And
Just to
then,
clarify, Commissioner Fairclough, the required city landscaping buffer is from the property line in 30 feet.
okay. I just know some of those property lines are like in the road itself. So like part of that buffer is like a hardscape surface from the city's property, is the point I'm trying to get at here.
In this area of concern, I don't think, while that happens in a lot of projects, I'm not sure in the area of what we're calling the South Woods, where the primary expansion is occurring, those property lines are internal, are set back off of the road.
Okay, thank you. Then my final kind of question is, I know many HOAs have rules on like construction hours during a project. This might be a question for Ms. Libby Bush or something, but does the Deerfield have certain restrictions for what times or days construction can occur? I know this is a short-term question, not a long-term thing, but if there is concern about disturbing the neighbors, is it like?
It is a good question, and let me confer that it's not one of the, it is something that we've been focused on, and I'll just need to confirm with Deerfield on that and follow up.
Thank you. Keith Heinzman, Deerfield, COO. We have discussed hours of construction. They will be within the city ordinance of noise. There will be some times that we would do some concrete pours in the middle of the night, but we'll get the exact permission through the city. But yes, we do plan to follow the city noise ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Can you speak to the green stormwater features that might be present on the site, or what the stormwater features are? I know in the originally approved concept design, green elements was an important part of the project and part of why staff recommended it and being in alignment with the comp plan. And I know some of that has changed. So if you can give us some thoughts on that, thanks.
Yeah, good question. Thank you. One of the items that we like about the project and the changes that have occurred were to be able to take these, and I apologize, my proposed stormwater control measures and the wetlands look very similar on this exhibit that you see up here. But these, we have identified jurisdictional wetlands and streams in these South Woods. And while the previous plan it was really highlighting a lot of how there was going to be walking trails and things, green items in nature. We are still proposing to keep large areas of woods in here, undeveloped areas, so that these walking trails can go through there. Similar down on in these corridors, those areas we're trying to limit the amount of disturbance so that we can preserve not only the trees we've talked about on the exterior of the property, but also on the interior for the enjoyment of the residents. What we're looking to do with stormwater is really a combination of more localized stormwater ponds, as well as bioretention cells that you see up closer to the building, some of the buildings here, and then also supplementing that as necessary with subsurface detention to make sure that with like infiltration type devices to make sure that we're meeting the city of Asheville's stormwater ordinances.
So is it just bioretention and the underground infiltration or any other?
We have actually we have above ground ponds, surface with a permanent pool ponds, bioretention, as well as subsurface. I think we may have a few infiltration type trenches, but by and large, those other features are the primary method for maintaining and managing the stormwater on site.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to follow up with that. I appreciate you sharing that. Based on the drawings, that's kind of where I felt like you guys were going. I didn't see, and I don't know if it was just because the planting plan was focused on the buffer, but I didn't see any planting in any of those. So if they were bioretention, are they intended to be planted or just grassed or? The landscape architects are working on those details right now. Where they're located and the depth, we're able to get a minimum of 4 feet on those, so they would be suitable to be able to plant trees and shrubs in there and not just be grass. So that is something that we have the opportunity to Great.
do with these.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions for the applicant?
Hi, I just, we haven't spoken about it much, but we've really focused kind of the way the residential is impacted to the southeast of the site, but a couple of great points were brought up tonight that, Deerfield is an employment center. Also within our comp plan, it's actually an urban center as well, and it's on a transit corridor. So I'm wondering if you studied the Hendersonville Road corridor, study out from the MPO and their recommendations as it pertains to the entrance to the facility overall.
So that's a great question, and I appreciate the work and efforts that have been done into that. We have not proposed any modifications or changes to the access points that we currently have out there. So besides sidewalk improvements along Hendersonville Road, there's no proposed modifications or changes to the existing drive. So while I appreciate the efforts that have been put into that study, with everything occurring internal to the project, it wasn't something that was included in ours.
Does this development look like it's gonna maybe increase employment, like the number of employees for the overall facility?
There's definitely an increase in the number of employees as we go to the expansion. I do not know the number. I do know that from the more nerdy civil engineer side, we did have the traffic for the programming. We did have the traffic analyzed, and it was a decrease in trips per day from the 21 approved plans, and it stayed below the city's threshold for increased traffic. As it relates to increased jobs, I'll defer that over to Libby.
And so I think what I heard is that the revised amendment is less traffic impact than the 2021 approved plan, but this project itself, the one before us, will likely impact traffic on Hendersonville Road as it is currently.
So I'll say yes to the first statement. Yes, this is slightly less than the 21. I'll say that the increase in traffic, the increase in trips per day for this project was analyzed, and it stays below the city's threshold for studying and doing a traffic impact analysis. So in that regard, it's a low amount. It's less than 100 peak hour trips, and in the types of projects on Hendersonville Road, that is it did not trigger the need for a more detailed study.
It's roughly 1,600 units?
No, the
Is that what I
16,
heard?
the six, I'll let Libby clarify her 1,600 statement.
Thank you for the clarification question. 1,600 referred to households on our wait list.
Okay,
So over 1,600 households on our wait list. We are anticipating, if approved, 165 new units.
okay, excellent.
Yep.
So I guess, once again, I'm just kind of, if you pull up the sidewalks into the total development, which we're talking 800,000 square feet, that's significant by the city of Asheville's standard of development. There's not even sidewalks coming out of your development heading south down Hendersonville Road. So do we know about how employees get to work for this facility?
So I'll add that one of the conditions that's listed in there is the project does add sidewalks on Hendersonville Road. So there's a bus stop that Deerfield put in with a previous project a number of years ago, just north of the entrance. And the project, while we don't see it in this, the primary focus of the expansion is what you see on the screen. The expansion is occurring primarily over here, but part of the improvements and that are referenced in the conditions and on the submitted plans show new sidewalks along Hendersonville Road.
Could we pull up those submitted plans and just have a quick look at that?
And to kind of piggyback on Commissioner Wheatley's question, the submitted drawings don't show existing internal sidewalks. There is an existing sidewalk off of Lambeth Drive that pulls you into the site from Hendersonville Road. It's not clear on the plans, if we pull them up, that actually exists because it's not being changed. But my guess is what will be built on Hendersonville Road ties into that existing sidewalk along Lambeth that brings you internal to the site.
Will, I'm not sure where to find the drawings.
Let me clarify a couple points on your question. We're looking at full build out, an additional 75 employees. We do have a bus stop right at the front of our location at the entrance. We do have a ride share program with the city of Asheville where they get free bus trips. Our employees do currently right now. We plan to continue with that program too. We are going to add the sidewalk along the north side and south side of Hendersonville Road.
Excellent, I've got them pulled up here too, I can see it.
And then, can you clarify if there's, Keith, can you clarify sidewalk connections today? Is that on Lambeth?
Yeah, we have an entire loop that you can walk the entire campus now sidewalk-wise. We plan to continue that in the new expanded area to have sidewalks throughout, especially for our residents to walk, and hiking trails also.
Excellent, thank you.
With the relocation or, removing the grounds maintenance building from the property, does that mean the grounds maintenance program is no longer going to be done by Deerfield? And is there a loss of jobs associated with that?
We will continue to have Deerfield in-house employees with the landscaping duties. The warehouse is within 3 miles of Deerfield campus, so we'll be transporting back and forth each day the equipment so they can work on campus.
We do not anticipate a loss of employees. It's a rock star group, like all groups at Deerfield. Thank you for asking that.
Any other questions for the applicant before we open up public comment? Thank you for the thorough explanation, the updates, and the willingness to engage in kind of public discourse to shape the conditions for the project.
I want to add to that, Chris. I just want to say it's an incredible, difficult position. I think being in the middle as the designer and a lot of conditions to work through, and I just want to share with everybody that I think you navigated that very well, and I wanted to share my gratitude.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Cycle, but I also have to say that it's been with some very engaged neighbors and a lot of effort. So it's not been on me. It's really, there's been a lot of Deerfield's team, as Libby said. There have been many multiple meetings, quick meetings, and lots of conversations. So it's an evolution that projects of this size take.
Thank you, and in that spirit, we will open for public comment. Many people signed up under this item. The way that I'll sort of administer it is I'll call the person signed up as well as the next person so they know they're next on deck. Given the late nature of the revisions, if you are satisfied and no longer have a desire to comment, maybe just stand up, say I'm good, and we'll move on to the next person on the list. You're still welcome to participate in public comment if you like, although I will mention, as I did before, that I'll reserve the right to cap public comment at an hour if we are starting to hear kind of repetitive themes. So use your time wisely. If you're speaking on behalf of a group, please make sure those people identify themselves before they yield their time. And with that, I will open the public hearing at 4:40. First signed up on our list is Derek Allen, and next is John Nicolay. So Derek.
Derek and I are going to switch spots.
Who's our timekeeper here? Or do I need to?
We've got it covered.
Okay, great. So please state your name, say if you're speaking on behalf of just yourself or a group, and have those people
I'm sorry,
identify themselves.
can I make this full screen? Okay. All right. Okay, my name is Jesse Swords. I'm an attorney with Allen, Stahl, and Kilbourne, and I would ask the folks who are yielding to me to raise their hands, including Mark Hayes and two folks back there. So we have been involved in this project for a few months now. Early on, we submitted a letter to the city, basically over what we saw as a lack of detail in the initially submitted plans. And what had us spooked, this is an example from the previous approval, back in 2021, we had this nice cartoon site plan. And as you can see, by the time we got to final TRC, there were some details added, including a bunch of parking spaces that are just simply not indicated by the actual approved site plan. So we were concerned with that lack of detail. We submitted a letter, and the main point of it is that under the UDO, the CZ application process requires review of development plans. And that is a defined term in the UDO. And the obvious function there is so that y'all have enough information to evaluate this project and its compliance with the UDO. That's why with most projects, we see much more detailed plans, many more plans than we have here, although Friday of last week, there were some details added. So we had sent the letter, we got this response back from Mr. Palmquist that the project is being reviewed as a conceptual master plan and not a development plan. And we have therefore not required all the plans and drawings typically required for level 3 conditional zoning application as detailed in the submission checklist. We submitted an appeal of that determination because I guess simply put, the city doesn't have authority to review conditional zonings as a conceptual master plan under its own UDO. So this appeal is an appeal of the city's review process. And that has been submitted timely to the Board of Adjustment. I won't cover the main points in detail, but essentially, staff doesn't have authority to vary the application requirements. There's no authority under the UDO to review CZs as conceptual master plans as opposed to more detailed development plans. Our appeal includes a request to the Board of Adjustment that essentially the final decision be stayed pending the Board of Adjustment's resolution of this appeal. So this is something that the UDO allows us to do. And we, obviously this is not a final decision, but the city hasn't even put us on a Board of Adjustment agenda yet. And so certainly the Board of Adjustment has not heard our request to stay this matter. So here's another example of lack of detail being problematic. This is the initial submittal in 2025. I highlighted grounds building over there, and it's J on this drawing. So that's all the application said. But turns out this is what Deerfield meant when it said grounds building. 3,200 square foot grounds building plus a 1,200 foot open-sided heavy equipment storage shed, open-sided pole barn, open-sided covered parking, trash compactor, backup generator, 300 plus gallon above ground fuel tank, tilt dumpster, large outdoor bays for mulch and gravel, et cetera. So none of that is shown, certainly not in detail on what was initially submitted. Here's another example. This is a version of the landscape plan that was sent, circulated to the neighbors and to Ask Law in June. And I'll just scroll down to show you the current version of this before this board. And as you can see, detail has actually been omitted, detail that Deerfield has, clearly, because it's on this drawing, has been omitted, and instead of showing the building pad grading,
While you're pulling that back up, Mr. Sword, sorry to interrupt you. Understanding that this body is not the one that will make an adjudication of your appeal, do you have information that's relevant to our consideration, other than to just note for the record that your position is that it's an invalid application?
Just note for the record, this is an advisory vote. City Council will be the final decision. We're asking for consideration of the BOA before the final decision is made. So again, we have this, lack of detail, kind of hiding the real impacts. The what has actually been submitted just shows, the buildings on top of the existing topo, as opposed to the grading shown by this example that was circulated to us. So this brings me to the landscape condition. This is obviously tiny and illegible, but this is the detail Deerfield went into when they submitted, proposed landscaping to the Deerfield Neighbor Group and to us. The way it was explained to me, there are holes in the Deerfield side of the buffer to preserve these existing trees. And there are supplemental plantings kind of filling in those holes on the Deerfield side, but also what they proposed for the Ramble side was integrated into that whole plan. So some of the supplemental plantings are on the Deerfield side. Obviously, this condition has been changed, but as of this morning, this is what it was. We've asked for a copy of the proposal, and they won't send it to us. We don't know if it includes everything that was proposed on the earlier landscape plan. We're not too concerned about the logistics of who the money goes to and things like that. We want to do it however makes sense, so I'm confident we can work that out, kind of to address a question from earlier. I also want to talk about the 10% condition. Under 160D-703B, the development density, whether up or down, is not something that's allowed to be addressed at the staff level. So, you know, if Deerfield wants 10% more, I think they have to ask for it here. Based on the numbers we just heard of 822,300 square feet of gross floor area, the 10% condition would allow them to go over 900,000. 904,530 is 10% more. So we had also earlier agreed with Deerfield's council to strike that and replace it with minor modification to the approved site plan shall be allowed as provided in UDO section 778C6. But it popped back up, as you can see and as we've discussed. Finally, we've had some inconsistencies. The dumpster enclosure was kind of sold to the neighbors group as being 165 feet from Racquet Club Road as early as June 11th. You know, that was repeated numerous times. I found an email from August 1st, 165 feet. But as you can see, this cross-section profile doesn't measure the distance perpendicular to Racquet Club Road, so 165 feet is not the real distance, it's actually 130 feet. This is just an example of what some of the neighbors see as inconsistencies and kind of obfuscations, you know, that come out of this lack of detail. Finally, I want to address compatibility. The future land use map has this entire area, and you're not as familiar as I am, but this is where Deerfield is. This is all residential neighborhood on the future land use map. And there's a long description of it, but the excerpt is, commercial uses will be inappropriate in a residential neighborhood with the exception of uses compatible within a residential context, including homestays, bed and breakfasts, and appropriately designed neighborhood centers. Now, obviously this is, you know, already in a CZ, but I want to address the parking that remains where the grounds facility was taken out. Because this is residential neighborhood on the future land use map. Neither parking decks nor parking lots are an allowed use in any residential zone, which to me indicates compatibility. We proposed a condition that would keep it to a not commercial in character
Thank you,
parking
Mr.
lot.
Swords. Next up, we have John Nicolay. And then following, Julie Jensen.
I believe Mr. Nicolay is representing a group of 2 or more folks. Mr. Nicolay, can you identify the 2 folks or ask for them to raise their hands who you're receiving time to?
There are a few people out there who I think were yielding me a little bit of time.
Thank you.
And don't panic, I won't actually take that much time. Thank you. Jeffrey, you good? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, and commission and staff, to you, thank you. Hats off to you for your commitment to our community and your work. Special thanks to those of you who took time out of what I learned is personal time to actually come out and look at the site and see it from our neighbors' front yards. That meant a lot to us and speaks well to Asheville. Thank you. Thank you for that. My name is John Nicolay. I am co-chair of a group at the Ramble that came together around this matter. My wife and I live at 33 Croton Court, which is in 400 feet of the property line with Deerfield. We have a number of people here from the Ramble, maybe for just a quick show of hands. And we had a number of people here about a month ago. Some of those, unfortunately, now, due to the week that it is, are out of town, things like that. Other people who are going to speak and be here, but they are here in spirit, and we appreciate the support that we've had from the neighborhood. I'm retired from 43 years in the construction industry. For the last decade of that career, I ran a business unit on a national scale that built continuing care retirement communities, just like Deerfield. So I have a little bit of knowledge of the process. Every day is a learning experience, but I have a little bit of knowledge. And if there's any one thing that I learned in being around dozens of projects like this over that period of time, is there is a fundamental basis of how successful projects work. That fundamental basis is trust and integrity. I'd like to come back to that. What brings us here at this time is, I suspect, a good example of why communities must have zoning laws and zoning commissions. Why can't seemingly good people with good intentions live up to doing the right thing? Why are you even necessary? But unfortunately, here we are. To be clear, as residents of the Ramble, we are not here objecting to Deerfield's right to expand their business. We are not here to complain about their plans to build 300 whatever new apartments at a cost of several $100 million investment. What we are here for is the blue is us. There are people in the room who live in those houses. The yellow are the hybrid buildings, of which there'll eventually be 12. Great product, understand it, know it, good idea. But that red X is where the grounds building, may it rest in peace, was. And I just wanted this to be up here just to highlight why we objected at having something like this in our front yards, literally in the front yards of people who are sitting here. I say literally, it was 120 feet from their front doors. While it appears that Deerfield has agreed to relocate the facility, we understand that, and now be replaced by a 135 vehicle parking lot, their planned action will still have a negative impact on our property values. It will still likely cause some people to move. I can speak for people in this room. It will still negatively affect the marketing of our homes by extended time on market, and it is not at all in keeping with the character of the Ramble community. We live by choice in a quiet, peaceful, environmentally responsible, well-planned community. We resent Deerfield's prolonged indifference to our legitimate concerns. So allow me a brief history. We initiated discussions with Deerfield 8 months ago to understand what they planned to do. This maintenance facility quickly caught our attention, along with their proposed use, Jared, along with their proposed use of Racket Club Road as a temporary construction entrance for 2.5 years. That proposal still exists. It's a conversation maybe for another time. Beginning with the first meeting, and there were many more, we were told how they wanted to be a good neighbor. For months, we met and talked and expressed concerns. For months, we saw more and more objectionable use of this area come our way, and we expressed more concerns. And for months, we were told they still wanted to be good neighbors. Finally, they asked us what we wanted. We told them, we gave them the detailed actions that would have addressed our concerns, but they rebuffed it. They weren't interested. They weren't interested in talking about it, let alone doing something. So at what point does a responsibly intelligent person lose the ability to trust? When is apparent that the person across the table confuses words with actions? When is it apparent that the person across the table can't make decisions or won't make decisions? So it was not until the days before your August 6th meeting that Deerfield vaguely indicated they were considering relocating the maintenance facility off campus. At that point, our attention turned to getting assurance around what was actually departing the site across the street from us, and if it was going to be a parking lot, assurance as to how the parking lot would be used. Chris Day made reference to this in his remarks. And I had a full head of hair when Chris Day and I first met. So it has taken us a month, and the simple has been made complex, but it would appear as of today, we have made progress on this subject. Time will tell, and the only acceptable answer will be the documentation ultimately coming out of City Council with the mayor's signature. So that E1, Jeffrey, is a very important document to us. It really captures our concerns and the solution to those concerns. So it's important that that be embedded in your output. I presume you understand that the Ramble is following, or this effort within the Ramble is following two tracks. I'm speaking hopefully on behalf of 274 Ramble households, some of whom are here today, but also, I think as you have figured out, Mark and Robin Hayes, our good friends and good neighbors, have also retained Jesse and Derek in pursuit of their specific interests, as any neighbor in the Ramble had a right to do and still does. I believe Chris Day can attest to the fact that the communication between us and the Hayes is frequent and free-flowing, and certainly no source of confusion on our end. One final comment. Deerfield is in a business that requires immense trust on the part of their elderly customers. Incoming residents of the new hybrid apartments will be paying Deerfield a significant non-refundable entry fee. That is essentially in return for a promise to provide those people care for the remainder of their lives. That is trust. And no, this does not certainly check the box for affordable housing. There are 28 families in the Ramble who are on Deerfield's waiting list to eventually move there. We're 28 of us part of that list of 1,600. But I can tell you that there are several families in the Ramble who now currently have no interest in moving to Deerfield because of this experience. I will remind Deerfield that trust and integrity matter. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nicolay. So next up, we have Julie Jensen. Before we get to Julie, I'm skipping over Marty Benson. Want to make sure you were one of the people ceding your time to Jesse Swords. Marty. Okay, but you don't want to speak right now? Okay. So we'll go to Julie Jensen, and then next up, Robin Hayes.
I'm Julie Jensen, and I am actually going to let Robin talk first because my entire comments are based on what she has to say.
Good evening. I'm Robin Hayes, and I do need extra time, so I'm looking for two people who will cede their time to me.
And as a reminder, if you've yielded your time once, that's it. So if you haven't, you can yield your time now. You good? Okay.
All right, thank you. So again, my name is Robin Hayes. My husband Mark and I live at 234 Racket Club Road. I do have prepared comments. I'm probably not going to get into them too much because I'd like to address sort of on the fly. some of the things that I've heard tonight in terms of some of Deerfield's presentations, some of the changes that we've heard, and I'm still confused, and I still have questions. And it particularly surrounds the issue about parking and how much parking Deerfield needs. Based on the submissions that Deerfield has made to date and their statements from this evening, I heard Mr. Einsman say that there will be 75 new employees. I heard Ms. Bush say that there will be 165 new units based on some of the questions the commission has asked. When I add what was submitted, there are 192 new units in the hybrid buildings. There are 69 new units in the apartment building. That's 261 units. If you allow the 10% variance that Deerfield has requested, that could be almost 300 units. The parking still confuses me because in their original submission from 2021, Deerfield asked for 346 spaces. In early August of 2025, just last month, in advance of the commission's meeting, Deerfield asked for 226 spaces. And in the letter that they just submitted this past Friday, before the three-day weekend, I think the clock-in time was 4:53 on that letter, the number of parking spaces that they requested was 402. 75 new employees, 402 new parking spaces. How many do they need? What is driving the need for their parking? I've heard no explanation about an actual physical need based on employees, staffing. 75 employees is what Mr. Einsman said. He's their chief operating officer. He would know. All of the hybrid buildings will all have garages and driveways for parking. So where do these numbers come from? They've asked for 135 spaces in their new parking surface area. When the exhibit was up earlier and I looked at the footprint of the parking lot that they're proposing, it took up the footprint of approximately 4 of their hybrid buildings. This is a large parking lot. When it was a grounds building, they were showing 100 parking spaces. We had originally asked that they stick with 100 parking spaces, which we felt was a generous give. They've changed it to expand it to as much as impervious surface as they can. Again, without any explanation other than we just want to try to get as much parking as we need. There was a comment made during the course of negotiations in trying to work this out where one of the Deerfield members said, I'm not sure why everyone's so upset. This parking lot is so far away from everything, it's going to be very lightly used. Then why do you need it? We still have not heard an explanation about why it's needed. And yet on Friday, when they put their submission in, they were still looking for the right to put in vehicles that had 3 axles and were up to 9 feet tall. That allows box trucks, panel trucks. They're going to be visible over the 8-foot fence. They finally backed off that today. But I think it's hugely important that any restriction, if you consider moving forward with a vote to have this go to council, that you should limit this to 2-axle passenger vehicles that do not exceed a height of 7 feet. We researched the 7-foot height limit. We looked at the Ford F-450s, we looked at Hummers, we looked at the biggest personal passenger vehicles we could find. They are all under 7 feet. Why do you need a 9-foot anything? And if they don't agree to it, we don't want to this is our chance to talk to you, to tell you what our expectation is. And we cannot allow the 10% variance because 135 spaces is going to have another 13 spaces. Where do they go? The height can be changed. We get no public input at all at TRC. And I have to say that when TRC reviewed this project originally in May of 2022, it unilaterally, with the applicant's request, eliminated the two-story parking deck. That was done as an administrative process. We are concerned. We have to be as specific as possible to get this done right. This is our chance. And I do want to say very briefly, I don't want to dwell on this. We do admire Deerfield's mission. They're a good organization. They do good things. People in the Ramble do those same good things. But I do want to share in the planning department's presentation, they were talking about how this met housing goals, comprehensive plan goals, about affordability and aging in place and those sorts of things. I want to share with you, just for you to look at, what Deerfield has published is their admission fees, their entrance fees, and their monthly maintenance cost for these units. The most affordable apartment starts at $575,000. The most expensive entrance fee for 90% refundable is over $2.7 million. The most affordable hybrid home, the entrance fee, is $979,000. The most expensive entrance fee is $2.4 million. I don't think this is what your comprehensive plan means when it talks about access to housing and the support in terms of comprehensive plan. So again, I'm going to sort of avoid the prepared remarks because I do want to thank you all for the time that you've taken to come and look at the site from the Ramble perspective and your time this evening and in the evenings before. I also want to thank specifically Chris Day because he has worked very hard to try to be an intermediary in terms of working with the neighbors and making himself available to do that. And we very much appreciate those efforts that he's done. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but I would like to pass out these for your information.
If you could share any information with staff also, just so they have.
So let me just take a quick minute to make sure I haven't missed anything, since I'm sort of off script at this point. A quick clarification about the landscape. Our HOA has declined to be actively involved in this. They have basically said that they would prefer to have the monies go directly to its landscape contractor, which happens to be Landmark at this point, because if it goes to the HOA directly, then there are income tax implications because of its nonprofit status if it takes that contribution directly. So if there is, and there should be some tweaking of that language, it should certainly be to the HOA or its designee to allow it to be able to designate that the landscape contractor be paid directly so that it doesn't have to deal with income tax implications. I do feel, again, very strongly that the 10% variance that Deerfield has requested, you've asked the really good questions. I think it would set an unprecedented standard that you would impose, not just for Deerfield, but other developers who might be coming to you. And again, because this is our chance, that 10% could change things dramatically in terms of the impact, potential impact on our Rambler neighbors adjacent. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So next up, we'll come back to Julie Jensen, and then next would be Todd Donatelli, unless you have already yielded your time.
I'm Julie Jensen. I live at 236 Racket Club Road, and Robin spoke a lot on the fly on a lot of things that I wanted to say. I'm a tax lawyer by profession, and I was going to say that's why our HOA doesn't want it to come to us. It really does have an impact on not-for-profit organizations to accept money like that, particularly when they're not really tax exempt. But I guess the thing that has been the most important to me is not only has this been frustrating, which everyone has said, but it's really confusing to come today, and Robin did an incredible job speaking on the fly. It's very hard for us to put all this together and think about it. And I too would like to thank everyone for coming and giving your time. It is very important to us, and this is our one chance to give our side of the development. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Todd Donatelli. All right, so then next we have Ada Nicolay, and then Carla Dix.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ada Nicolay, and I live at 33 Croton Court. In my prior life, not unlike you, I've spent many evenings in elected chambers. For over 30 years, I was in government relations covering city, state, and federal issues. First to Will and the staff, thank you for your time. In addition, I would also like to thank the commissioners, especially for taking the time to tour our property. It was very generous for you to do that in the July heat. Thank you very much. And review it from our perspective. Also, as a former chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Council on Aging, I never dreamed I would stand before you and remotely oppose a senior living project. When we moved into the Ramble, we knew that Deerfield was across the fence, and many laughed that when we were ready, we would just jump the fence. I can assure you, no one is laughing now. Especially when we were talking about the industrial facility that was going to be across in the front yards of our neighbors. So when we moved into the Ramble, we were impressed and found out that Jack Cecil had made a tremendous effort in developing the Ramble to save trees, create walking trails, to maintain a sense of natural beauty. Before Helene, it was sacrilegious to ask if we could cut down a tree. We knew Deerfield would be expanding, and as my husband told you, he built CCRCs across the country, and they said would be a good neighbor. And they reminded us of that during the excruciating delay tactics and 8 months of negotiations. John asked them in January, he said, please don't make us come to the public forums. He said, we can work this out. 8 months later, this is where we are. When we thought of Deerfield, we thought of a aging, caring community, and I think it is. While Deerfield is a nonprofit, CCRC, the status, this is to follow up with Robin's notation, the status under a federal lucrative but legal tax loophole allows their residents an exemption from paying real estate taxes on their dwellings as an entry fee model. In addition, they also benefit from other tax exemptions. The expansion has already been discussed, and their expansion project encompasses about $250 million, So the development, not unlike the Ramble, is not an endeavor that is lacking the funds to do the right thing by its neighbors. And not until the continuance from this body last month did Deerfield get serious about removing the maintenance facility from the premises. And not until this meeting did they get serious about other conditions. So now I sort of feel like I'm living in a Joni Mitchell song. We now have a new amenity across from our neighbors. Yes, you guessed it, pave paradise and put up a parking lot that has expanded from 100 spaces to 135. And Deerfield wants to know, why are we asking for every I to be dotted and every T to be crossed? Ironically, we never opposed
Thank you, you're at
the residential expansion. Thank you very much. And thank you again for all your time and effort.
So we have Carla Dix, and then next up, Monica Schwalbach.
Hi, my name is Carla Dix. My husband Claude and I bought our home in the Ramble neighborhood back in 2020. We have 2 boys, Robert, age 12, and Thomas, age 14, and we live at 2 Cleftridge Court, which is right here. So as you can see, it directly is right across the street from us, from our family. And this has been extremely concerning for me and our family and all the families that live near us. This is a parking lot that they're now proposing, and it'll greatly affect us. We love our neighborhood. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's safe. We were so excited to move on our street and be a neighborhood that was filled with homes, parks, trees, trails, sidewalks, not parking lots, not maintenance sheds, not buses and bus stops. And we want it, it's a safe place right now for our kids. They ride their bikes, they play basketball in the driveway, they play soccer in the yard. If this is passed by you today, Deerfield is proposing to put 135 parking spaces right outside of our home. I worry for our family, for my kids that are playing across from this future space that's been so unsure, even up until today, of what it's going to actually look like. And this is not what we signed up for in moving to a residential area. Today, we ask for you all to please think about the impact this will have on all of us. Help us to preserve our neighborhood with homes, making it a safe, quiet place for our families. Thank you so much for your time and listening to all of us that live in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Monica Schwalbach next, and then Gary Bachhold. Is Monica here? And then, so if Gary yields, then we'll go to, looks like Josie Fonsesia. Okay. Please introduce yourself at the mic, and are you just speaking on behalf of yourself, or do you have other people yielding their time to you?
Just on behalf of myself, but if someone had an extra minute left over, I think I can stay within 3, but I may slop over a little bit. Thank you.
I think I saw 2 hands to yield time. Do we have? Okay, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Okay,
But
I
please be
should be
mindful
able
as
to
we approach
move quickly.
5:40, we're going to conclude public comment.
My name is Monica Schwalbach, and actually I live in the Ramble at 27 Hallett Court. And I'm here to share my concerns about the proposed Deerfield development and its potential impact on Dingle Creek watershed. My primary concern is that the development may not include sufficient safeguards for the stream, the wetland, and the watershed as a whole. The increase in impervious surfaces with the development could worsen flooding issues, as Dingle Creek is already prone to high flows during storm events. And I have a photo of that you'll see attached to my notes. Also, temporary erosion control during construction may be inadequate, and I'll talk about that in a moment. So my view is that retaining rainwater on site for as long as possible is very important. I believe from what I've read that the developer is required to install stormwater catchment basins capable of holding at least 1 inch of rainwater from a given site, depending on its size. However, this minimum may not be enough because our region experiences periods such as we just have seen, where we have many days in a row with 1 or more inch of rain at a time. So this can exacerbate the problem of only maintaining 1 inch worth of rainwater through the catchment system when you've got 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 inches of rain coming down in a week. Dingle Creek is an example of the problem with this scenario. Additional stormwater runoff from the Deerfield development could cause Dingle Creek to overflow and increase flooding downstream. I urge Deerfield to adopt enhanced water conservation measures to retain more rainfall on site than just the minimum. Potential measures include contouring the disturbed land to create gentle swales. And I have a photo of that, so I just have those two photos, but an example of what that would look like adjacent to a parking lot and it's also adjacent to a sidewalk. Another potential measure includes incorporating temporary pools along streamside buffers to catch more water, adding structures in diversion ditches and beside buildings to slow water down during heavy rains, installing rain gardens adjacent to buildings, and planting native wetland species along and within the buffers. These strategies are relatively easy to implement during site grading and would also add to the beauty of Deerfield. Some thoughts on impervious surface. So beyond stormwater controls, the commission might consider the proposed impervious surface area or acreage. It's important to ensure the impervious area is limited to the amount that is truly necessary. For example, does the project genuinely require as many parking spaces as proposed? Every additional parking spot increases runoff, reducing soil absorption that benefits the local ecosystem. The proposed amount of impervious surface area may be too much, and certainly an additional 10% would have to be scrutinized. Limiting the impervious surface area to what is absolutely needed will promote rainwater retention on site, slow the release of rainwater into the watershed, and mitigate downstream impacts. Lastly, I want to comment on erosion control during site development. Given the significant acreage to be disturbed, erosion control is vital for protecting the watershed. Effective measures during site development include placing soil and dirt stockpiles far away from the stream and wetland areas, using measures beyond simple silt fencing in problem areas, which we all can tell where the problem areas are going to be. So let's proactively implement measures there. And also possibly phasing the project to limit ground disturbance in any particular area at any given point in time. By incorporating extra controls early in the project, we will help safeguard the watershed and prevent future issues. So in summary, Helene brought over 18 inches of rain last year, causing major flooding and damage locally. It reminded us all land in our watershed is connected, and actions occurring on one site affect everywhere else. The commission and developer should include stronger watershed protection measures as conditions in their plans, thereby demonstrating a shared commitment to our community's well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, and feel free to circulate imagery that you've brought. Next up, we have Josie Fonseca, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the name. Please correct me at the mic. Followed by Mark Nowiakowski.
I just want to add my gratitude to all of you. I think I've seen some of you in the neighborhood when I'm out walking my dogs with John or Robin, surveying how it looks from our side, from the Ramble side. So yes, my name's Josie Fonseca. I live at 242 Racket Club Road. My family and I moved here from Miami 2 years ago with our 10-year-old daughter, 2 dogs and a cat, and we live, so 242 is right here. That's where the maintenance facility was going to be put. Now we're here to talk about a parking lot. We are so grateful to live here in Asheville and in the Ramble, and we want to help maintain the character of our wonderful neighborhood. When we moved, as newcomers, we were unaware of Deerfield's plans to expand. So now we're here to talk about the parking lot for over 130 vehicles. It's just 100 feet away from our home, and it's being designed to accommodate large 3-axle vehicles up to 9 feet tall. We're not just talking about commuter cars. They want to include large trucks, tractor trailers, buses, heavy-duty RVs, 30 golf carts, and we're deeply concerned that this will be used for commercial, light industrial equipment, bringing a host of problems right to our front door. Our concerns are focused on 3 main issues: noise, environmental pollution, and stormwater runoff. First, let's talk about noise. We are afraid of the constant sound of idling engines and backup alarms. A standard backup alarm on a large truck is between 97 and 112 decibels. According to standard guidelines, the noise limit in residential neighborhoods is between 60 and 65 decibels. So the noise from these vehicles would be an immediate violation of residential noise limits. Second, the risk of pollution is very real. Idling vehicles produce exhaust fumes, creating air pollution right next to our homes. Like I said, where I walk the dogs, where our children play outside. The smell of gasoline and diesel would become a part of our daily lives. Finally, we are worried about the impact of all that asphalt on our environment. This large parking lot will create significant stormwater runoff, carrying oil and gasoline into Dingle Creek. What will this mean for our local ecosystem? We urge you, well, who knows? I'm also very confused like everybody else because the plans are changing so constantly and so late in the game. Like the email that came on Friday, almost at 5 p.m. before a long weekend. So I don't know what to ask for. I wish Deerfield would reconsider building their planned and approved 2-story parking deck that was adjacent to Hendersonville Road, which is farther from our homes, and Dingle Creek. I don't know if that's a possibility. That would be really great. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mark Nowakowski, followed by Barbara Maloney. We are, okay. Are you Mark? Were you Mark? Okay. So Barbara Maloney, followed by Lisa Klein. Okay. Lisa Klein, followed by John Weaver. All right. Hey, we're getting through this. John Weaver, was that you? Okay. You're Lisa Klein. All right. You're up next. We have, well, Jesse Swords already went, so I think we might be, so Derek, bringing up, okay. So I think you might be our last public commenter that we have signed up for Deerfield, so.
I think he's.
After Lisa, we'll get to you. I think we'll be within the hour, so Lisa.
Hello, Planning Commission members. I'm Lisa Klein of the Ramble community, and we have over 1,600 residents, including families with children and seniors who choose our neighborhood specifically for its residential character. We're here tonight because that character faces a direct threat from Deerfield's proposed industrial operations just feet from our residential border. This expansion proposal violates basic principles of compatible land use planning. industrial operations, including service, maintenance areas, loading zones, and any potential utility infrastructure and/or construction, maintenance, equipment, parking, bus, golf, and mass parking lots have no place immediately adjacent to established residential neighborhoods. Our community has experienced concerning patterns in our dealings with Deerfield. There's been a lack of transparent communication about expansion plans, refusal to provide written commitments for verbal agreements, inconsistent and deceiving statements about the scope and the nature of the proposed operations, denial of reasonable access for Ramble community infrastructure repairs following Hurricane Helene, specifically our fencing that was damaged. These actions demonstrate a pattern of disregard for neighboring residents who they expect to bear the direct impact of noise, smell, light, and visual pollution, while Deerfield seeks to protect themselves from the very undesirable operational facilities they wish to divert from their front yard onto ours. For an organization claiming religious nonprofit status with a community service mission, Deerfield's approach to neighborhood relations contradicts their stated values. Their refusal to engage transparently with affected residents, provide written commitments, or consider our community's concerns seriously implies they are not fulfilling their nonprofit obligations to serve the broader community and are instead prioritizing institutional interests over community welfare. We're not opposing development. We're asking for responsible development that respects existing residential communities. Specifically, ideally relocate their operational employee parking and operational facilities to Hendersonville Road, existing commercial corridor. We urge you to protect established residential communities by requiring Deerfield to relocate their industrial operations to commercial zones along Hendersonville Road and/or off campus. Good planning protects existing neighborhoods while allowing responsible growth. Thank you.
So I believe we had one more person identify themselves for public comment. Please state your name into the mic.
Good afternoon or almost evening. My name is Mike Jones. I live at 51 Hallett Court, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Good fences make good neighbors, but I believe good agreements make even better neighbors. This is what our future sounds like.
150 feet away from the waste boat truck that's just finished doing its dumpster. This is what a backup alarm sounds like at 150 feet away.
So that's not a really pleasant thing, and I'm not happy over the fact that that's what their future is going to sound like for my neighbors that live in proximity to where this parking lot's going to be. Now, we live in a very quiet, peaceful neighborhood. I do want to recognize that Deerfield's commitment to move this semi-industrial facility to some other location is a major compromise on their behalf, so I thank you for that. However, the parking lot could be a reasonable compromise, but only if it's used for passenger vehicles for workers and staff, not for commercial, industrial use outside of what people use to get to work. Given their presentation, I can't fathom why Deerfield would object to having the supplemental instructions contain something that says very specifically what this parking lot would be used for. But I do think it needs to be in those instructions because unfortunately, as we know, people and organizations change, leaders of organizations change. Libby, hopefully not anytime soon. But we also know when leadership changes at a whim of a single individual, what was true before, truth can often change as well. And so I would like to ask you, because we want to live in harmony with our neighbors, that should you recommend to the City Council approval of Deerfield's revised plan for development, You include the recommendation that the conditions in the supplemental agreement include that their parking lot will only be used for a specific approved purpose, and that is to park a limited number of spaces for passenger vehicles that are two-axle for their workers and staff to get to work. Not trailers. Nobody drives a trailer to work. Not vehicles that are oversized and so forth, but commuting vehicles that people use to be able to park in that space. So thank you for your attention and for giving me the opportunity to express that. Thanks.
Thank you. We're at 5:38, 2 minutes before the allotted hour. Does anybody wish to round us out? And if not, I will close public comment at 5:38. Thank you for your participation and collaboration. It's clear that it's been a frustrating process for you all, but showing up and participating in the process gives kind of insight on what's going on in the neighborhood, what the concerns are, and helps us ask intelligent questions. So appreciate your engagement, and also appreciate your willingness to engage in a process that is very foreign to a lot of people who don't show up here once a month like those of us up at the table. So just checking in with my fellow commissioners before we kind of ask follow-up questions of staff and have deliberation. Do we need to have a brief comfort break?
Just really quick, would be appreciated, yes.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess and return here at 5:44. All right. Shall we resume? We're ready to resume. Please take your
Yes.
seats. I'll open with a few kind of comments, observations, but would love to hear kind of thoughts, follow-up, and questions from fellow commissioners. If needed, we'll have the applicant return. For members of the public who both spoke or who are kind of awaiting deliberation, we may not address every single point that was raised by public comment specifically. The standard that we are seeking to achieve is making a recommendation on whether what's being proposed is in the public interest and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. So you may not hear specific acknowledgement or question or reiteration of your comment. They are all heard. They are all processed. So appreciate you showing up. With that, I did want to open by following up on a couple of things to clarify. One is in regards to particular concern around this condition that both we asked some questions about, and then we heard from the public around the 10% allowance for variation. We can explore that further with the applicant and staff. But just to clarify, as written in the project conditions, it applies to the number of units or the size of buildings. It does not apply to, say, the impervious areas in general or the site features. So the wiggle room that is provided in the currently written condition is just number of units and building area. One thing that has struck me though, and it came up in the comments that we heard, is lack of specificity around the number of units that's being proposed and shown in the plan. So that's something that I would like to follow up with the applicant. Another was around why the need for number of parking spaces, and that might be where we start. In the staff report, there is analysis that this complies with what is the allowable range provided in the UDO, but Mr. Palmquist, could you speak more specifically of that to what range and what analysis staff provided to determine that this is in the acceptable range?
The 10% allowance?
Number of parking spaces.
Oh,
because it doesn't specifically give a number in the staff report, so just kind of curious what assessment was done on what's being shown.
So I think at this stage of the game, staff didn't do a thorough analysis of the parking requirements, but understanding that the overall site will have to meet the minimum and stay within the maximum of the parking requirements for the overall site. So we'd have to consider, I think in more detail, all the existing parking on site and the uses contained on the existing facility and factor that all together to be sure that the site in total has the required minimum for the entire existing and planned development and does not exceed the maximum.
So is that something that would happen at final TRC or?
Yeah, that would be when we would delve into those numbers more deeply. It seemed like based on what they're proposing in this expansion, that what the additional parking they're providing would meet the minimum without exceeding the maximum, but we haven't analyzed the existing conditions as much and put it all together necessarily, but that would happen at the final technical review whenever they submitted for that stage of the project.
So the standard under the approval is that it will comply with the UDO parking requirements relative to minimum and maximum?
That is correct.
And do you know off the top of your head what the minimum requirement is for this type of unit?
It's going to depend on the number of bedrooms, and then there's other requirements for based on square footage for the other associated uses like the nursing and facility kind of care uses of the site. So that'll be a separate calculation as well. So it's going to be kind of a formula based on the details of the buildings themselves. So not necessarily. Usually it's minimum 1 per 1 unit, max 2 per 1, and then minimum 2 per unit for larger bedroom units.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So aside from the number of parking spaces, just to follow up on a lot of the comments we heard around the potential uses of parking lot. Just a sort of general comment and a potential question is, I understand and hear from members of the public that there's concern about what types of vehicles could be parked here, what types of uses. Do we have, we don't have standards within the UDO that impose restrictions on a normal basis. This is a conditional zoning, so there's opportunity to further refine and explore, but we don't have, say, a differentiation between a surface parking lot for passenger vehicles versus other types of vehicles that we could use to justify.
No, I think what you said is accurate. I think the uses within parking lots are kind of limited to how they're designed and the typical parking space size. And if it's a loading zone, then it's going to be designed as a loading zone. And if it's a parking lot, then it's generally going to be designed as one and operate as such. And you won't be able to, have, like shuttle buses in a normal parking lot if it's only striped for standard vehicles. So I think it's kind of more dictated by the design, but not very prescriptive as far as the types of vehicles at all.
And could part of the reason for that be that, we are here applying land use regulation? There is certainly some use regulation relative to uses of buildings and other use standards, but predominantly, the zoning ordinance is about the physical built environment, and the application of the parking standards would be more about how they're configured so that they can interface safely with adjacent roads, be landscaped, buffering them from other uses, that type of thing, but not specifically like what can be done within them.
Yeah, I think I hear what you're saying. There's definitely some overlap when it comes to parking with, the zoning having the minimum requirements, and then landscaping, and then our standard specifications and detail manual kind of going over the nuts and bolts of how you design a parking lot. And so yeah, it's where kind of traffic engineering meets land use, and then there's a lot of, overlap with that. I think in this case, for the conditional zoning matter, I think it's, appropriate to consider kind of those guardrails on the use of those areas, if that's an area where there's agreement with the commission and the applicant on. So I think that's in this setting a reasonable consideration.
Thank you for that. And any other questions or clarifications of staff?
Well, regarding the parking, from what I was hearing from public comment is, just based on the process, they're just a little nervous in the applicant acting in good faith, removing the grounds building, but possibly using the parking for commercial activity, storing materials and whatnot. I believe that's a lot of the reason behind these extended conditions and related to the use of the parking lot.
Along kind of following that thread, maybe staff could clarify, say we have our recommendation, it goes forward to city council, say in this realm, there's an approval of the master plan and there's intent by the owner of the property to phase the development of construction. As soon as entitlement happens, though, they could grade and put a parking lot there without any additional new housing units. That parking lot does not require a demand to be built. And so the entitlement of the land and the master plan as it's being used does not dictate that any component of the property itself be developed first. Is that correct?
Right. So they would have to get final technical approval still and meet grading and stormwater regulations and stuff. But yeah, they could phase it in a manner that they deemed appropriate. And then when it came time to issue certificates of occupancy, either in a permanent or temporary basis, they'd either have to build what they were proposing to build or bond anything that they didn't build at that phase outside of the actual buildings themselves.
Yeah, I guess that kind of speaks to some of the public's concern that, the parking lot, if for whatever reason the parking's a priority over other, programming for the master plan, you could see why that could be a concern for the neighbors, that would become the most prominent component of the next phase of development, especially, you know, if being used for any construction purposes. So I guess it just speaks to the validity of it. Wondering outside of cost why the parking deck may have been, if anyone had any information conveyed to them outside of cost, why the parking deck closer to Hendersonville Road would have been removed from the previous master plan.
I've heard from the applicant it was a lot of a cost-driven decision, but they could elaborate on that if they wanted to.
And to Commissioner Cycle's sort of point about what we heard from public comment around use, I think the question for me is, you know, always what's the role of zoning and land use regulation? We have, you know, a variety of other nuisance regulations, noise ordinance, and other ways to kind of control or safeguard against impacts. And so my question around this is, you know, how prescriptive do we get on the availability to use a physical built thing, especially when it's shown to be, you know, a parking lot. And I think, you know, given that E1 conditions do get very prescriptive and provide some commitment, although we heard maybe not quite all the way. So we can revisit that with the applicant. Any other source? I have a couple of questions I'd like to follow up with the applicant, but if there's anything else first.
Yeah, just before we follow up with the applicant, I just wanted to follow up with some of the public comment that I heard related to stormwater erosion control. You know, I think stormwater design is something that I do, and I don't know that everybody, you know, everyone who's on this board knows that, but not everybody's sitting in the public seats tonight. And it's something very near to dear in my heart, and especially after Helene, you know, everybody's kind of a little bit more aware of stormwater. And that's somewhat of a silver lining, I think, to the storm, is that more and more people are paying attention to how runoff in watersheds impact. They're not restricted to political boundaries. To that point, something that a lot of people may not be aware of is that the city of Asheville, like many other municipalities, have a stormwater ordinance. And as part of that, there are very strict standards. And so I'm just want to make sure the public, and, you know, specifically speaking to, I know Monica came up and spoke, I believe it was Monica who passed out this form. And in the city of Asheville ordinance, all developers of anything, you know, larger than 1 acre are required to hold back up to the 10-year storm event, which in this case, in this location, is 4.63 inches. So it is significantly more than the 1 inch that was the concern. And I would definitely be very concerned with holding back only 1 inch. But it will be a requirement, and I believe strongly in CDC's engineering skills to provide stormwater measures that will meet those standards. And those features, those stormwater features, will have to be inspected every single year to make sure they meet those standards. So I do want to assure that the general public that we do in the city of Asheville have very strong standards and reporting process. So even during the erosion control, which has to be permitted and inspected, if anybody in the Ramble does see any runoff, any sediment leaving the site, please report that, because it is required to stay on site. There cannot be a single drop of sediment that is allowed to leave that site past below a 10-year event. So I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware. I know we have a lot more people than normal, that the city does have very strict permitting standards.
I appreciate that note. Any other thoughts or preliminary questions before we re-invite the applicant?
I had one thought. Maybe it's a small change, but if Ms. Bush indicated roughly 75 new employees plus on here the 32 golf carts and 3 shuttle buses, that's 105 parking spaces, not 135. Would the applicant be willing to shrink that parking lot to 105 spaces? Based on the math we've seen, and if everyone's upset, let's get rid of some of the fluff room in there. So it's a thought.
Would the applicant like to return to the mic to engage in a couple of question answer?
Can we get an overall number of parking spaces included in this new project, not just that strip that we're focused on?
So that was number 2. I'll make it number 1 now for my topics to bring up. As one item to clarify that adds context to that, Ms. Bush stood up here and made reference to 165 new units or new residential units in the hybrids. That's actually in the first 6 buildings. What's proposed on the plan is for the 12 buildings. So she was making reference in her mind what's currently being marketed and pushed, and so that's where that number comes from. I'll go on to say that on the submitted plans, we are showing the numbers that I had in the development data box and that Will made reference to, where we've got the 135 parking. Is there a, how do I get to those? There's 135 parking spaces down in the southeast corner. There's parking by the IL building. There's parking inside. And then there is just little areas where parking is being modified and updated across the site. It's Ms. Hayes made reference to how confusing it is, and even for myself, whose office is working on the details, it's very confusing. So Exhibit E, condition number 7, we specifically just put a statement in there to say, this project proposes to meet the city's ordinance for both minimum and maximum parking. We are not asking to put any more parking out here than would be allowed by the code, and we are making sure that we're putting enough parking as the code requires for the variable of uses, whether it be employees, number of beds, number of residents, and so forth. So right now, what the plans show in front of you is, I think, 300 and something, like 402, as Ms. Hayes said. I will say that I apologize. An earlier submittal had said 226. That was an error in the plans from something where the land planner was looking at a different area. Civil Design Concepts holistically looked at it. That's where the 402 number came from. But to clarify, we are not looking to make any variances and want to live into the condition of number 7, Exhibit E. I'd like to add context to a few of the other things I heard, and then speak up if there's other things that I missed. I think maybe Mr. Wheatley, you brought up a good point in regards to timing. I will say in the E1 conditions, the latest exhibit, we do have some timing specified as it relates to the 8-foot privacy fence, and that would be basically items F and G, before any site clearing or grading, that the 6-foot tall temporary construction fence with a mesh privacy screen will be installed in the approximate location of the permanent privacy vinyl fence. And then in G, we go on to say that by Q4 of 2026, that the plantings of the buffer and that privacy fence will be installed. So our goal with that statement is that is the first, basically some of the first activity that's going on site, so that those buffer plantings, that privacy fence for this neighborhood are in place and can start growing at that point while the project continues on under construction for another year and a half. Other things that I heard, we talked about the parking. I did hear about a request to modify how the pavement was distributed. No issue with that whatsoever. The 10%, there's been a lot of conversation about the 10%. We are, to clarify, and we can clarify the conditions, we are not asking for any increase we're not asking for any increase in density with that number. The ordinance, or the UDO, actually provides some guidance for making small changes. Our goal was to add some parameters around that as it related to reducing or changing things with that 10% number. We are not looking to increase any density, or that 10% does not go up from anything that we've proposed.
To clarify that real quick, you're saying that you would accept as part of the conditions, that up to a 10% reduction in project size, not 10% variance or modification.
Regarding density, is that really what we're trying to say? And maybe I'll let Mr. Ost speak to that.
Yeah, I can pull up the condition itself, what it explicitly says, but basically restricting that variation to a reduction in size.
We are not seeking to add any additional units to the project, but we would like to retain the ability, if needed, to shift units from one building to another, or to shift a building on the ground by a certain number of feet. We just want to, but if the concern is that we're going to add 10% more units, then we're happy to address that and say no, we're not. But we would like to for the.
Yeah.
And for that, we'll defer to the minor modification language that's in the code, as Mr. Swords pointed out. But it's not our intention to increase the overall density of the project. We can't do that.
Well, okay. It just, on E4, it says proposed building size and number of proposed units.
I know, and we're willing to change that.
Okay.
So.
I've been trying to listen and write at the same time. I don't have, but maybe a way to say it is that we'd like to retain the ability to modify dimensional requirements by up to 10%, but not to increase the number of units. Building dimensions, yes.
So, yeah, well, and potentially, just a suggestion for my fellow commissioners, rather than wordsmith this, what we're hearing is what's written doesn't reflect the intent, and there'll be a need to continually collaborate with staff before this goes to council to clarify that it will not be an increase in units, just provide a little bit of flexibility to distribution, and may need to state a maximum number within the condition as it heads to council. But I don't know that, we can spend the time now, it just may not be germane to the discussion.
And we're happy to do that. I think the intent was never to give ourselves latitude to add 10% additional units, but it found its way into the conditions.
But to be clear, just, you are requesting something other than minor modification as allowed in the UDO. You're not sure if that's sufficient to cover because it's a large campus?
Well, we're just trying to add some definition to what minor modification means. And 10% is a threshold that you find in a lot of other ordinances, including Buncombe counties. And so that was kind of a reference point for that.
Okay.
Part of the struggle may come from 10% on 820,000 square feet is different than 10% on 1,000 square foot home. You know, this is the order of magnitude is probably more the concern than the percentage as a number.
What I would advocate.
Work with staff on that.
Okay, yeah, I think what I would advocate for is stating a maximum total built area and then whatever the variance is, but the total maximum would hold and the variance would just allow distribution among that total maximum. But I sort of trust and defer to staff to handle that negotiation before it goes to council.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a condition this evening too, if that gets added to a motion, to add a condition to cap that maximum number of units and square footage. And then we could figure out the wording in the meantime.
Great. Could you clarify the number of, so we've clarified the number of parking spaces that's in the development data box, number of units that are included in the campus expansion. Okay.
I know we clarified the number of parking spaces, but I think there was a specific ask for 105 versus 135, specifically in the, that kind of southeast parking.
So if I can talk about the 133 versus the 105 with the math, in sections A, E, and K, we will be losing parking spaces, so to function as an operation, both staff and residents, that's where that number is required that I need to operate that business. But I'm losing that whole area right now at K is parking spaces, and so is spaces around E and A. So that's where the math doesn't add up, but I've got to have that number to function.
So to be clear, you don't accept a condition of less than
With all due respect, we're asking to stay at 135 at this stage. The other things that I heard, I appreciate, there was a question about density, sorry.
As far as the number of units, thank you, Chris, you said it well. We are showing 12 hybrid homes here. We are planning and asking and bringing before you to clear that entire area, that's the 30 acres of the South Woods, for future build out of 12 Canterbury homes. 165 is 96 Canterbury homes that we are selling right now for this project. For future development, we're planning on 6 additional Canterbury homes, which would be the 96 that Robin mentioned earlier. In the apartment building, which is we have currently planned for 69 units. So the 69 plus the 96 in the 6 Canterbury homes gets us to that 165. The future development is the additional 6. 96.
So 261 is the total build-out net new unit.
For the independent living units, yes.
And could you remind me your current unit count right now on campus?
So we have 379 independent living, 62 assisted living, and 62 skilled nursing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Libby. And your comment actually segued perfectly into what I wanted to ask. There was a concern from Ms. Schaumbach regarding clearing large amounts of area at one time. And while we are proposing to move forward with this plan and be prepared to create the infrastructure available for those, for all 12 of these buildings that are shown here to go forward, that'll be done in accordance with the City of Asheville's oversight and requirements for grading and erosion control, which does incentivize and push us to limit the amounts of disturbed acreage that are open and not stabilized at any point. I appreciate Commissioner Cycle making reference to the ordinances, and I do think maybe the 1 inch is a confusion. That is the water quality, but in regards to flooding, we will be required by the city ordinance to hold back the 2-year, the 10-year, and we actually have to evaluate the 50-year storm and make sure that it can safely pass through the site. The one minor item that I wanted to point out, we did submit a whole series of cross sections all the way down that whole parking area. And while Mr. Swords pointed out in his zoomed in version how the cross section was not perpendicular to Racket Club Road, if you look at the document in its whole, all of the cross sections are consistent with the proposed 135 parking and being perpendicular there. So that was our reference point, and we maintain that consistent reference point on the document. And then finally, I think that Mr. Jones' comment really kind of echoed what has been the sticking point here, is just the concern over what's being proposed out there. I feel like the last condition in E1 that we brought up here today, where we really go in and we specify, it is not our intention for this to be a construction staging area, for this to be an area for used appliances to sit, or for the back of the house trash. This is intended to function as a parking lot. Vehicles, of personal vehicles, like visitors who come to the site. I did want to specifically, I do not want to exclude the word trailers from being in that area. Just like at the Ramble, the current landscape contractor rolls up, they have their landscaping equipment on a trailer, and they service the Ramble property and the neighbors. We need the ability to service this area because our grounds building has moved off-site. So when we speak of trailers, we're speaking of the same type of trailers that are currently servicing the Ramble in this area. And so that's the only stipulation in those, in that area that I wanted to is a little gray, but I wanted to clarify. Chair Barton, are there other items that you have noted for me to speak on?
There was a comment around because there's new language around the landscaping funds and how they will flow to potentially the HOA or its designee. Is that something that's acceptable to the applicant and same question of the city?
Yes, we have no concern over that, no issue with that.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Appreciate the follow-up and kind of specificity on, I think that for the Ramble neighbors who have been engaged in this kind of long conversation, we hear the frustration, us sort of seeing it through the public hearing process. We're seeing a lot of, or at least I won't speak from my colleagues here, but I'm seeing a lot of specific responsiveness and engagement on something that is incredibly complicated due to the fact that it is a campus expansion. To Commissioner Wheatley's point, this is not a 1,000 square foot building. This is a very complicated endeavor. So just really sort of recognize that it is complicated and cumbersome to engage in, and that may have sown some distrust, but what I'm seeing is a real sort of specificity in a way that we don't typically see in the conditional zoning process. So really appreciate you kind of clarifying tonight, even though it's been a long road for the Ramble neighbors.
Agreed. Thank you.
I would like to just spend another minute, if we can, on the intersection at Salisbury and Racket Court or Racket Club Road. I went ahead and just had a quick look, and it looks like there are sidewalks kind of leading along Racket Club Road to where it intersects currently. And I was just wondering if it doesn't appear that sidewalks are being indicated or included on the plans currently.
Yeah, there will be sidewalks in that area for sure. We do, like you said, from Salisbury Drive to Racket Club Drive, there is sidewalks, and we'll continue to, as we develop, to install them.
Yeah, just don't know if that's not as well developed as up by Hendersonville Road, or if I'm not looking on the right plan sheet, but so I don't know if we want to include that on the conditions, like, for instance, L406 doesn't appear to show any kind of sidewalk.
Are you talking about it's not showing existing sidewalk?
No, it's like where that entrance to the Ramble comes in. It splits to the west and heads into the southern side of the site as a new development.
Yeah, these are these are still at a conceptual stage.
For sure.
And so with it being such a large project and a large set of plans, there's some detail that things like that are not all in there. It is our goal that this is an entirely walkable community. Even the site plan we're looking at right now, there are in the current working plans, there are pathways and trails all behind these hybrid homes and so forth. That is something that we'll take note of, and as the project moves forward, I can provide clarity at the next step with the design team.
Yeah, how does that entrance to the facility work? It looks like it's just crosswalks right now, no gates, anything like that.
Currently it is an entrance from Racket Club Drive to Salisbury right there, but there is sidewalks that go through it. That's how it's being used.
But it's currently a gate.
Yeah.
Or it's currently, that's not day-to-day traffic.
Correct. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, currently right now, it's an area where we're not letting, we do have a gate there currently right now, just in place. We had some security issues on campus. So, but that's where we do plan to have the entrance of the I Canterbury homes in the future.
Okay. And so that'll be gated or not gated?
No. What we plan to do is similar to what we have on Valley Springs, is an arm that's activated and it's up during the day, and at night closed where you can touch a button and access security to let that arm through. We did submit that through the city through Shannon Tuck 3-4 years ago to have that system in place, and our plan is on that drive, once construction is complete, to have that arm in place also in that system.
Okay, so is that a condition you're willing to include at this point, since it's not, your drawings aren't at the development stage?
Yes.
In terms of the pedestrian connectivity?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That's a really great point to city staff. That portion of Racket Club Road kind of dips in and out of city limits, so who has the jurisdiction to provide for a crossing from the south side of Racket Club Road to the north side that then would connect to the sidewalks on Salisbury?
Might be something the city and the county has to coordinate. It's probably the best practice for that.
So in terms of adding a condition, we can add an aspirational condition, but potentially deferential to city transportation to iron out.
The condition that I thought I heard was internal, that we were ensuring that from that entryway coming in, that we were providing sidewalk connectivity. If Commissioner Wheatley was referring to the private section of road externally, that's something that it would necessitate more we could have aspirational goals to it, but it's not something that it would necessitate. It's not a city road at that section. And so while there's access there, we'd have to understand if we have the legal right to make off-site improvements.
You're saying where Salisbury connects to Racket Club Road, that's a private road? And so you're talking about internal sidewalks beyond the future gate that you're...
I was talking about internal sidewalks around K, where was what I understood you were referring to. As it relates to coming out onto Racket Club Road, there's a section of Racket Club Road there that is privately owned before you get to the city-owned portion.
I believe Racket Club Road, it does have a sidewalk on the south side of the roadway, it looks like.
That's right. It's like on the north side, it's an apartment complex and kind of just continuous curb cuts. On the south side, there's a sidewalk along Racket Club. But basically on the diagram that you're looking at, I'm more focused on where the blue line comes down and interfaces with Salisbury at Racket.
In this area.
That's
We
correct.
completely, and that's what I understood you to speaking of. We welcome the condition to ensure that we have pedestrian connectivity along this section into the project.
Okay.
Sounds like it's an easy one because it might
Yeah.
already be there.
And then I just want to follow back and ask, you're not interested in entertaining structured parking to replace that parking that's being removed at buildings A and E in the future? You'd like to maintain that all as surface parking on the southeast?
Yeah, just some history, we did consider cost of the parking structure, which is substantial with cost per space, and then also aesthetics that we were concerned. We had a lot of feedback from Deerfield residents about a parking structure on campus, both at the entrance and in a proposed area at the community center. So we did research it, but had a lot of feedback from our current residents, and cost was the big issue too.
It's a lot easier to buffer a surface parking lot than a parking structure as well. So that was part of our goals here, and really part of the whole goals that you see in these conditions in terms of additional privacy fencing, preservation of canopy, and supplementing on both sides of the property line with additional landscaping.
Any other questions, clarifications for the applicant? Thank you. Any further deliberations? We've heard a proposal for an added condition around adding a sidewalk along Salisbury. Anything else? As well as clarifying the new language that was proposed tonight to allow for the Ramble HOA or its designee to receive the funds for off-site landscaping buffer.
And then amending or striking the 10%?
Or just clarifying the
amending it
maximum.
to
Oh, yeah,
max units.
Clarifying the maximum.
61 units and 822,300 square feet as the max that can't be exceeded.
Could you say that number again? 822,300?
300.
Yep. I think that's what we were hearing, is that is an acceptable maximum total square footage with the allowance to redistribute within some parameters as worked out between the city and the applicant.
Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't foreclose on that.
Is that acceptable to any further? I know it's going to be kind of wonky. We're not going to have a specific condition, but we will have a maximum on units,
Right.
building square footage, and then provide for a mechanism for the city and applicant to collaborate on a reasonable redistribution wiggle room
Right.
between, to be clarify between now and city council.
With that 10% being the main, yeah, the max number.
Yes.
Yep. Could also be inclusive of the Exhibit E1 as amended this evening that included some of that additional language the applicant was talking about.
Yeah, specifically to items A, E, I, and the new item J that were
Right.
elaborated. Any further clarifications or requests for added conditions?
For Exhibit E1, I do appreciate that the applicant has made some very specific conditions in here, trying to explicitly limit what that parking lot can be used for. That is unusual to be that specific, but I appreciate it in this scenario. My clarification is to staff. I mean, I know that I know the three of you aren't necessarily the code enforcement, but that does fall under your department. I mean, is something that specific gonna be something staff is prepared to like follow through with, or like have the capability to truly?
Yes, that's handled by our Development Services Department, and they are tasked with enforcing the UDO. I think it's true that when it comes to these conditions, in conditional zonings, we do want to be careful that they are practical and are able to be tracked or monitored in some form or fashion. You know, these ones might be a little bit trickier, but I don't think they're outside the realm of being enforceable.
Sure. I mean, and I'm really just trying to protect our city staff's time here, because I try to avoid being in favor of very one-off changes, but in this case, it seems like they are trying to put in writing what they're committing to, and I appreciate that. So I just want to make sure our city staff's okay with that. But it sounds like you are.
Sounds like, and the applicant's very adamant that they want to meet these agreements too, so, yeah.
I appreciate that clarification, Commissioner Faircloth, because I think there's a danger of sort of setting a precedent that we're going to be so prescriptive on surface parking lots, and that's not what this is. This is kind of a one-off, clarifying the intent and making it clear that the commitments are binding, that the applicant's willing to engage in. If there's no further questions or clarifications,
A clarification for me, are we, aside from the changes that you discussed just recently, would we be moving on a motion for E.1 as in the public documents, or the revised one that was presented to us?
I think the revised, we would be clarifying that the revisions as presented by the applicant with further modification to allow for the receipt of funds to be the HOA or its designee.
Is it possible to see that again, or, yeah?
So yeah, the minor amendment here, getting rid of the equivalent about the lighting, and then these are like the really main changes. Sorry.
There was I'm sorry, the back at the top, there was a strike related to the axles, is that correct?
Now it says 135 vehicles in standard size vehicle spaces, and struck the no more than 3 axles, no taller than 9 feet provision.
The desire from some members of the public was 2-axle, 7-foot maximum height restriction. That's not what we're seeing So I think what the question for us is, you know, as written, is it acceptable to just strike the 3-axle and go with the intent that it's passenger vehicle?
And I think it's addressed a little further here in J.
Yep.
Parking of personal vehicles belonging to Deerfield residents, visitors, employees.
That's why he struck that, because that was a prohibition, so, yeah. And there's one typo there, standard side vehicle, instead of standard size vehicle, but there you go. So really the main difference is the limitation as presented here is on the space of the size of the vehicle space, not the vehicle itself that's going to occupy the space. There's no, you know, restriction on the size of the vehicle occupying the space.
I feel like that's somewhat addressed in J.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm prepared to entertain a motion if anyone is ready to take this on.
I feel like you've documented the conditions there, didn't you?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to make that motion. I'll move to recommend approval of the conditional zoning amendment request for the property located at 1617 Hendersonville Road, zoned commercial expansion conditional zone, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, and that the request, 1, prioritizes greater densities of development overall throughout the city as appropriate, 2, ensures a diverse mix of housing to accommodate a broad range of age groups, lifestyle choices, and affordability levels, and 3, realizes goals for an age-friendly community with the modifications to the project E1 conditions as presented, with the additional clarification that funds for buffer landscaping as provided under item I can be modified to the Ramble HOA or its designee, and a modification of project condition number 4 in Exhibit E to state a maximum total building square footage of 822,300 square feet and a maximum total unit count, new unit count of 261, with a further allowance for modification as negotiated by city staff and the applicant between now and city council. And the additional condition of a sidewalk connection along Salisbury Road to the extent of the subject property. Did I capture everything? So that's the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes 4-1. Thank you, everybody. I know it's been a long slog, but really appreciate the engagement of the public and the applicant, and best of luck. Pausing for a moment here just to check in. We are headed for a very, very long meeting tonight. We will likely take an extended recess. Any desire to do it now or plow through the next item before we take an extended 40-minute recess?
I'm down to keep going, but
I feel like now is a good time.
I second now.
Let's take a 40-minute recess at 6:40. We'll return at 7:20. Thank you all. request for a special use permit for a concealed telecommunications tower at 3 South Tunnel Road. The property is identified as PIN 9658-13-5696 in the Buncombe County tax record. The property owner is Asheville Mall Capital Holding LLC. The applicant contact is Mr. Michael Sandifer, and the planner coordinating review is Will Palmquist. Before I bring Mr. Palmquist to the microphone where he is already, I've got a just sort of script that I'll go through to elaborate how the quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing will proceed. So as a quasi-judicial proceeding, the Planning and Zoning Commission is not setting policy, nor are we soliciting public opinion on the desirability of an application. I will acknowledge that we did receive some written public comment in advance of this hearing, but because this is a quasi-judicial matter, that comment received prior to the hearing cannot be considered as a basis for the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision. We will only be using evidence as presented within this hearing as the basis for our decision. The Planning and Zoning Commission hears and considers evidence presented and applies the standards set forth in the Unified Development Ordinance, Section 716.2C7, 7 standards for special use permits. The Planning and Zoning Commission must make its decision upon competent, material, and substantial evidence to determine the facts of the hearing. The Planning and Zoning Commission will use judgment and discretion to apply the standards contained in the relevant section of City Code to the facts. The commissioners, in voting for an item, will not have a fixed opinion not susceptible to change, have a conflict of interest, which is defined as having a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person or a financial interest in the outcome of the matter, or have engaged in ex parte communication regarding the application. So before we proceed any further, is any member of the commission unable to meet these standards for voting on this item? Seeing none, we will accept all commissioners as eligible to vote on this item. So the rules for speaking on this item are that we will be conducting this as an open public hearing, but participation is limited to interested parties who wish to provide comment or testimony regarding the proposal. The commission is not required to listen to evidence that is unduly repetitious or information that is irrelevant or immaterial. So if you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and how they relate to the relevant standards contained in our ordinance, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony, so at this time, I'll administer the oath for all individuals who intend to provide witness testimony. So if you wish to provide witness testimony, please stand, identify yourselves, and raise your right hand. Do you affirm or swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
This is for the special use permit hearing regarding the telecommunications tower. Hawk Creek will proceed in a legislative hearing later. Thank you. You may be seated. So now I'll turn it over to the planner coordinating review, Mr. Palmquist.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commission. Will Palmquist with Planning and Urban Design. I will be presenting this request for a special use permit for a concealed telecommunication tower at the property at South Tunnel Road. Just some quick facts on the site and what's proposed. This is the back of the existing Asheville Mall location. It's zoned urban place. And what's being proposed is a 135-foot tall concealed telecommunication facility. So here you can see the aerial imagery of the site, different kind of views. The outline of the property is a little strange on the right. It's a kind of a weird geography, but that is the property on which this telecommunication tower is proposed. It's about 41 acres in total. You can see on the red dot and then the little call out on the right map that the telecommunication tower is proposed in the southern portion of the parking lot. So So the existing zoning is urban place, UP district. Talk a little bit about what that means in a second. Concealed telecommunication towers are use allowed in the urban place zoning district through the issuance of a special use permit. Our UDO defines telecommunication towers and support structures as shown there. They are reviewed against the 7 standards by which all special use permit applications are reviewed, and I have those at the end of the presentation as well to refer to. In addition to those standards by which the special use permit is reviewed against, there are other specific requirements relating to concealed telecommunication towers. These include things like the siting of them, the design, operations, requirements for insurance, maintenance, co-location, screening, fencing, etc. The staff report provided has kind of run down through the list of all those requirements and how the application for the telecommunication tower has met or plans to meet those requirements. And then, as Chair Barton enumerated, the Planning and Zoning Commission, per the amended UDO adopted in January of 2024, makes the final decision on special use permits in a quasi-judicial hearing, and can also provide technical modifications to requirements and standards that I just previously mentioned. So here are a couple of the site plan drawings provided by the applicant showing the location of the proposed, what's called the lease area, where the facility would be located. You can see the parking deck and outline of the mall buildings here. And then this other zoomed in view of the facility shows the actual location of the pole and then the related infrastructure that would, and like utility cabinets and so forth, that would support the antenna that would be installed on that pole. These drawings show a couple different views of what the tower is proposed to look like. It's what is called a monopine telecommunication tower to mimic the look of a pine tree, as prescribed or as intended to meet in one of the requirements of the concealed telecommunication tower requirements in the special use permit section. You can also see the top-down view of the array of antenna that would be installed. Essentially, the applicant would be managing this location and then leasing out the space on the tower to sub-lessees, in this case, Verizon Wireless specifically. So the applicant is requesting a technical modification to one of the standards for concealed telecommunication towers, and that is regarding the overall height of the tower, which is limited to 100 feet in the UDO, whereas the proposed tower height is 135 feet. There's also a condition associated with this tower as it relates to the tree canopy preservation standards that would apply to the site, which basically states that since the regulation of trees is currently limited through the state statute regarding Hurricane Helene recovery to within 10 feet of property lines only, this condition would require the whole site, basically the entire mall property, to provide a 10-foot wide buffer along the subject's property boundary to preserve those trees, and that would fulfill the requirements of the tree canopy preservation ordinance as it relates to the restrictions of the Hurricane Helene recovery bill. If any new development came along in the future outside of once that special provision in the bill expires, that would trigger tree canopy preservation compliance as typically administered for the entire site based on our UDO. Here are the 7 special use standards by which all special use permits are evaluated. I won't read them, but they're here for reference to consider. and I'm glad to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Palmquist. Any initial questions for staff? Could you talk a little bit about the technical modification being requested for height? And we can seek justification from the applicant, but from staff's perspective, the height limitation as provided in the UDO, is that based on kind of outdated telecommunication needs, or is there a special circumstance that justifies the additional height at this location?
Yeah, I couldn't speak to whether that is a best practice provision or not, to be honest. It's what our limitations are. The existing height limits are just in our UDO for telecommunication towers, either concealed or not. I believe the applicant has presented information to the fact that a higher height for the antenna is required to get the type of wireless signal distribution that would be beneficial and makes sense based on factors like the topography of the area and that sort of thing. So that is the rationale that they are providing that I'm sure they can speak more to. But other than that, I can't necessarily add any more justification on that myself.
Thank you.
I had a question. Maybe it's of staff, maybe it's of legal. Under special use standards, sorry, it's embedded in here. Special use standards, see, additional special use standards, concealed telecommunications support structure, so that's D4C. The applicant for a special use permit for a concealed telecommunications support structure shall bear the burden of demonstrating by substantial evidence in a written record that a bona fide need exists. What is a bona fide need? Like, how would we determine, I guess, that there's a bona fide need for this particular tower?
The applicant's probably best to address that. These standards that we have had have probably been in here since 1997.
Mm-hmm.
And in the past, I know that other applicants have explained what bona fide need is by saying, well, they have to be able to say that there's not another tower that's within the vicinity, and that's all explained in your staff report. So this one is far enough from another tower. There's no other tower in the vicinity that could accommodate this kind of technology, but I would leave it to the engineers to try to explain what need is in terms of technology.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll invite the applicant. Before the applicant? Okay. So, of people who took the oath to provide witness testimony in this matter, is anyone asserting standing, which is sort of a special classification that is used in quasi-judicial hearings, which we can enumerate if necessary, but is anybody asserting standing on this matter? See 2, 3. I guess first question for the applicant is, do you need to hear the basis for standing in order to either accept or object to the?
I would need for them to assert their basis for standing.
Okay.
And it's, and of course, according to the law, it's not just proximity, but you have to show special damages.
That's right. So would the,
Do you want me to explain it to them a little more?
sure.
And I don't know whether, are you going to do the voir dire, or do you need me to do it, or?
I'm going to just explain
Okay.
Because we don't do quasi-judicial all that often, and I just want the people who have said that they'd like to speak to understand that even if you're not recognized as having standing, doesn't mean that you can't speak and have your testimony considered. Standing just gives you certain rights to object to the presentation, object to things that are being said, or to cross-examine. So, but to have special standing, as the applicant stated, it's not just that you are a neighboring property. You have to show that this project will impact your property in a way that it will not impact the general public. So one example might be if there was a project and the road was right at the entrance to your house, you might be able to say there was a greater traffic impact, or you'd seen, accidents right at your step, whereas your other neighbors were not as much, or other general public were not as much impacted. So with that, I don't know if that helped at all. You can decide to state how you think you have special damages because of this project, or you can not try to claim standing and then just be called to speak. But this board has chosen to listen to other witnesses and your testimony as well. What you have to say will be counted the same. You just won't have the procedural objections, and you won't have the automatic right to appeal. And then the applicant's attorney will also be able to question you as to whether you really do have standing or not. So, did that help?
So is there after that robust legal explanation, is there still an assertion of standing on this, or just a desire to provide witness testimony?
Yeah, I'm gonna start with that one, and then you can have
Witness testimony.
I'll let someone else lines anyway, so mine will be real.
So
I just want to have it available.
we're not hearing any members of the public here to assert standing on this matter, so applicant can proceed with your presentation.
How do I go back? Just need to go back here. Let me start off with some procedural things. The one for Michael, Will, where was that?
That's just the far right.
I got it. Thank you. My name is Tom Johnson. I'm an attorney with Williams Mullen at 301 Fayetteville Street, Suite 1700 in Raleigh, North Carolina, here on behalf of the applicant Vogue Towers. I want to start off by asking that the application, the associated documents that have been submitted in this case, the staff report, be admitted into evidence in support of our application for a special use permit.
So granted.
Okay. And then also, I do want to clarify that we agree with the condition that was proposed with respect to the tree canopy. So we do accept that condition. And I also want to clarify that based upon the staff report, what Mr. Palmquist came up here and testified about, as far as the standards that we have to meet with respect to towers in the ordinance, the staff report said we met all of those standards. So I was going to proceed to just focus on the 7 special use permit standards and not all. I mean, it's pretty long and it would be lengthy to go through all of it. But basically, we met everything but the height, which is a technical modification we've requested, which we will go through. And we will go through the 7 standards of the special use permit if this board is good with that.
That's acceptable.
Okay. And we will go through, too, the need for the tower, and I have a radio frequency engineer from Verizon to address that, so I did want to clarify that since that question's come up. So I am now going to have Michael Sandifer, who submitted the application with Vogue Towers, to come up and just introduce it, and then we will come back with some of our other witnesses.
Good evening. My name is Michael Sandifer. I represent Vogue Towers and act as a project manager with their developments of sites. Okay. I will go as quick as I can. I appreciate everything y'all do and bless your heart for today. Quick introduction. I'll keep it as short and brief as possible. So Vogue Towers, as Will had mentioned, is proposing a new what we call a multi-provider wireless communications facility. Multi-provider means for all the carriers. In this particular instance, the co-applicant is Verizon Wireless, but there will be space both on the tower and on the ground for a T-Mobile or an AT&T. Essentially, if you can imagine taking a shopping center and turning it up, basically these companies that are tower companies can lease out space just like you would in suites. So, and also to clarify, this is a 130-foot monopine structure. For the purpose of setbacks and various things, we include the 5-foot lightning rod, so that's where the 135 comes from. That includes the lightning rod, but the actual structure itself we're asking for is just 130 feet. All this will be located within a fenced and secure compound. I've mentioned Verizon is co-applicant in this, but again, it will be open for any wireless provider and spaces available. In addition to that, Vogue Towers makes their towers available to local first responders and EMA. So if there's a need in this particular area for police or fire, they always work with them as well, rent-free. Once the site is complete, it will be unmanned, meaning no one there, a technician that stops by maybe once every 4 to 6 weeks to check on it, but most everything's operated remote. Because it is unmanned, there's no increase in traffic. It'll sit back there and secured. There was a discussion during the break about a monopine in particular. If you've seen some of these, maybe older than, say, 7 years, they often look like a bottle scrubber or something not as appealing. The technology has changed quite a bit, as well as you're now able to design these based on density. They have something called BPF, or it's branches per foot. And so you can design one of these with 3.5 branches per foot or 4 branches per foot. So it's a much denser tree. They look a lot better. And I think we included a photo. I thought I included the one of maybe over in Gatlinburg.
Yeah, I think of that application.
In the package.
I think in the packet with those attachments, it's included in that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just some quick stats just to give context to the growing need for wireless. Americans use more than 100 trillion megabytes of data in 2023, enough for every household to watch the first season of House of the Dragon every day for an entire year. It's a 36% increase in usage from 2022, and more than all of the data used from 2010 to 18 combined. And they say that we, in 2023, had 67,000 text or short messages per second. There's 558 million wireless connections in the US, or 1.6 for every American. Right now, approximately 80% of 911 calls are generated from a wireless device, and that is out of roughly 240 million E911 calls per year. 76% of adults live in a wireless-only household. As you would have guessed, for the younger generations, that number is much higher as far as not having landline. And then 80% of consumers consider wireless indispensable. Brief information on the site itself. Will already went over some of these things. It's in the UP zoning. We're requesting special use permit, the compliance with the ordinance. We're asking for the 130 feet, which I'll show you some photo simulations to get a reference of what that is versus 100 feet. The one other item is from the landscaping, because we're taking over parking spaces. You can kind of see some up here. The fact that it goes out into the parking, we were proposing a wooden privacy fence rather than tearing up more parking for the landscaping itself. So that is one also a minor change. As I mentioned before, it's designed for multiple providers. We had TRC approval with conditions on July 17th. We hosted the neighborhood meeting, which I see some folks here from that. And I will say this, I know the folks are against it, but it was the nicest group of people that I've ever had the pleasure of talking to regarding one of these. So the conversation was very pleasant. Approximate location, you saw the top-down view both on the aerial and the site plan. I was trying to give a little context. You'll see in the site plan, we're proposing to remove that last light pole. I was trying to draw in here approximately where it is with all the trailers parked here. It's kind of hard to draw it out, but it's that back corner of the parking lot. That would be the southwest corner, past where I think it's JCPenney's used to be, and just west of the parking deck. Here's a couple of, picked out a few photo simulations from what we submitted in the package. You can see the after from location number 1, and you see just the top of, and this is at 130 feet, by the way. See the top just right there. And I picked another one. This is from down below Lowe's. It does show there because everything's going downhill, so you do see far more of it there versus everywhere else. As far as some of the questions regarding that, the request for the additional height, as Tom mentioned, we've got RF that can speak to the technical parameters of it. This is also from a compliance with the ordinance. There's also the factor of designing this for multiple carriers and co-location. You'll see that if I go back up, it's barely visible, and there were some of these vantage points that you couldn't see it at even 130. If at 100 feet, you essentially are just ruling out, no one else would need it, be able to use it because it can't see over the trees. So that's another portion of it, was to be able to have where this could be available for co-location and someone would actually use it. In addition, what we've shown on the plan, there's a radius or a circle around everything that we talked when we met last summer and started this project, when not only meeting the setbacks for what it is, especially going to the residential property, we also incorporate an engineer fall zone, which is basically at a 50%. The circle on the plan shows 70 feet just to be conservative. Essentially what a fall zone is the bottom portion of a tower, in this case, say 50%, is over-designed. So if you've ever had an umbrella shaft or a golf club shaft, get that kink, that's what it is, and that's what these look like here. When they're designed essentially to fall over on themselves or crumple at a designated point. So I'm happy, we've got other folks here to help, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Do I hit escape? Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Did you? Thank you, Michael. I do want to clarify a little more, explain a little more about, you've got on this slide currently Rev H. Those are wind and ice loading standards that are used in the design of towers. Those are being modified over the years based upon wind and ice data in a given location. So these towers are designed to comply, especially up here because you would have wind and ice at the same time. They're designed to accommodate for that, and actually are technically built to over-accommodate for that by some safety factor, but it's specific to the location where they are. And so here it may be more stringent with the wind and ice loading. On the coast, as you get closer to the coast, there's more of a wind loading issue. As you get in between, in fact, some of these standards have been reduced because they found that hurricanes, when they would come in and hit land, the wind goes down really, really fast. They weaken really, really fast when they hit it wind-wise. Now, I know flooding-wise, we know that's not the case. It will rain, but the wind really dies down. And so those standards have been adjusted over the years to accommodate for those things. So I did want to clarify that that's what Rev H means. That's what that's all about. I'm going to skip through some of these slides because they're a little duplicative of what Michael did and what Will did when he was up here. But I first want to have Sam, who's with Verizon. He's a radio frequency engineer, RF engineer. His job is to go around and design the system to be able to serve Verizon's customers. And so I want to have him come up and talk about this, but this map here shows why there's the need, basically. Existing coverage is on the left, the proposed coverage is on the right. But in this area, and I'll have him explain it, but in this area, there is basic coverage. The issue is more capacity. And what capacity is the more people that use a given tower, you have to have more towers to accommodate that traffic. Just like if you have a sewer line and it gets full, you've got to put in a bigger sewer line. In this case, you need another tower. This is a very heavily commercial area. It's, you've got the interstate coming through there, 240 coming through there. So you need that extra capacity. So let me have Sam come up, speak to his qualifications, and he can share a little bit, and I'm going to kind of walk him through describing to you the need for the tower and what that means. Sam, if you just state your name, address, and qualifications.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Sam Kamel. I'm a senior RF engineer with Verizon Wireless, and my office is in Charlotte, and I am the engineer in charge of the technical design for the Asheville market. So this site is under my responsibility.
And what led to having the requirements for this site?
Can I'm just trying to figure out how to get you guys both on the mic so we can, everybody can hear. Is it okay if?
Yeah, you can.
I know I just realized that, yeah. I know, that's what I thought when I said, but I can't think of another open one, so.
I think it's on.
That one's a little different for some reason.
This one's different, I think.
I think it's a green one.
Do you hear me on here now?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Sam. Tell about what came about so far as the need for this site.
Right. So in the area that you see on the left side there, okay, this is the existing coverage from the several cell sites that are around in the area. So you have good signal. People have good signal there. But there is a time, which is right now, that happened that the performance of the speed, for example, is very slow. For example, when you watch YouTube or you do something that has to do with data, okay, it's very, very slow. And the reason for this is that the sites around in the area are taking too much traffic, more than they're supposed to handle. So this is the need right now, is to have an extra site that can do something called offload. Offload means take some of the traffic that is being served right now and have it dedicated to that new site. And this is where the picture here on the right, that site, that new site, will be able to serve that area or have users from this area being directed to that new site. So it will, in effect, it will relieve the other sites. And in doing so, the obvious conclusion is it will the users will experience better speed, better performance. So this is in a nutshell the goal of this site. Yep.
Oh, and that's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
and so what happens if you didn't have the additional capacity or take care of that? What would the customer experience be?
Yeah, very simple. The customer will experience very slow speed, very slow download, very slow upload. It's just like, you experience when you are surfing the internet at a certain time in the day and you have all these people surfing at the same time, your speed is going to be lower. This is the obvious thing. In a simple way, think of it like for example, if there is 20 people going to the bank and there is only one teller serving these 20 people. The obvious solution is you want to open another teller just next window so you can have 10 people going to the existing teller and 10 people going to the next teller. So you are offloading by 50%. And this is what we want to do here, is that we want to relieve some of the burden on the other sites by doing a new site in this particular area to serve this particular users in this area.
And in terms of the height, I know we've asked for a technical modification because it's a difference between for Verizon's purposes, 100 feet and 130 feet.
Right.
Why the need for the 130 feet over 100 feet where this is located?
Yeah, there's a couple of reasons. Okay, there's a lot of reasons, but just the main ones are when you are at a higher height, okay, you are able to clear the clutter and the terrain. And I'm not talking about clearing the clutter by just being over the clutter. No, we have to clear the clutter by a certain distance, because signal-wise, there's a lot of calculations that go into this, but there has to be a certain distance even above the clutter. So it's not like 1 foot or 2 feet. We have to have enough distance for the signal to clear it, so it can function or can arrive at the users in the strength that it is intended to. This is one reason. Another reason, was the new technologies. For example, if you know, like 5G and all that, these technologies, they use specific signals that are very susceptible to interference. So any lowering in height will affect the performance of these new technology because of the way the signal is, made, or the characteristics of that signal. So because of these new technologies, the height is very important to make sure we're able to send that signal clearly to the users in this group.
And obviously, I guess you're trying to really cover, there's a lot of commercial area around the mall and up on Tunnel Road.
Yeah.
So you're trying to get good signal to those customers that are there. You saw the picture earlier, I think, that Michael showed that there was parking deck back there where the tower is, and it's on the lower end of the mall behind JCPenney. So are those the kind of obstructions that you were talking about, or clutter that would cause issues?
Yeah, these areas have high usage, like people like in the mall, right? This is high usage area. So we're talking about two things here. We're talking about where the areas that have a lot of users, and at the same time we're talking about the clutter and and what we want to overcome from getting a higher height, the clutter and terrain and buildings and all that. So it's two things. Yes.
Okay, and then maybe this example would help. I know I've been in a store before, and I'm wanting to kind of use my app in the store, and I have trouble. Describe the difference between if I'm in building versus outside and what that means.
Right. So in building means inside the building, and any building is made or is built with different materials. So for example, you have building that is made with wood, building that is made with brick, different materials, right? So the dense the material is, the more difficult for the signal to go inside. So in building, when you are in building, in a dense building, okay, you might not be able to receive a good signal. And we have all experienced this, like basements of many areas, right? So that's the in building. When you go outside, okay, your signal is stronger, because the signal does not need to penetrate inside a dense wall or an area that decreases the level. So that's the difference between in building and outside. When you have a higher height, we'll be able to point the antenna we have more flexibility with pointing the antenna to direct it in a certain area to certain users, to certain buildings, to be able to focus on penetrating these buildings when you have a higher height as opposed to lower height.
Okay. Thank you for that. And there was one other question about any additional structures nearby, and I think the ordinance requires you look within a quarter mile for any electrical poles or transmission lines, and there was one that was looked at for this site.
Yeah.
Why was that not able to be used?
Right. We looked at that. The ground elevation, I think, was like 50 feet lower than the ground elevation for this one. So what I mean is, you know how the terrain, like this one is on a higher elevation. The other pole talking about, 0.25 is a lot lower. So even if something built it will not reach to this area. And the second point is, it's a quarter mile away. We need something in that particular area. Like going back to the example of the teller, we need to have the teller open next window, not in a different building, because the traffic is right there.
Right. I don't have any questions right now, but I don't know if the board wants to question.
I have a question.
The RF engineer right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what was listed in the application for bona fide use was basically what you're describing, which is, and I lost my page. Purposefully provide as much redundant coverage, right? Because of the amount of traffic. Are there available spaces on the other poles that aren't being used that could provide this redundancy?
You're talking about.
Let me clarify, what poles?
Yeah.
Whatever, we obviously have signal coverage here in the pre.
The existing towers?
Existing towers,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yeah. That's actually, the existing towers are used to the max. That's exactly why we want to do this, because if there was something else that we could do to the existing towers, we would have done, and we did. And for example, I can give you just a little bit technical, if we want to add more redundancy to the existing tower, we would add different type of frequencies, for example, okay? So we can do that, and we have done all of that. So there is nothing left at the existing towers that could be done and have not done. So now the solution is we need a redundant or an extra or a new location with its own independent radios that will offload the existing towers.
Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Sam.
Actually, I did. I was
Go
just
ahead.
on mute. I was wondering, did you produce this pre and post? Did you produce the post image for the 100-foot elevation that's included in our UDO?
For the 100 foot, we did, yes. We did produce both, and we looked at, specifically when we did this, we looked at the amount of offload that we would get between the 100 foot and the 130 foot. So the area, is reduced, but what's more important is how much the new site at 100 feet can offload. And what I mean by offload is how many users can go to the new site. So we discovered that by going from 100 to 130, the difference could be between 27% to 43 or 44% more offload than the 100 feet. So 130, you have more offload, more users can go to the site instead of the lower height. Does that make sense?
Does that answer your question?
Does it follow, did you study it at 200 feet?
I'm sorry?
Did you study the pole at 200 feet?
We didn't, because we know that we'll never be able to do 200 feet. So we're just focusing on what we can do and what we can. Of course, if we do 200 feet, no problem.
Yeah.
We can,
Yeah.
So
I
in
think
this
the
case,
idea was a compromise to go,
Yeah.
Obviously you could go to 200 and it'd be better, but we're trying to keep it as close to 100 as we could and still meet the objective.
Exactly. We were calculating how much distance above the clutter we really need, okay, to be able to provide the coverage and or the capacity that you. So that calculation, we are able to make it was 130 feet. So.
So, given the analysis of the area and the investigation of other existing poles and infrastructure, this particular parcel is close to 41 acres. Was there any consideration of alternate locations within this parcel? For example, building attached? Does this have to be a freestanding tower, or can it be building attached?
I'd like to, Michael would have to address that because the RF engineers don't get involved in the site selection part. They give guidance on various ones, but I can have Michael Sandifer come back up and speak to that.
So for the RF engineer's perspective, the added capacity, could it be accomplished through building attachment versus freestanding? Does that impact any of the transmission performance
Can
of
you
the
please
tower?
explain what you mean by building attachment? Like,
I think he's talking about a rooftop
Oh.
versus a pole, and how much equipment that a rooftop can accommodate versus a pole, and how much height you can get.
Right. So it all depends on the height, right? So technically speaking, if we have a rooftop in the same location at the same height, we can do the RF will work. It's not an issue of like the specific type of building. Okay, it's more about the height and the ability to install the antennas that we want to install at different locations. So as simple as that.
Okay, thank you for that. And I would like to ask the same question of Michael.
Is there any other question of the RF engineer before Michael comes up and speaks to location? All right. Michael, if you could come back up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
So the location, typically 99% of all the sites when wireless is done are leased. And so you have to go in and work with a property owner, and you have to do, it's their property, you have to do what they want. The back corner here was specific to the mall owner, which I also have to say was the mall owner at the time. It's, I think, recently sold as a Marchish or so. But that was specific to the property owner, which is pretty typical, even out on a farmland or something. It's, go to the back corner, that's a pretty typical scenario for using someone's property.
So when you approach a property owner, do you ask, do you provide a location that is advantageous, or just ask for a certain amount of square footage and access under your lease agreement?
Both. So typically in this world, you have to find people that say yes. And a lot of the phone calls and mailers and things knocking on doors go unanswered. Sometimes people just aren't interested. But then once you get to a yes, you work out something, typically walking a site, try to look at the ordinance in advance and say, okay, I can't go right there on the property line. To meet setbacks, I've got to be 100 feet off here. Would this be acceptable? So it's a combination of what they're wanting, as much as combination of that mixed with, can we make it work here? And so the sites I typically walk, it's mostly a pretty good conversation, and they understand once I explain the zoning requirements for a tower that, hey, I've got to be 100 feet off here. Is that okay? And then I'll keep it as tight as I can, but I can't go all the way to your line. I don't know if that answered.
Partially, was this specific property owner asked about a building-mounted antenna versus a freestanding tower?
No, Will and I talked about that last summer, but there's nothing on this property that's more than maybe 4 stories. So it doesn't get close to meeting the coverage objective for this site. So we didn't talk with the mall owner specifically about a rooftop, just because there's nothing that gets remotely close.
Building wasn't suitable for a rooftop?
Yeah.
Okay.
That back parking deck is only one level up. It's 23 feet to the top of the rail, the concrete wall of the parking deck. The top of the light fixture is 54 or 56 feet. So there's a light fixture on the backside of the parking deck that's up on the edge of the parking deck. So that even combined is roughly, half the height we needed. The building, the mall itself is, I can't remember the height, but maybe around 4 stories max at the tallest location. So it just wasn't an option.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Michael was speaking to this, but let me also show, this is showing the power pole, and we had to look at, it was there on the edge of the quarter mile, but it's also down by the river, so obviously the river's lower, and that's where the 50 feet lower came from. Will showed this earlier and showed the location. This is what Michael was just talking about. There's the parking deck. The site is just almost straight ahead where these lighter colored trees are, and you've got the light pole on top of the parking deck. So that was the height that he was speaking to, about the height of the deck, the rail of the deck, and the pole that was nearby. That was shown earlier. Let me show some more of the photo simulations. I know Michael showed some. I wanted to show some others and just give you some more perspective. He showed the ones that probably showed it as much as any of them, but this is the location one that Michael showed and showed that is barely above the trees. This second one is across Lake Kenilworth off Sheridan Road. And again, it's a pretty similar situation so far as you can just barely see it above. I mean, it's almost hard to even distinguish it here because you can't see it. This is a photo location 3, which is at Glendale Avenue and Swannanoa River Road. You can't see it. This location 4 is the one Michael showed earlier from Lowe's. And you can see it better there just because of the elevation. But again, the monopine helps it blend in with the existing tree cover that's there. This is not visible. This is from Tunnel Road and the mall entrance at Belk. So it's on that Belk entrance to the mall. You can't see it from there. And this is from down on Swannanoa River Road, south. You can barely see it above the trees. The businesses I noted there there's a Dark City Molds and a Asheville Heating and Cooling is down there. And you really can barely see it above the trees, again, from this location. So it gives you a better idea of how this is concealed and how, especially in this area, elevation perspective makes a big difference as to whether the tower is visible or not. And the other thing I will say is I came in to Asheville and I came in on 240 and I could see the mall over and see where it was going to be. And the thing that stood out to me is there are a ton of light poles on that parking lot and that mall property. I mean, there are existing tall structures already there, which is another reason that helps this blend in as being a tall structure and additional infrastructure you're adding. Plus, there is an advantage to being where on this property that the mall owner wanted it, because it is down where there's a buffer of existing trees that we've agreed by condition to keep in place that helps the monopine blend in with that. So it was a combination of those factors that makes this a good location. It's a commercial property and not a residential property. And that segues into my next witness, which is Michael.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Before we go there,
Sure.
were any of these proposed photo renderings done on White Pines Drive or East Shore Drive, the residential area behind here?
The one that's behind it is right here. Wait a minute. This one. That's White Pine Drive. That's White Pine Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to skip forward. If anybody has any questions at this point. Okay, next I'm going to have Michael Berkowitz come up. He is an appraiser, and I'll have him speak to his name, address, and qualifications and share. He did an impact study. I am going to hand out copies of his report for the record, but he's also going to go through his report and explain it.
Good evening. My name is Michael Berkowitz. My address is 1100 Sundance Drive, Concord, North Carolina. I've been a certified general appraiser in North Carolina for over 20 years. I was asked to perform an impact study of the proposed tower on the Asheville Mall site. Okay. Certainly. I'm a North Carolina certified general appraiser, have been for over 20 years, have done work in this area all over the state. What I was asked to do was to perform an impact study of the proposed tower.
Let me first, if I can tender Michael as an expert appraiser to testify as to the impact of the tower on adjoining properties. If you need to question him more about his qualifications, feel free.
It's the board's decision to decide to accept him as an expert. It's a procedural thing. If you have more questions, you can ask.
I have no questions on the qualifications of this proposed expert.
And I'll say his specific list of qualifications are in the report I just handed to you as well.
Thank you. You may proceed.
The first step in the impact study that I performed was to look at towers in the Asheville area and the surrounding, the proposed development. Those are listed on page 20 of the ones that I was able to find and look at their visual impact and the surrounding developments. What I did see was a consistency with respect to the placement of towers in the Asheville area near major thoroughfares, industrial areas, commercial areas, things of that nature, to be able to try to minimize the impact of a proposed tower. What I did during that research, there was one which was on 43 Seminole Street, which had residential properties behind a commercial property that also had a tower. The unique piece of this was that the property that was had the highest level of visibility sold of the tower. And then there was another property at the cul-de-sac which had a little trail that led to the commercial parking lot adjacent to it. The property that was adjacent to the parking sold for less than the property with the sale of a visual impact of a cell tower. That is called a matched pair, in which you're trying to, despite attempts to adjust it and look at it, there still was a variance which I attributed to the adjacent location to a commercial parking lot. So after inspecting the Asheville Mall site, I did the research to be able to determine, is there already an external influence on property values of adjacent or abutting properties? And as shown in the report, I looked at back sales for the last 5 years, broke them down by market, the conditions. So somewhere in 2020, during the pandemic, then there was the explosion after, and recognizing market trends within the Asheville market, segregated them accordingly in order to try to isolate the impact of the existing improvements that are there at the Asheville Mall. Based upon that analysis, there's still, for the properties adjacent to the mall, there is an adverse impact or an external influence on property values for those properties already. So what is there? There is lighting, potential for noise, the parking, all of those factors. So now what you look at is that given that there is an existing external influence proven by the data, then I say, well, what would the influence of this tower be? This tower makes no traffic, makes no noise, and the other factors supersede it. So when based upon the market data, that the market data in Asheville says that that the incremental increase, whatever it may be from the visual impact of this monopine tower, compared to a regional mall, a failing regional mall, well, it is empty. You have empty, and I've worked on regional malls all over this state, and it is a blight. And until such time, the most significant external factor on property values for the neighborhood behind and that entire area will be what eventually happens to that mall. Could it be a high rise? Could it be a bunch of things? Could be a whole, you have a very liberal zoning designation there. So there could be other items that impact those surrounding values. Not to mention that when I drove through there, and I drove down White Pine Drive and drove around the mall and around the other streets, Sheridan, I think Waverly, and a couple others, just looking at that, that is a beautiful little neighborhood. Older homes, some built in the 20s and the 50s. You know, I think there are some that have been subdivided and some newer houses that have been built in there. But the fact of the matter is that the Asheville Mall poses an external influence on property values of those adjacent or abutting properties, and that the incremental increase of developing a 130-foot monopine tower in the corner of the parking lot will not substantially injure the value of adjacent or abutting properties. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
In your report, you distinguish between tower types, monopole and lattice. This monopine, is that considered a subtype of monopole?
Well, yeah, there were no monopines. Right. So, but a monopine is actually, and I've done these in other counties in the mountains, those are typically used. I know they've been used in cities and they look like terrible things, as Michael was saying. They look like toilet brushes or something like that. But because of the topography, it actually reduces the visual footprint of the tower because of your change in elevations and your background. So if you're looking up at the tower and the background is trees, it looks less. You actually see less. Same thing with looking down. When you're looking into a tree canopy, it just sticks above it a little bit, as opposed to a pole, with equipment, which is much more intrusive.
So in your expert opinion, of the various pole types, the monopine would have the least impact on surrounding property values?
Especially given the existing tree canopy.
Any other questions for this witness?
Thank you for your time.
I mean, at this point, I was going to summarize why we meet the requirements for the technical modification and how we meet the 7 standards of the special use permit, unless you want me to reserve that until after others have spoken, and I can summarize at the end. And I'll leave that up to you, board, procedurally.
Why don't you walk through it now?
Okay. There are actually 2 technical modifications. I missed one earlier. Michael reminded me of that when he spoke to the landscaping. The first is we're putting a fence and not putting landscaping in the parking lot. We're not going to dig up more pavement, but actually do a privacy fence around the compound. We would ask for that technical modification. Given the location where it is, it makes sense based upon the view, and I can go back. Basically what we're looking at here. It would blend in as well, and if you try to put shrubs to shelter the tower from the rest of the parking lot, it really doesn't make sense in this circumstance. Second, in terms of the tower height, the RF engineer from Verizon very specifically addressed why they looked at 100 feet versus 130 feet, and it was a significant difference in terms of the ability to have the strength of signal to cover this commercial area as well as major transportation corridor, and to offload the traffic that's necessary in order to be able to maintain maintain and improve the service in this area, both data and voice. And we would ask that you allow that additional height, given the location at the lower end of the parking lot and given the existing improvements around it, and given the analysis of the RF engineer in terms of needing that additional height, and that it made a significant difference between 130 feet and 100 feet. Plus, on top of that, Michael Sandifer testified that with the requirement that there be additional carriers on this tower to maximize the use of the tower, you need that additional height in order for those other carriers to be able to get over some of the obstructions. So to make it realistic that other carriers might come forward and be interested in using this tower as the ordinance encourages. I think it requires one additional carrier, but obviously we want to maximize it with more than that. In terms of the special use permit factors, the first factor is the proposed use or development of the land will not materially endanger the public health or safety. As Michael testified, it enhances the public health and safety because 80% plus of calls to 911 are from wireless. We depend on our phones for a lot of things, applications, maybe health-related applications that we need to work. That's listed in the report as well. But also to be able to, when you dial 911, whether you're in building or outside, you're able to get 911 and you're able to get the emergency services you need. This type of infrastructure is critical to that, especially since most folks don't have landline phones anymore. Second factor is the proposed use is or development of the land is reasonably compatible with significant natural or topographic features on the site. That comes down to what was stated earlier, what the chair asked about and asked Mr. Berkowitz about, and that is we're doing a monopine here to blend in with the background. We showed the photo sims that showed how it blends in with the background, even for those on the adjoining subdivision. And Mr. Berkowitz's testimony as an expert is that it helps it blend in better especially given the tree canopy at this location and the condition that we're not disturbing the existing tree canopy within 10 feet of the property line as a condition. The proposed use or development of the land will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Mr. Berkowitz gave his expert opinion to that effect, plus his report, which I will formally do request that it be admitted into evidence, as well as you'd already qualified him as an expert. The proposed use of the land, development or land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, character of the area or neighborhood in which it's located. First of all, North Carolina law is that if the ordinance allows a tower as a special use in this district, it's presumed to be in harmony. In other words, the council's given the direction that towers are okay in this district, therefore the presumption is in our favor that it's in harmony. But beyond that, Michael Berkowitz clearly with his testimony is this is in harmony with this commercial property and the surrounding trees that the monopine will blend in with. It's in harmony with that area and consistent with, as he testified, other towers in the Asheville area that typically are on commercial or industrial related properties or on major thoroughfares. The proposed use or development of the land will generally conform to the comprehensive plan, smart growth plans, strategic plan. It's mentioned in the staff report. The staff response is this is town center. This is important infrastructure for the town center area, and the comprehensive plan recognizes the need for all types of infrastructure, the tower included, which provides that communication infrastructure necessary to support the development that the comprehensive plan anticipates to occur in the town center district. The proposed use is appropriately located with respect to transportation facilities, water supply, fire, police, waste disposal, and other similar facilities. In this case, the impact or the need for those various facilities is very limited. Site just needs power and fiber optic cable. It doesn't need water, sewer, or any of those other requirements that other types of development may require. Police and fire response, it's on a major corridor next to a major mall that has ease of access to the local transportation network, so fire and police can get in there very easily. There's plenty of width, plenty of area to do that. Plus, the technical review committee has gone over this, which would include fire and public safety, and it's been approved. The final factor, the proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. Michael Sandifer testified to this clearly. There will be no traffic of any consequence. Maybe a maintenance vehicle coming every 4 to 6 weeks. We all know everything's remote now, including working. So the remote access to this site is all that is really needed. Site visits aren't necessary unless something unusual happens or to do a regular check of the site to make sure everything's okay. So based upon that, based upon the staff report, that we met all of the conditions, based upon the evidence we've presented with respect to the technical modifications, we ask that you approve the special use permit with the 2 technical modifications that we requested. If you have any other questions of me or my other witnesses, certainly we're available to answer those. And I would like to reserve time, if anyone else speaks, to be able to address anything that's raised in those statements.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just wanted to follow up with Ms. Ashley about a comment that you made about presumed harmony. Was that statement correct from the perspective of city legal?
That is correct. It is an allowed use, but it's a special, you have special conditions to make it even more compatible. So that's, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have questions of I guess, staff now in the UDO. So what's proposed here is a monopine, so it's supposed to mimic the tree, as we discussed. Is that a requirement, or could this pole just simply be naked?
It is a requirement that the pole has clothes on. So I believe it's under 716.2D4.
I might be in the minority, but I know in this particular area, about 80% of the canopy is deciduous. And in our location, I know there's been a lot of talk about how these structures blend in better in Western North Carolina, but I don't necessarily agree with that statement in many areas.
So it doesn't require monopine specifically. It requires that the facility be considered either a work of public art or on developed parcels that the structure appears integral or complements the design of buildings or complex of buildings, or that the overall location design and configuration is appropriate to the particular proposed location. So that third caveat is where staff was finding that the monopine was meeting that requirement, that the design and configuration is appropriate for that proposed location, given the tree canopy nearby and so forth.
I just, all those before and after photos of proposed locations, I bet you in a lot of those, if it was just a skinny pole, you wouldn't even notice it, especially in the winter.
I don't think we have any other monopines. Are you saying that we have, I believe this is the first one that's designed to look like a pine tree?
Sure.
I will say, we did the monopine, as Will said, in consultation with staff and given where it was on the mall property, that there was tree canopy. But, and I will say this, and I'm sure my client would agree, I mean, if you're fine with it being a regular monopole, we're not going to object because it's a substantially bigger investment to make it a monopine, but, I'll leave that to the board.
Yeah, sure. I may be in the minority.
And I can't say that in some given circumstances, I would agree with you. In this one, it works as well as it would work almost anywhere as far as a monopine is concerned. There's some monopines that are in locations that look terrible. I mean, admittedly so. But in this situation, it was a little bit different because as we measured the prevailing canopy, it was somewhere, and those mature trees were somewhere in the 50 to 70 foot range. And then obviously given elevation changes, it helps it blend in. Would it make a difference that you see the top and it's got greenery on it versus you see the top and it's just a pole? I mean, that's in the eyes of the beholder. But we went down that path, with, again, working with staff to come up with that. Could you say because of the light poles that the monopole blends in better? Maybe you could. I wouldn't argue against that, but I leave that to the board to make that decision. I really do. I mean, we've proposed a monopine. I'm not going to object if you make it a monopole.
I hear you. I'm for everybody else's benefit. I think a lot of these, what we're doing here is looking at it with canopy in the summer, spring. In the winter, you're going to be looking at something that sticks out, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's not as much, I agree with what you're saying, but it's not as much if it's over a deciduous tree because there are limbs and you'll see greenery above it. And it wouldn't be unlike the mixed foliage you have here, which you have the pines and then you have the deciduous trees. It still does help in that regard. But again, I leave it to the board as far as how you feel about it and whether you'd rather just stick with a regular monopole in this situation, and we would not object.
Question for city staff on this. Procedurally, since all the evidence submitted has been monopine and we haven't really, I mean, personally, I agree with you, Commissioner Cycle, but would it need to be continued in order to resubmit it? Because, we haven't had evidence submitted as a plain pole.
Yeah, it might change the nature of the application. It would have to consider the use and if it's permitted in the urban place district. So telecommunication towers or monopoles by themselves are not a permitted use in urban place. Concealed telecommunication towers are permitted by an SUP. So that kind of changes the nature of the use, and there's obviously different criteria for the concealed tower. And I think really the crux of the matter is that when it says the Planning and Zoning Commission shall not approve the special use application for a concealed telecommunications structure unless it finds that 1, 2, or 3, it's a work of public art, it's integral to the buildings or complex of buildings on the same parcel, or that the overall location, design, and configuration is appropriate to the particular proposed location. So I think it has to meet one of those three criteria in some way to distinguish it as a concealed facility and not just a regular old monopole, which is not a permitted use in urban place district. So it doesn't have to be a monopine per se, but it would have to meet one of those three criteria to be considered a concealed structure and then be a permitted use in the district.
And I can't really argue with what Will said in terms of the way the ordinance is currently written. I would encourage you to consider changing that, but as of now, that's what we're dealing with.
Add it to the list.
And I've had that happen before at other hearings where in the end, the board asked council to in the future, can you change it? But at this point, it's what we're working with, and it does say concealed, and I could argue maybe a monopole in that location is concealed, but if it says specifically a monopole is not allowed, that becomes the difficult factor.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor it. I just know that one's what, 56 feet up in the air. Like, let's add a bunch of synthetic branches on that and see how it looks.
Well, the truth of the matter is that we're putting the monopine closer to the trees because we're removing one larger tree and a couple of smaller trees, but leaving the rest of that canopy per the condition we worked out with staff.
Just in that spirit real quick, are we going to discuss the technical modification or can we not do that during the special use hearing as far as whether the 130 feet versus 100 feet as defined within the UDO?
I think in this case, the burden is on the applicant to justify the modification, and it's up to us to decide whether it's a reasonable request. Is that fair?
So I guess to just be really clear, my question would be, is it voting yes or no on 130 feet only, or can the applicant remove the technical modification and say that they would keep the pole at 100 feet?
Their request is the modification, so it's not quite like a conditional zoning where you can sort of bargain about the condition. That's their request, and if you feel that they've demonstrated the need for that, then that's what the commission would be
So
focusing on.
it's a special use permit with a technical modification, and that's what we'll vote on. Not just special use permit, but also with the technical modification.
But the special use permit, you could add conditions to it, and then they can ask for this modification. And then you're looking at the standards. Does the fact that it's increased to that height, does it somehow not allow them to meet the standards as written, the 7 standards?
But our position would be the RF engineer testified that there was a large percentage of difference between 100 feet and 130 feet. And there's not been any record, any evidence to the contrary. And so that's what we would rely on, is we have an RF engineer who designs the sites in the Asheville area and is familiar with this area and looked at it at 100 feet versus 130, and there was a significant difference percentage-wise in the coverage, which he
Right.
testified to.
So I think that's a good point, Commissioner Wheatley, though, right? Like, so the burden of proof, the evidence, the scintilla evidence for a standard use permit, but this is then a modification. Does that modification require the same level of burden of evidence?
The burden is, as proposed, have they showed that they tended to show that they met these standards as the overall application? Don't think of it as an additional. This is the request for the special use permit, and it has this 135 feet and the fence instead of landscape.
And I would say consider it as, and your attorney can concur or not, it's a special use permit for the tower, But then in addition, there are 2 technical modifications you need to approve, similar to conditions, but whether we met the burden on our technical modifications. But to me, it's the same burden, essentially, that we have to meet. And our position is we met that, by the RF engineer testifying that we can't meet the coverage objectives of this site. And it's there's written evidence in the record to a written report. Can't meet the coverage objectives without this being at 130 feet, 135 with a lightning rod. And that's what we're relying on as an additional technical modification. So it is kind of an additional decision you have to make on top of the special use permit.
I did want to note on the second modification that was brought up regarding the fence, it does state in that standard that requires the shrub screening, that it does say, except where a design of a non-vegetative screening better reflects and complements the architectural character of the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, so the staff level, that's a staff level decision then, right?
Basically, yeah. So in that case, the wooden privacy fence,
Okay.
staff felt that would be considered in that realm. So if so the commission could consider that too, but at the staff level, we felt that met the requirement for the screening, so it wouldn't really be a modification.
Then I'd kind of backtrack a little bit on that and say I think the staff level decision on that is what carries the day, so it's still down to the 1 technical modification to 135 feet. And it would still be the same. If we've met our burden, then we've met our burden unless there's evidence to the contrary.
Shall we open public comment or any further questions for the applicant? All right, at 8:42, we will open public comment on this matter. As a reminder, anyone who wishes to provide witness testimony can be taken into consideration. However, we ask that you limit your testimony to specific and factual impacts. Opinion of impact is not really under consideration under the special use permit process. So we do have a few people signed up for public comment on this matter. We'll start with Philip Hawkins, if you're still here.
Are we timing public comment for these? Okay.
Since there's only a few, we'll just kind of move through. Please state your name and whether you affirm that you were sworn in at the beginning of this matter.
My name is Philip Hawkins, and yes, I was sworn in. I'm an Asheville native, live on White Pine Drive. We've been there since before the Asheville Mall was built. I have no problem with a monopine. I have no problem with increasing the area covered. The problem I have has to do with item number 1 on your special use standards. In part says, proposed use or development will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Now, I've heard an awful lot of talk about how this monopine tower will blend in with the background. It looks like the trees. That's good. The coverage looks good. The problem that I have is when I research this, and mind you, I'm not an experienced electrical engineer. However, I have dealt with 45 years in the aerospace business, designing things, and also being part of search and rescue methods, and also when I was young, helping to build a radio station. I understand the things that you're talking about when you're talking about coverage, okay? But when I researched this, I became a little concerned, not so much for me because I'm a considerable distance away from this tower, but I'm concerned for the neighbors I have who live almost right next to it. When I researched this, I wrote a letter, which should be in your records. And the references to that letter, at the bottom of the letter, I had 5 references that cover things like actually a website, Physicians for Safe Technology.
If I may, I object to any speaking. I hear what he's saying, and I think he's going down the road when he speaks about physicians. The health and safety of radio frequency is not a factor this board can consider pursuant to 160D 932 of the North Carolina General Statutes. Because this is a facility licensed by the FCC and operates within the parameters of the FCC requirements, it's deemed safe, and therefore that's not an issue that this board is to consider.
Well, may I disagree with you completely, sir? Hold on just one second while I consult city legal. Does city legal concur with the opinion expressed by the applicant's attorney?
I'll read it if you'd like for me to.
Yes, if you could just go ahead and read the 160D.
This is at the end of 160D 932 of the North Carolina General Statutes. It says, for purposes of this part, meaning the approval of towers, public safety includes without limitation federal, state, and local safety regulations, but does not include requirements related to radio frequency emissions of wireless facilities. So it specifically says health and safety does not include any issues related to radio frequency emissions of wireless facilities.
That is correct. And I think you might want to remind the board what safety standards you have met. I know there was the NEPA study and FAA. So if you want to just briefly.
I can remind the board, and this was part of the record that Will reviewed and went through that I didn't go through. But this is a federally licensed facility. As a result, it has to go through a NEPA review process, the National Environmental Policy Act. Just like any other federal or even state development, there's a state NEPA. So we have to go through and look at impacts on Native American tribes or environmental issues. I mean, it's a whole long list, impact on historic properties. And so we have to go through all of that and submit a report that passes and meets the requirements of NEPA. But in addition to that, this is a federally licensed facility licensed by the FCC, and we have to operate within the parameters of the FCC requirements. In this case, under the FCC rules, the type of operator that's at this location, and Sam could come up here and speak to it, but because it's such a low-power facility, it is deemed compliant. They don't have to do any additional compliance. Verizon doesn't because it's such a low-power facility. I can't remember the wattage of this one, but like I've heard the equivalent, a lot of these facilities are 60-watt facilities, like a 60-watt light bulb. It's very, very low.
So, sir, if you could rephrase and just in your own personal knowledge, perhaps how this would, but again, it can't be as he discussed.
It can't be on that issue, though.
It can't be on, yeah.
If there are other issues that he wants to raise, that's fine, but not that one.
Agree.
So in other words, you're not willing to accept references from reputable international organizations that disagree with what this
Under the applicable state statutes.
North Carolina state statute.
Yeah,
We can't.
and it's regrettably, I know you've sat through a very long hearing today to provide this testimony, but that particular piece of testimony under the state statutes is not admissible as meeting the first criteria of special use standards.
So when some of the neighbors that I have develop health issues that relate to this, no, sir, not yet. There's nobody they can sue, like the city or the developer, is that correct?
That's a separate matter.
Yeah, I think that we're just following kind of the guidance under state statutes on what's admissible as
Okay, well,
evidence.
perhaps
so-
the guidance under state statutes needs to consider international scientific evidence, some of which is right here. I can see where this is going, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I would suggest that those of you on this committee begin to use the internet to find out a little bit about the health issues related to something that's 400 feet away from homes, especially since internationally it's 1,000 to 1,600 feet that's recommended. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Ellen Aldridge.
Hi there, my name is Ellen Aldrich. I live at 298 White Pine. Our home was not shown in that photo that was shown of White Pine Drive. That is further up. All of the discussion about it not being seen, I have pictures of my backyard from last night. Some of this tree coverage doesn't exist anymore since the hurricane. This is going to be behind my house, in addition to all the trailers, in addition to all the stuff that was going on back there during Helene, which we understand Helene was necessary to have the cleanup. We still have a Walgreens trailer behind us with a blue light that shines in my living room. I've uploaded it to the Asheville app. I have photos of it here. I'm happy to show you all. Nobody is discussing the fact that this monopine is going to help people. It's going to impact us on a daily basis. We're going to see this in our backyard. And nobody in this horseshoe, not the attorneys, not the people for Tower, not the people for Verizon, would say they want it in their backyard. We don't dispute that this is a necessary thing to have more cell coverage. God knows we could have used it during the storm. You couldn't get out in our backyard. We had to drive up to Cookout. But we also know what's going on Tunnel Road. The homelessness situation is running rampant. People tap into the power boxes at Cookout and IHOP, and you think they're not going to try to jump whatever fences put up around this to tap into some sort of power? People spin tires every night in this mall parking lot. Nobody does anything about it. We call the police because we have to. So we're burdening the police with noise disturbances going on in a derelict property, which I think even the attorney said is the mall property. And nobody here has been discussing the neighbors that it's actually behind. We've heard about, you can't see it from Tunnel Road. You can't see it from Swananoa River Road. You can't see it from that particular photo on White Pine Drive. If you come behind my house on my back deck, which I'll show you all the photo, you will see it. You will see it behind Devin's home. It is right behind us. It's convenient that the photos shown aren't showing you what's actually there. We're upset. We feel like the city does not care. We feel like the commission does not care. What it seems like everyone cares about is putting up a new cell tower. Yay. Make more money for Verizon. Yay. Lease out mall property so they get money from a ground lease. You're going to lease it out to other cell phone providers so they're going to get money too. How about the rest of us who are working people here in Asheville? We're not the Ramble. We're not Deerfield. We are normal working people who are about to have a gigantic 135 feet, if you all approve that, behind us. We're not saying don't put a tower up. We're saying don't put it behind us. Put it on the freaking parking deck that's already there. It's already behind us. You don't have to put another structure right in our backyard. Look to somewhere else on Tunnel Road. It's a commercial corridor. I know this is the ideal spot for it, but there has to be another option. There's not only one option. People earlier today were talking about trust and integrity. We feel like you do not care about this neighborhood. Kenilworth Forest is like the redheaded stepchild. We constantly go up against things like this with the city. Why does it not matter? We don't have legal representation here with us. We didn't have money to bring attorneys with us to speak on our behalf. It doesn't mean that what we have to say doesn't matter. We are going to be impacted by this. It's going to be behind us. Whether it's an eyesore or any other reason we can't speak of, we do not want it behind us. And we feel like that should matter. We pay taxes. Maybe we should stop paying taxes. I mean, will that matter to the city? Probably. Probably. So why can't this get postponed, moved somewhere else? You can't tell me in good conscience that this is the only viable spot in the entire area of East Asheville that would work for this cell tower. It may be the best spot. It doesn't mean there's not a second best spot. And there's no reason the second best spot, if it's not behind people's homes, should work. Put it somewhere else. I mean, I had all these other things that I was going to come up here and talk about, but since it seems like a lot of them won't be allowed to be spoken, I wanted to at least say the things I wanted to say. I want you all to hear that we're upset. The mall does not communicate with the neighbors. Like I said, these are old pictures. So many of these trees fell on my deck, my retaining wall after Helene. The mall did nothing. I understand the mall has been sold. They just chalked it up to a natural disaster. None of the trees have been replaced. All the trees that are being overridden with vines are still a problem. I called the mall and told them about this years ago. I told them in early September. And now, while this should crush and crumble correctly, what if it doesn't? What if it falls on our home? That's a real problem. Michael explained it during the neighborhood meeting. It's designed to crumble. Well, you know what? A lot of these things during Helene were designed to withstand things they didn't stand. What if it fails and falls on us? Our homeowners insurance is going to have to figure that out, because the mall, Verizon, nobody's going to bear responsibility. They're going to say it was an act of God. It's an act of nature. We're telling you today to please care. Just pick a different place. Pick a different spot. That's really, I think, the nutshell of what I have to say. I want to allow my neighbor Devin to speak because it's also behind her. But I do encourage you all to come to White Pine Drive, come to the end, this back area of the parking lot. As the attorney was saying, it's kind of like, oh, does it matter? Oh, it matters when it's what's in your backyard. We have the misfortune, I suppose, to live behind a commercial property. Our neighborhood was built in the 40s. The mall came along in 73. It's 2025, and we're still here, and it's like, it doesn't matter. This is a chance for people to make it matter. Move the pine. Put the monopine somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate and understand the passion and concern. I hope, if I may, outside of the parameters of the special use permit process, none of the processes is really reflective of the lack of caring. It's just a very specific and narrow process for review and consideration of this type of feature. So
Consideration without having to pay attention to how it impacts people. It's just black and white legal stuff. And that's the problem.
there are very specific impacts, and the burden is actually on the applicant to demonstrate that. And so it is our job as the Planning and Zoning Commission to ensure that they have met those standards. So understand, and I guess one thing I would ask is there was mention of photos that I don't think have been admitted into evidence. If you would like to admit those into evidence, that needs to be sort of formally done, because otherwise, it can't be considered as a factor in our review.
I would like that, but I don't know if I'm considered having standing. I'm not an attorney. I do live behind this property, which isn't seen on there, but if Will pulls up the map, or if people look at the map, you'll see two houses right in front of each other on White Pine Drive. I'm the one at the back. 300 is right in front of me. And 302 is right next to us.
I would, yeah, and that, I just, because legally I have to object to largely that entire testimony because it was not relevant. What's happening with the mall is not relevant to what we've requested here. The relevant standard is substantial adverse impact. And that has to be brought forward by an expert, which no expert has been brought forward to speak to that other than our expert that said the impact of the mall is much more significant than this tower will be, and addition of the tower will not create a substantial adverse impact. So I'm just objecting to the testimony as well. I understand the passion. I'm not saying that. It's just, as you, Mr. Chair, said, it's not part of this process. This is a quasi-judicial process with specific rules that have to be followed. Although I appreciate the passion, that did not meet the standards to rebut any testimony or any evidence that we presented.
In the neighborhood meeting, is it required in the neighborhood meeting that an explanation of the quasi-judicial process be given to the neighbors, I guess? Like, I feel like, as you've expressed in the past, oftentimes the public, it's confusing, the process is confusing, and they may come unprepared to these meetings with, their ability to be able to pull forth expert testimony. I'm just curious if it's something that is explained during the neighborhood meeting process.
So we do have a guide for neighborhood meetings for developers to follow. There are some requirements around that. Typically involves the focus on what's being proposed. Usually there's a mention of the mechanism for, the review process from the applicant. So I don't know if there's a specific requirement. I'm trying to pull it up about explaining. The developer's really not required to explain the process in detail or that sort of thing. That's where staff kind of comes in, and that's more our role if there's questions about how does the process work, how does the public interact with it, and that sort of thing. But
I mean, is it incumbent upon, I guess, the public then to reach out to staff and ask about the process? Or is it something that potentially city staff could be more proactive about? I'm just thinking
when we give the notice, we say what kind of proceeding it is. So just like it shows up on the agenda, it's not legislative, it's quasi-judicial. We do have we're working on materials that might be, a citizen's user guide to quasi-judicial. But basically, if they don't say, well, what does that mean? How's that different than maybe the legislative one they heard before? It's in it because you can't discuss a lot of the substance outside of this hearing. Everything that's presented is how you have to base your decision. It is a difficult process for the public to understand, but it is noticed as a quasi-judicial procedure, and it would be incumbent on the people who get noticed to say, what does that mean? How do I present?
I know, but in the future, could we is it possible to be quasi-judicial 101? What is it?
We are working on a brochure, but again, I don't know if we'd send that along with maybe we could send a brochure. We don't get these very often. We maybe get one special use permit a year here.
No, and I get it. And then I just think
but I understand.
If I was in this homeowner's position, right, and I didn't know to come with my own appraiser, and I came here, I'd be pissed too. I would have been like, well, I would have brought my appraiser with me.
We do, and I think the chairs recognize the frustration, but we also do our best to try to say, just as we do, there are other quasi-judicial procedures in the city, say for Historic Resources Commission, and the best we can do is walk through and then try to ask them to please stick to the facts and take those facts and talk about the standards And yes, in this case, the public health is very specific on this particular kind of use, and you're prohibited from the statute for hearing that. And that actually would probably also have to be more of a an expert kind of testimony about, you couldn't just say, well, I think it's going to impact my health. It's just the process that we have to follow in this, or you have to follow in this. I understand what you're saying.
We do have a couple more people signed up for public comment. Next is Nora Daniel. I'm sorry, sir, you had your moment for public comment. Next up is Devin Hilgenkamp. Do you have, could you, yeah, yes.
Would this work? I can get a different one too.
That's fine. So, yeah, I haven't really received any information about the legalities of the quasi-judicial hearing. So probably everything I say will be objected to, but I just wanted to start by asking if you lived right here or right here, how happy would you be about having this 135-foot tower installed literally in my backyard, not even 20 yards away from where I sit on my hammock? So that was my opening, and I had something a little bit more formal prepared as well. Good evening. I had afternoon earlier, 6 hours ago, but good evening, commissioners. My name is Devin Hilgenkamp, and I live at 302 White Pine Drive in Kenilworth Forest neighborhood. I'm here representing myself and my fiance. We are first-time home buyers, and our house is the closest residence to the proposed monopine tower behind the Asheville Mall. This proposed tower would stand to be 130 feet tall, with the typical tree line, as you mentioned, not pines, deciduous trees, closer to 60 feet tall. That means the tower would extend roughly 65 to 75 feet above the tower, above the trees on the tree line that neighbors the back line of my property, towering over what is now a private and serene space in our backyard. These so-called concealed telecommunication towers will undoubtedly will not be concealed in this location. Make no mistake, while the technology may have improved, the design of these monopine towers are a total eyesore and not at all aesthetically pleasing. Instead, the structure will stand dramatically in our neighborhood, becoming an intrusive feature that dominates the landscape and sits directly between the neighborhood and the beautiful mountain views that we can currently enjoy, mostly during the wintertime, which, as you pointed out, is going to make the monopine even more of an eyesore. As new homeowners, this is deeply concerning. Our home is not just where we live, it's also our biggest investment. And while I didn't bring an official appraiser here with me today, the visibility of such a tower so close to our property could significantly diminish its value. Maybe not in the eyes of, the appraiser that came, because it's not substantial because it's already on a commercial property, but it will diminish the values regardless. And in turn, jeopardize our financial future. Beyond the physical impact of the tower itself, I want to stress that the relationship between the Asheville Mall, both previous and current owners, has already been strained. Like my neighbor Ellen discussed, we have to call the APD numerous times, and I listened to you speak for a very long time, sir.
But this is irrelevant. We are not the mall. We don't operate the mall. We have nothing to do with the mall.
And
what
they
is being
maintain
proposed?
the issues on the fence line.
I object to anything that's irrelevant to this proceeding.
It's a procedure as if you're in court. So it's not the same as saying, well, you had more time than I had more time. So he can object, the board can decide if they'd like you to finish, but try to address the standards that how you're,
Yes, ma'am.
what you're saying applies to the standards. You've mentioned some.
Yeah, and I mean, in general, I would object to the testimony in general because any addressing of the standards is not expert testimony regarding property values. So I have to state that for the record, that's the case. So largely, this testimony is not relevant, but I leave it to the board so far as how far they want to go with it. And the reason I objected is because it was going down the road of how the mall is operated, which has nothing at all to do with our request.
Okay, I mean, I can skip the mall thing. While this area does have some commercial businesses, the residents are plenty, and in this context, I feel we are being overlooked. Additionally, I fail to see how being close to the interstate contributes meaningfully to a need for increased internet usage, as well as the validity of connectivity issues inside of nearby businesses. I work remotely from home along with my fiance, and neither of us have any issues with our connectivity, and we also stream on a constant basis. We have no complaints. If they can prove that there is a bona fide need for such a tower in this very specific location, then let's hear it, but I'm confident that it could be placed somewhere else in the general area without directly impacting residential homes, not even 20 feet away, as I already said. Our neighborhood is beautiful, as mentioned by the appraiser, and it was barely shown, as Ellen mentioned. That picture of our neighborhood is very, very, very far back. I go on a walk that takes me 40 minutes to go all the way through the whole time. My house is literally a stone's throw from this tower. The photo simulation shown in those examples is not what it would look like to sit in my backyard or in the front of the street where we live. So imagine yourself sitting here with a 135-foot tall tower right there. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that the mall and the city consider the impact that this tower would have on nearby residents and work to identify a more appropriate location, or at least find an appropriate modification as a compromise, one that provides needed service without unfairly burdening the families who live closest to it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And understand your objection, but if you would like to.
Yeah, and just reiterate the objection for the record.
May I make an objection?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
This is a quasi-judicial meeting.
You were afforded the opportunity.
Nowhere in the information you sent out about it does it mention quasi-judicial.
On the agenda, it's labeled as a quasi-judicial public hearing. If the staff would like to address how notice is made for quasi-judicial matters.
Sure. There are special requirements in the SUP section for telecommunication towers and concealed telecommunication towers that the applicant mail notice to surrounding property owners within a quarter mile of the application, the hearing date, and location. So that was done. I think they actually did it twice because they had the original time and location on there the first go around, and then resent it with the updated information. That was found to meet the requirements of that provision. What was sent out, I can pull up a copy. I think it's part of the application packet if you wanted to look at it. But so it may not have said the specific words quasi-judicial, but it met the requirements of what was required to be sent out and part of that information packet. And then of course we have our agenda on the website that, as you all know, says the different hearing types and that sort of thing. So that's maybe what he's referring to.
Thank you. Well, I think there's one more person signed up for public comment, Sharon Summerall.
Hi, my name is Sharon Summerall. I have not been sworn in. Is that necessary?
Yes, if you could raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I manage a property across the street, which is the Asheville Market, and I handle leasing from Tesla, and we graffitied a lot, and they come over, and I have a Tesla number, and they come over within hours, and they fix the graffiti if I don't get it. So I have an objection to the city's standard for just the fence. I deal with a lot of graffiti at that shopping center, and I also was on the Urban Forestry Commission, so you're never gonna hear me say it's okay not to put plants up. But what should be done is, unless the mall, and has been said, they're lax about their upkeep, has a direct line to whomever is dealing with the leasing. Those leasing people that will hand it over to their maintenance person is gonna be out there every day spray painting graffiti. And it's going to be much easier maintenance-wise for the owners that are leasing it. And the Asheville Mall is to have plants in front of this fence. And they will get some graffiti behind it like I do with my shrubs, but you can't see it around the greenery. And so the maintenance on this, and it's just, you know, when I moved here many years ago, I was heard we were called Trashville. And I've hated that. I run a really tight shopping center. It's really neat, it's really clean. And I've had a lot of discussions with the mall, and I think just having this fence without having any greenery around it is just gonna create to that image of more Trashville as opposed to making it what it should look like. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any question to the relevance of that?
I mean, I don't have any question. I mean, staff had already made the decision about being able to do the privacy fence, so that's not really relevant to what we're doing tonight. This is a staff level decision.
So question for staff, that is not a technical modification that's being sought, but is it this board's role to make a determination of whether that is an administrative matter that staff can do or something within the purview of adherence to the 7 standards?
So yeah, staff has concluded that the fence meets that requirement based on the other other option for that screening. So that's not a technical modification. So I don't think that specifically is something the commission has to weigh, and you all are tasked with weighing the application against the seven standards more broadly.
Can it be something that is factored by this board, or is that sort of, it's already, that decision has already been made and it's not within our authority as the decision-making body to,
If there's like a preference for vegetative screening.
or revisiting just the notion that that was an acceptable neighborhood compatibility.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, who is the body that would object to that determination by staff, if not us?
So typically, if like administrative appeal for staff decision is one avenue to sort out decisions that are made at the staff level, handled by the Board of Adjustment. I don't know if, I believe what I stated was accurate, Janice,
Well,
but.
It's what what is the applicant requesting? So if the applicant's requested the fence, and that's your preferred, what you want, perhaps for security, whatever, then that's the application you need to consider against the standards, and not really say, well, we'd rather have this than that, unless you do feel that for some reason landscaping somehow impacts the compatibility, but the landscaping would be on the side facing the mall.
It's landscaped on the side facing the property line, and we agreed to the condition that we can't disturb the tree canopy within the 10 feet of the property line.
Right.
And it will be the same as against the adjoining neighbors, the vegetation that we're not disturbing,
Right.
or the only part of the compound that, where we're not putting vegetation is facing parking spots. And so that's why we chose, and it's not an option of having a fence or not. The fence has to be there for security reasons. And just putting some bushes in the parking lot along the fence doesn't make a lot of sense in this circumstance. The first thing that comes to mind is a dumpster enclosure or something like that in a mall. I mean, it's going to have a similar appearance to what a trash compactor or a dumpster enclosure would look like. And we're meeting, standards similar to that, and it would not have landscaping as a result of that.
So I guess the relevant question for this board is under standard number 4, meeting the character of the area of the neighborhood. Does the proposal as proposed and accepted by staff with a privacy fence and no landscaping meet that standard?
The question is, has the applicant shown a tendency that they meet the standard?
Correct. Yeah,
Not,
sure.
not
Thank
that you
Yep.
think that the standard could be better met by something. So that's why it's not really a
Well,
question.
and our position would be, we've worked with staff for months on this site, and that was the determination that staff made that we relied upon in coming forward to the hearing, was that a privacy fence was acceptable. And give an example from the last individual who spoke. There would be nothing that would prevent somebody who's doing graffiti from coming out there and destroying the landscaping. I mean, we're not talking anything that's significant, the type of landscape buffering that you're looking at putting there. So certainly that could easily be destroyed if somebody was intent on creating a problem. That's why we felt like the fence would be more appropriate, because it's easier to maintain than having the shrubbery in a parking lot with the heat and keeping it watered and that sort of thing for the limited benefit that it provides.
And the property owner will be responsible for having to clean it if that does happen.
Yeah, that's right. And, if something does happen, there are signs on the site with the number to call. If there's a problem, we'll be out there to fix it. That's incumbent on us. So, that will be there, and it will be there for anyone, including the public, to look at the fence and call that number. No problem with that at all.
Thanks. Is there anyone else? There's nobody else signed up for public comment. Anybody else wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing no one race to the mic, we will close public comment at 9:23. If I could just have a human moment, understand the frustration. We ourselves are frustrated by the process and the limitations and the narrow scope of our ability to engage in meaningful dialogue and review. I think it's the nature of this type of permit process. So understand and am sympathetic to the concerns we've heard tonight. Our role and our duty is to look at whether what has been proposed and the evidence that's been provided and is admissible meets the 7 standards as outlined. So any kind of follow-up question or comment from fellow commissioners?
Yeah, to the point of the loss of trees and the buffer around the edge of the property, are there any requirements for the density of the trees? Just remind me, you talked about preserving those trees, but can you plant more if they have fallen in some areas?
Will would have to speak to the tree canopy preservation ordinance and the condition we put in there, and if they're naturally destroyed, I'm not aware. It's a preservation ordinance, not a planting ordinance, as I understand it, but Will, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
So under the current Helene Recovery Act, we're only allowed to basically regulate trees within 10 feet of property lines. So that condition that's been agreed to by the applicant is is really the only way to ensure compliance with our tree canopy preservation ordinance that meets that state law for the temporary restriction. And that includes the preservation of the existing trees.
I guess a related question, Will, and I don't know the answer to this. If one of those trees, if another storm comes through and one's destroyed, does the tree canopy preservation ordinance require it to be replaced?
Typically, that's the way it's administered. So in this case, I think we still have to figure out the size and the scope of the requirement would determine the way it's calculated. So whether it's a canopy measurement or a per tree survey, if it's a canopy requirement, we might not have a survey of every single tree on the site.
So I'll just chime in on that. So with your tree canopy protection areas, what we've done is limited your compliance ability to what the state statute allows us to do right now.
Right.
Which is that 10 feet from the property line.
Correct.
But those areas would be treated as tree canopy protection areas under section 719. So that is, by designating those areas as tree canopy protection areas, you are committing to preserving those areas in perpetuity, and the ordinance does call that out as replacing any trees that do come down in those areas.
And so that's the clarification. So we've agreed to that. But going forward, at some point, the Helene provisions in the state statute will go away. And so that'll revert to the ordinance itself, and there will be more requirements for future development, not this development, but for the mall going forward. Any redevelopment there would have to meet a greater standard than that. We just agreed that as of this day, the snapshot, based upon, and I worked with city legal on this as well, based upon where things stand with respect to the Helene statute, we only have to preserve within 10 feet. And we're agreeing to that as a condition of this, and saying in that condition that for any future development, that would change, once the Helene statute goes away.
So preserving as is, what's there today?
Preserving as is or replacing it, as was just explained, if it's destroyed.
Okay, and that burden is on the operator, the leaser of this property, or on the mall?
It's on the property owner, it's on the mall owners, it's not on us. So that's something we know that is a condition that the mall owners are going to have to accept going forward, which they have to anyway, honestly. We're doing the condition right now of this approval, but we know that basically that condition is just a statement of the way of the ordinance and the current condition of the state statute, so that won't change. The mall redevelops, they've got to deal with this ordinance going forward, and Will and I had specific conversations about that.
Thanks.
So just for my head to wrap around this, if and when the mall redevelops after the Helene state statute, the developer of this area is going to have to meet UDO requirements, probably type B buffer requirements for vegetation, correct?
Correct, yeah, there'd be a whole host of requirements from 7-Eleven regarding landscaping, parking, that sort of thing, as well as the full tree canopy preservation ordinance.
Right. So we recognize that. And I know this is getting long. All I can do is summarize is that, first of all, I don't know that I did this, and I want to make sure that my RF engineer was tendered as an expert. I don't know that I did that, but I want to make sure for the record that he was tendered as an expert.
He's admitted as an expert.
Thank you.
Retroactively.
Thank you. In this is strictly quasi-judicial, so we meet our burden, and we made our burden, and there was no evidence to the contrary that can stand up. And if you just indulge me a minute, I'll give you an example, and this is probably one of the basic cases with respect to standing. Involves a neighborhood in Raleigh where it's a traditional historic neighborhood. One of the neighbors decided to put in a very modern contemporary house. The other neighbors, including the neighbor next door, hated it. She was going to go outside every day and see this house that was inconsistent with the rest of the neighborhood. The court said, you may look at it, but you don't have standing to complain against that. That's not sufficient complaint. So that's where we are here tonight. What we heard from the public was not legally relevant to this case. It's not sufficient. may not like it, may not like to see it, but we've met our burden so far as the specific standards, 7 standards in the ordinance. That's what we have to do. It's not always the easiest thing to do. I get that as a board, but that's the way this process is set up, that we meet our legal requirements and we're entitled to the relief that we've requested. So I appreciate your consideration and your decision in doing this. Ask for your approval of the special use permit based upon the evidence presented. I'm glad to answer any further questions, as my experts say can as well.
I have a question for Ms. Ashley. Underneath the special use standards, which is paragraph C, paragraph D is included as additional special use standards. Underneath that paragraph, of course, you roll down to the telecoms section, where it specifically has additional inclusions for a special use permit as related to telecoms. Are those to be considered as part of our governance and our consideration when deliberating on a suggested motion?
Yes, and the applicant and the report addresses those additional standards that they have been addressed, or the staff's opinion on whether they've been addressed, and the applicant's application also addressed those additional standards.
That was what I said at the beginning. I said there were numerous standards that we have to meet, and we presented that with our application, and staff concurred that we met all of those other than the technical modification that we're requesting.
Excellent. Would the chair like to entertain a motion?
I'd have one comment real quick before a motion. For number 4, proposed use development of land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, and density. I'm struggling to see how the scale is in harmony. I mean, even, I know you provided pictures, which I appreciate, and the proposed, but I do feel like there wasn't any from that section of White Pines Drive, so I feel like we haven't.
To be clear, I would like to point out that our UP zoning has very clear height requirements included in it, especially as it pertains to abutting residential districts. So I would agree with you, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
But I would remind you that the presumption is, the height standards are different. The height standards for towers are different. These are not the height standards of the UP district. That does not apply. The specific ordinance on towers applies. But also the presumption is this is in harmony, and there's not been any evidence presented to the contrary that this is not in harmony with
I'd
the
like to be
district.
clear, I'm not discussing harmony.
Oh, I wasn't saying that. That question was asked by the gentleman here, and I'm saying that what it means is, being a presumption, we've proven our case by this being in the district. So there's been nothing presented to the contrary that's competent material and substantial to rebut that.
Do you have follow-up questions on that? Because again, the standard is not that they absolutely proved it. They tended to show that it was not that it was compatible with.
And I do go back to the
commercial,
impacts.
and also that it's permitted. It's a permitted use with these special conditions.
It's a permitted use that shall not exceed 100 feet.
But
that abuts,
that's
zoned.
So what is it about the 100 feet that you think then violates the standard?
That's zoned UP and
violates-
abuts an RS district. And our UDO clearly states the requirements associated with that. Does somebody have to state all of that to know it, or can we internalize and understand the UDO as it's laid out?
So the question would be, if it's the exceeding the number of feet, has the applicant demonstrated that even with that additional feet, that it still meets or tends to show that they've met these standards?
I'm asking, we have motions here, recommended motions. Do we need to state above and beyond that motion what our justification is for our motion.
If you don't feel that they meet the standards, you would need to specify that.
Yeah, we specify a paragraph, but not the totality of all our arguments to counter their legal position.
I would agree with that if we are making a motion to deny, it's incumbent upon us to list the specific standards that have not been met. And if one of them is, have not demonstrated sufficient justification for deviation from the 100 feet allowed in the urban place, that is a reason, that is a reason.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen bona fide evidence that there's a specific need for a tower greater than 100 feet based on the fact that you get more and better service the higher you go. Otherwise, the tower should be 1,000 feet. So I didn't see any specific evidence. Is there specific evidence that the extra 27% of service is needed over whatever would be provided at 100% or at 100 feet?
The testimony of the RF engineer in terms of the increase in service, which you just stated, that's the burden we met. That's what we're required to show, is that the need is there to have the additional height, and it increases the coverage by 27%. And that's separate and apart, though, keep in mind, from the special use permit provisions. That's a technical modification we're asking for, but that's a separate item akin to a variance, but it's not really a variance, it's a technical modification.
So you would accept 100 feet?
I'm not saying I would accept 100 feet,
Okay.
because the testimony and the evidence that we presented from the RF engineer was that it made a significant difference if the tower's at 130 feet, 135 feet versus 100 feet.
So a question for staff would be, is if there is the ability to demonstrate evidence based on, the technical engineering need for height, why would we have a height limitation stated clearly in the UDO? If because otherwise there is no purpose for a height limitation if meeting the standard is justification by an engineer who can say, I will have greater coverage with greater height.
I mean, I could rephrase it as a question to the RF engineer.
Well,
At what
here's
point is demand going to be met? What is the current demand? And how is it not met with a 100-foot tower? And how is it being met with a 135-foot tower? That's my question for the RF engineer.
Okay, I'll have him come up here and speak to it, but it deals with, some of it deals with elevation, terrain, and things that interfere. I will have him come and speak to that, though. Come on, Sam, if you could speak to that.
But before we have the engineer provide an answer, do we need further staff guidance on what the burden is and whose burden it is to justify the height, which deviates from the height standard in the UDO?
Yeah, I want to understand, where is this separation between the special use permit and this modification? Are they attached?
It's really, actually, you can say, Janice, you can say, I would say it's a separate item. It's like, if we were requesting a reduction in setback or something like that, it's a separate part. But I want to hear from you and see if you agree or not.
I see them as so intertwined. Again, we've talked about these standards have not been updated since 1997. So the height at that time may have been something that was in keeping with what a standard was. But, so I see it as this is the application, and then even though there is this modification, which is technically not part of the special standards, I would apply the special standards to say, the special use standards to say, raising it, do they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they have to have that?
You're saying we don't have to prove beyond a reasonable
No,
doubt?
no, but if you want to, this question of height, if it's not, if we don't use these special use standards, which is that additional height, with that additional height, did they still tend to prove that these standards were met? That's how
And all the standards all the proof that we've done dealt with 135-foot monopine, including the appraiser's testimony and everything else. It all dealt with the impact of a tower at that height. So all of that, I agree. All of the evidence pointed to that. I'll let Sam come back up here and speak specifically again, but my concern is I don't want, and I've run this problem before, and I don't, without competing expert testimony that the height's not necessary, my position would be the board can't be their own expert to say otherwise. There's no evidence to the contrary. But I'll have Sam come up and speak.
So could I ask a follow-up on that real quick? So is the legal position that the board could not deny any height if there is only one expert that provides testimony as to its necessity?
I'm not saying any height, but it's with respect to this height that he's requested and testified to. I mean, he had as much as admitted in his testimony, well, yeah, you could go to 200, but the choice was made, what is the height we need to get the service that's required? So we could have said 200, and 199-foot tower does not have to be lit. So that doesn't change. But he said we stuck with 130, and that, I'm just repeating what he said earlier, but go ahead, Sam, and speak.
And there you might want to think about a variance standard, which would be, is this the minimum necessary to achieve what is trying to be achieved? That would be that's a standard, a variance standard. And at the same time, be consistent with the spirit of the code. Comprehensive plan, go ahead.
So as far as the height need, I want to make that very clear, okay? It's not about the coverage. It's not about additional coverage because, it's not, the area of the coverage does not increase. It's, if you remember the slide that we had before, it's the one existing area that has a lot of users that is causing all the sites around the area to be congested, okay? The sites around the area cannot handle any more traffic without loss of quality of service. And again, that means very low speed, very low upload and download. People who are using any applications is very, very slow. That's the bottom line. That's congestion at its most, yes.
Do you have a specific unit of measure which you use for congestion?
Absolutely. So this is exactly what I mentioned before. So the offload is what we're aiming for. So for example, when we if you want me to go a little bit technical, I can do that. So yes, okay, sure. So there is something called bits per second, all right? Like the speed. If you open an app like a speed test or something, okay, you can easily see, right? You all have that, right? You can see the difference of one location. You can have 1 megabits per second download and 0.005 upload. And if you have done this multiple times, you can see how long maybe it takes to do this. And you can go to a very good location that you can instantly, download, for example, like 100 megabits per second. And then upload, for example, like 20 megabits per second. That's the goal. The goal is to fix this. Right now, all the sites in the area,
I'm asking specifically, what are the megabytes per second there? What's the congestion? What's the difference between megabytes per second projected at 100 feet in the air and what's projected at 135 feet? And what is the bona fide need for that in our community?
Okay. So right now, as existing right now, it's low throughput in the area, okay? So to your question, if we put a site at 100 feet, that's what you're trying to get at. What is the difference
I'm asking
between
for the specific numbers. I'm not asking for a theoretical. I'm asking for the studied numbers to show the bona fide need and the way the demand's going to be met.
So what happens is when you are at 100 feet, the signal itself, the signal strength is going to be a lot lower to provide a good quality service. So a good quality, what we're trying to aim for is something, let's say maybe 50, 60, 70, 100 megabits per second. And we can achieve that at 130. If you go lower, the higher frequencies, which is the C-band, which is at 3.7 gigahertz, is gonna suffer a lot, because the higher the frequency is, as you lower down the antennas, it's not gonna provide anywhere near that, because it's lower, okay, on the higher frequencies. So that's what we're aiming for, is at the highest frequencies, which is 5G, okay, to get the best throughput possible, the best speed possible, the best megabits per second that's possible. So that's, in a nutshell, or simply put, at a higher radius, at a higher red center, at 130 foot, we'll be able to achieve the desired megabits per second that we need. At 100 foot radius, we'll not be able to achieve that, because of the higher
determines the
frequency.
desired
I'm sorry?
megabit? Who determines the desired megabits per second? How is that number achieved?
So two things, right? So one is the user experience, right? So for example, it depends on what the user uses in this location. There's a lot of factors that are involved in this. So say for example, okay, you are using email, okay? You do not need a lot of capacity, a lot of megabits per second. But if you are downloading, for example, a gigabyte video or something, then you need that. So what we look at is what type of usage the users have in these areas, and based on this we determine, okay, what should be the proper throughput for these users in this area. So for example, and it all depends on the region, it all depends on the type of users, what applications they use. So all this determines, not every single user has the same need, right? But in these areas, okay, in an area as dense as where it's located right now, there's a lot of need for higher throughput. Does that make sense?
I'm just saying, is this Verizon making this determination? Is there a threshold, a specific threshold that the Verizon is seeking?
Verizon cares about the user experience, right? That's the point. All right. So if we look in our measuring tools, and we found that users have very, very slow download and slow application, slow data. We see that in our charts, right? So this goes back to this gentleman's question, is like, how do you measure this? We look at the charts and we look at there is 100 users that are 1 megabits per second, for example. Okay, that's not acceptable. Okay, and we see what is the reason. The reason is because all the sites that are serving this user cannot provide any more. Is there something that we can do to these sites? We have done the max. There's a question asked about this. So what is the only other option? Is to build it, okay, and to build a new site and to build it properly.
So you're saying Verizon is constantly analyzing how much usage there is at this location?
Daily.
And that's what's led you to say we need more capacity here, because these users are not getting the throughput they need, because at this particular location, you're seeing in your data and your computers that are associated with the site that the throughput is too low based upon the demand in the area.
Exactly.
So it's very area specific.
Of
So
course.
this area you're looking at, you're seeing that degradation. Now, what's the difference between 100 and 130 feet? So say you were at 100 feet, would that solve the problem?
What will happen is when you are lower, okay,
Right.
and you are very close to the clutter or even touching the clutter, the higher frequencies, which is 5G, and I mentioned that 5G, if you heard about C-band and 5G and all
Like
that.
5G, ultra wideband, for
Yes,
instance.
all that, right?
Right.
I can go technical as much as you want, but I was just trying to keep it, so those specific frequencies are very susceptible to any interferences from terrain, from clutter, from anything. So the lower you go, okay, you'll not be able to provide a good signal to the people that you're trying to serve in that area. So the people will not have the throughput that we need. So they have to have good signal. In order to have good signal, you have to have proper propagation, okay, from a decent height. And if they do not have that good signal, they will not be able to have that speed. So signal is one thing, by the way, and the quality of the signal is something else. You can have strong signal, okay, but to answer your question, maybe this is another way to answer the question. Maybe at 100 feet you have, some strong signal, but it will not be the same quality. It will be a lot of interference, because when you are down to the clutter, your signal hits the trees, hits the buildings, hits, before it arrives to the user, instead of being higher and having a direct line of sight to the user.
So let me give you, for an example, maybe this will make it easier. So if I look on my phone and I've got 5G, ultra wideband, and I say I have 4 bars or whatever, but my phone's still not responding with respect to data, even though I've got 4 bars, it's because you're having trouble with the throughput, that the strength of, even though the signal may show 4 bars, the quality of the signal is not as good.
That is exactly correct. The quality is one thing. That's why we needed the height, and also the number of users in this area at that particular time. You might have very good signal, 4 or 5 bars on your phone, and you're trying to download, use your speednet, or you try to watch a YouTube or something like that, and you find it very, very slow. Okay, it's because you have a lot of users at this particular time that are trying to do the same thing as you. But if you have dedicated site near you, and you're able to forward all that traffic to that site, then you'll have the...
Maybe, I have an example from personal experience, but one of the folks that spoke said something about Helene and there being issues with that and getting service during Helene. I want you to explain this to me maybe. Several years ago, there was an earthquake in Richmond, Virginia. I was in Raleigh. The building shook. I couldn't get a call out.
Yeah.
Why would that be?
So there is something called downlink and uplink.
Right.
Downlink is a signal that you receive from the cell site.
Right.
Right? If you cannot receive a very strong signal from the cell site, your phone will not be able to transmit back to the site.
So what was happening is so many people were trying to use their phone that you couldn't get a strong signal.
Yes, that's
one. Get a busy signal.
That's one reason, right? The other reason is that during an emergency event, like you mentioned, everybody is trying to call out at the same exact time. And this is the thing here. The same exact time is an issue. And this site, okay, will solve that issue when there is time where people have to call at the same time for a certain reason.
Right. And that was my point.
Yes.
If there's a really, you plan for peaks and valleys, and you're trying to plan for a peak when a lot of people may be using it at once.
Yeah, we call this like it's called simultaneous users. How many simultaneous users can a site handle? This is one of the measures that we have.
We're all kind of nerdy on this planning and zoning, right? And so you're speaking a lot in generalities, and I think what Commissioner Wheatley is saying is we want specific evidence that shows a bona fide need based on a certain standard.
So
what threshold is being met?
To that end, our
Yes.
city legal has some.
So there is some special law for telecommunications that is not even in the planning statutes, but it does say that cities are prohibited from asking about the business needs of a provider. Now, but cities can regulate cell towers, and it gets intertwined by saying that there's a distinction that you can ask about the height of the tower, but what you really would want to know is whether the proposed tower height is necessary to provide the applicant's designated service. They're designating the service that they need for their business needs. You're not able to question what those needs are. And it does get we probably needed to update the bona fide section. But, so I understand that that's complicated. But as Chair Barton and Commissioner Wheatley have pointed out, our standards do say 100 feet for some reason, but I do see in the law that that's a bit inconsistent because if they're saying their business needs require something that's higher than 100 feet, you just, again, are trying to determine if that's your issue with it,
Yeah,
is that?
To be clear, our standard specifically states that 100 feet is the max. Our standard also states that we can allow for any condition within the special use. So to me, it just simply is clear that they're asking for a condition of 135 feet.
It's not a condition, it's a technical modification under your ordinance. That's different. You can technically modify any of the standards.
And so to Ms. Ashley's point, here's a theoretical way to ask the question. If this board were to deny a 130-foot telecommunications tower, despite their applicant team having expert testimony testifying to the fact that the height is required to serve their stated needs, would we be exposing the city to potential legal challenge under state
Potentially
statute?
under the statute that says you cannot ask about the business needs, which goes to prove to me it's bona fide or not, which is 160A 400.50 to 400.53.
It's actually, it's 160D. It's the Wireless Telecommunications Act.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it's changed. I mean, that's the older version.
Yeah, it did change. This is
And-
an
and-
old, as we started to discuss this bona fide thing, it's come back to me that there have been times that applicants have said, that's kind of outdated, but it just hasn't come to this.
Right.
So you can continue to question this, but I also want to, and I've already explained the burden, and I just want to say it one more time. So the burden of proving they have met or tended to show they've met these standards is first on the applicant to produce competent material and substantial evidence that tends to show, but not prove, and this is from a recent case law, that they meet these standards. Now, once the applicant has produced evidence, the burden shifts to opponents, which are not technically the board, they are people who have spoken, opponents of the proposal. If no evidence, competent material, factual evidence is presented from opponents to counter the applicant's evidence, then the applicant is entitled to the permit and the government lacks authority to deny it. That is from the Dismas case that I advised you to read the article about. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree 100% with all that, and they're entitled to the SUP. I think what's in question here is what's beyond the SUP.
Okay, I know that's a complicated part of it.
And is our height limitation in the UDO indefensible under state law?
Under the Telecommunications Act.
Well, I mean,
The applicant hasn't made that argument, but I'm just
I
pointing it out.
would make it, and it goes even further to say whether it's and we've chosen to present the testimony because you want to know and understand, but it goes even further to say it's not even relevant whether it's a capacity or a coverage site, that's not really under state law part of the decision-making. I can give you an example that always comes to mind with me. If somebody decided to put a McDonald's right there and you think it's going to tank it, it's going to do terrible. It's not going to make it. That's a business decision that the applicant makes. Same here. This is the business decision that Verizon needs the coverage at 130 feet. Whether you agree or disagree with that business decision is not a zoning decision that's part of the process. Now, I agree that it's a technical modification we're asking for, but we've presented the evidence from competent material and substantial evidence from an expert that the additional height is needed at this location because of the various factors, including ground clutter, which includes the mall buildings, it includes trees, it includes any of that clutter that gets in the way of the signal creates the problem. So we presented that, and there's no substantial material and competent evidence to the contrary that's been presented to this board. And it has to be presented to this board from someone, which it hasn't been.
Miss Ashley, is it What, could you lay out to us here the difference between a technical modification and a condition, and why it seems that it's being asserted that a technical modification essentially has to be accepted?
A technical modification, I don't know if it matters if you call it a condition or a technical modification. The question is, as proposed, whether it is higher than what would normally be, is allowed by right or not, you roll that into the special use standards that we've described. Does even with that additional height, have they tended to show that those standards have been met? And then also that additional that I've found, which says, you know, why are you questioning the height because you think that the height impacts one of those standards, or is it more to this business need, bona fide need, which is,
Well,
you know, that you don't need it to be so high?
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is, we're continually using this word technical modification, which I can't find in our UDO under special use. So technical modification is included in the staff report and included in this conversation for some reason, but not included in our UDO, while condition is. Additionally, our
We do
UDO
use technical modification is in our UDO.
under
but,
special use, so it doesn't.
But the only other thing, if it's not a technical modification, it's a variance. And it's not a variance because that has to go through a variance process. So even when we talk about a conditional zoning, for example, we never say we're asking for a variance from this standard. We say it's a technical modification.
So it's not a technical term. It's just a.
No, it is a technical. We
okay,
talk about
'cause, well,
modifications
what I'm saying is,
in our UDO.
within the special use portion of our UDO, we don't talk about technical modifications, unless you can help me find it.
Okay. You're saying that
I'm saying,
conditions are allowed?
Under the special use
Okay.
permit, conditions are allowed, technical modifications are not addressed.
Okay.
So when I'm saying it's a condition, that's because I have no other word inside our UDO.
Okay.
Okay? So within our UDO, it clearly states the the telecom communication tower cannot go above 100 feet. Cannot, shall not. Okay? It also says any condition can be made to include for height. So without the word technical modification, it sounds like they're asking for a condition, which is not required by the special use permit and doesn't seem to fall under the claim that's being made that we have to provide the modification because of the special use permit process.
You have to have a reason to deny the modification, condition, technical modification, whatever you want to call it. And that's why I'm saying, think of it in terms of what is the condition change, the modification, how does that impact your view of how these standards now, perhaps the applicant has not shown that they have
Well, it's
met.
no longer in harmony, right? Special use is provided per this particular district, and this
In
district.
harmony, scintilla of evidence, again, we go to
But
that.
I mean, right, we're presuming harmony because it's a special use allowed, but within this particular district, but this district has a height limit.
But there can be a condition, and if they show that adding that additional height, again, if that additional height, if that does not meet, because they added it, is the reason that you feel that they have not tended to show that they met all of the standards, then it would be grounds for denial, but also keeping in terms the burden. It's not for the board to be making the argument, it is for opponents to make the argument, and we have not had that information. But you can proceed.
And I want to go back to the height limit. It's in the it's in your telecommunications ordinance, your tower ordinance, not the district height limit. And Will, I mean,
The
I assume
district
the
height
ordinance
limit is
allows the
40
technical
feet.
modifications in the telecommunications ordinance, does it not? Isn't that where that came from?
Can you repeat that, please?
Huh?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, the technical modification allowance for that,
Mhm.
is that in the telecommunications ordinance, or is it otherwise in the UDA?
I believe it's located otherwise.
So it's not, it wouldn't be in the special use section, it'd just be, there's an ability to modify, to make technical modifications, correct?
It's my understanding, don't have the correct citation right in front of me, but that's how we've administered it
Okay.
previously.
So it's not, if you looked at the special use section, you're probably not going to see it because it allows with otherwise in the ordinance to allows for a technical modification. Just like the fence part that staff could do. There was, the landscaping could be eliminated and the fence done. That's a technical modification as well.
No.
Well, it's
We
a staff level
determined that
modification.
was something the staff
Right.
could do, but this is
I'm sorry,
different.
it's a modification.
Right. And
that
this
the
board is
ordinance
used to
allows.
looking at modifications as part of a conditional zoning, which is just asking for something that's not specified in the ordinance. So I'm not sure how more clear I can make it. If there's.
Would it be fair to say that under the state statute around fulfilling the harmony requirement, the presumption is that harmony is met if the use is allowed subject to the criteria under which the use is allowed? Like, I guess, is that extra 35 feet relevant in making a harmony determination because it is not, it
Because
says.
it's additional.
Right.
It's beyond. And I think that's where you have to determine if it is that relevant that they haven't been able to meet their burden because of that additional 100 feet.
Well, I do also point to our appraiser's testimony that spoke specifically to that type of thing as well. So it's not just, we were not just relying on that.
But the appraiser would speak to the criteria number 3, will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. I'm talking about fulfillment of special use standard number 4, that the proposed use or development of the land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the area or neighborhood in which it is located.
Right, but he did speak to his personal examination of the site, and it still comes relevant because he was evaluating a 135-foot tower, right, and making his determination on that. And he also said in the site, he also pointed to factors of the mall and the surrounding area about how there was height, there were, the light poles, the deck, the parking deck, and the big buildings and the mall and how it fits in with that. That was my point.
Understood. We've talked around this for a long time. Does anyone have any last questions, or is anyone prepared to make a motion?
I just quickly want to follow through with the logic that I'm hearing, right? We're not allowed to question for business practice, and I get that. So like if the applicant came forward and said, we want 199 feet, we know it's above the 100 feet, following this logic, we would be in the same place that we are now.
You would be looking for testimony from opponents who said, well, I could live with 100 feet, but 135 feet is really impacting. I would say that would be what you focus on, that differential.
So it's not our determination. We're weighing applicant versus
the evidence
opponent.
that's come forward. Although, as the applicants even said, it is a slightly different standard because it's a condition or it's something different than what's specified in the special use standard. So I suppose in this case, if you feel that there's enough either evidence or your own understanding of compatibility that makes that additional feet should not make it compatible with the neighborhood, then you're just going to have to explain that if that is part of the motion. With all the other standards in mind that have been met, but that's the one thing
Would anybody like to make a motion? No one's jumping out of their seat on this one. We do need to take action. So we must have a.
I'd like to ask a question of city legal real quick.
Okay.
So you've said it and I feel like I've heard it and I want to make sure that I'm hearing what you're saying, which is that with the exception of the technical modification, it's only our concern to listen to two sides of the story and make a judgment based on those two sides, the evidence presented from either side. The only gray area in this case is what I will call a condition, because that's what it's called underneath the specific section of the UDO. In that case, they're asking for a modification, and it appears all of staff's report points in the direction of aligning with the surrounding area and zoning districts. At that point, is it our board's, commission's job at all to make any decision between, I guess, the applicant and staff and, no expert witnesses on the other side?
On the condition, I do think that you can try to articulate why you would not be able to support that requested modification or condition, not based on these special use permit standards, although I do think they're good guidance. Because it's quasi-judicial, I still think there should be some standard of what is it. It's not the same as legislative where you say, yeah, I just don't think that's compatible. I think you need to be more specific, similar to a variance standard, which is this the least modification necessary to accomplish, what the applicant wants? Have they proven a hardship? That's another possible standard. And is it in the spirit of the overall comprehensive plan? Those are standards that are used in quasi-judicial procedures for variances, if that helps at all. I just don't think I've quite heard the articulation why that difference in height makes it so, if that's the direction you're going in, that it just does not make it compatible with the neighborhood. So I think you tried to get at that with data, but it seemed to be going more down the line of, why do you need this much? But if that is how much they need to accomplish, then the question is, does that height difference, could you be supportive of that or not?
Do I have a motion? Well, despite major dissatisfaction in our abilities as a board to enforce clear stipulations in the UDO, I do find that the only evidence that has been provided supports approval, and I do not find grounds of denial. So I will say, based on the competent material and substantial evidence presented at the hearing, I move to approve the special use permit for the Vogue Telecommunication Tower at 3 South Tunnel Road, because the proposal meets the 7 special use standards outlined in section 716(2)(c) of the City of Asheville Unified Development Ordinance.
There are additional standards required that, as Mr. Wheatley asked about, and those also have been addressed in the application.
Including the additional standards
For telecommunications.
for telecommunication towers that have been addressed in the application as admitted evidence.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Best of luck. It is 10:16 and we have,
Shame on everybody, and I hope you sleep horribly, especially the attorney, Michael.
just wanted to check in with staff. We do have one more item on the agenda. Are we going to get kicked out of the building? Or
They have concerts here. They
No, I did let facility staff know that this was running much longer than we were expecting. And the applicants have said that they have shortened their presentation. Mine will be brief as well. So we will still have time for public comment and we're good to continue.
need from the commission for like just a 5?
Yeah, quick 5.
We'll come back at 10:22.
There were no more sign-ins after John, right? Yeah.
I know. Well, that's true, but then on these legislative ones, they don't, Steph and I were talking, I don't think they need to, some people that are the opponents, I mean, they're just, at some point, it seems like it's starting to get picky on the last one. It's like, wow, that's hours to say, oh my God, there's gonna be a parking lot, my children.
Chris? I mean, we got a lot on infrastructure. I mean, I'm gonna go through these super quickly. Yeah.
And then he
But
brings this
should
board of
I
adjustment
mean, I can
thing.
cut
I'm
a lot
like,
of this
I
out.
thought we were gonna drop that.
Okay.
So, anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not that old.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
I know, but we've had conceptual ones before that I don't ever, like the Project Aspire, I don't remember anybody saying, well, if you all had said, we don't have enough information to make a decision, then I would have said, okay, they might have something here. But after having Project Aspire with that range, and maybe this will go here and there, and that subdivision, that was like, oh, here's subdivision lines. We're not even gonna say exactly what the units look like or anything. So it's becoming, I guess I don't know, it's becoming more adversarial when a conditional zoning is supposed to make people feel more comfortable what eventually gets finally built. But if you don't want anything built,
All right, team. With apologies for making everyone stick around this long. We did not anticipate this being so excruciating, but appreciate everyone's stamina and especially the commission for staying engaged. Really appreciate it. So with that, we'll tee up the last item on the agenda, which I need to pull up. We're back into legislative public hearing land. So for all of you who were really tortured by the quasi-judicial process, that's behind us. Item 6 on our agenda is a request to amend the conditional zoning for property located at 767 New Haw Creek Road for the purposes of amending the site plan and project conditions. Parcel is identified as PIN 9659-93-9458 in the Buncombe County tax record. Property owner is the estate of Margaret B. King. The applicant contact is Mr. Warren Sugg. Planner coordinating review is Sam Starbaum. Mr. Starbaum.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And in the interest of time, I will be brief and then I will be seated. So this will be a truncated presentation. As you had said, what we have before us is a conditional zoning amendment. I will get into what that means a little bit later. But as with this presentation, with all my other presentations, we will still start with a location map. Where are we for this? We are, of course, in Haw Creek. That is generally understood to be culturally and geographically starting west at the 240 tunnel interchange, moving east to Gross Methodist Church, moving north all the way to the Blue Ridge Parkway. That includes the Happy Valley registered neighborhood, and that includes the Haw Creek neighborhood. Not all of that is within the city. There is some county jurisdiction as you move further north by Sunley Estates, but of course, cultural identity does not jive well with very neat jurisdictional boundary lines. So you can see that on the left where Haw Creek is. On the right, you see the 27-acre parcel, which is bisected by New Haw Creek Road. You have immediately to the south the Charlie Bowman ball fields. You also have the Evergreen School. To the north, you have Sleepy Hollow Road and the entrance to that Happy Valley registered neighborhood, which is one of the newest neighborhoods. And that's where we are. Let's talk about the zoning for a second, because I think this is crucially important. Haw Creek is known to be predominantly RS4, which is residential, single-family, medium-density district. What this parcel is residential expansion. This is already conditionally zoned. On July 23rd of 2024, when Ordinance 5094 was passed, this was rezoned. So what we are looking at today is not in measurement to RS4 standards. This is in measurement to what the conditional zoning and residential expansion standards are. This is, as I had mentioned, an area where there is predominantly RS4, but it is worth noting also that you can see from the slide that there are parcels of higher density zoning districts. You do have RM6, you have institutional, and moving further south near the entrance, you do have RM16.
Sorry to interrupt. Point of clarification back on that last slide. Is it commercial expansion, CZ, or residential expansion?
Residential, sorry. They get slurred after 10 o'clock, so please know that I mean residential expansion. So as I had said, we are looking at this compared to residential expansion standards and not RS4. This does comply in all areas with the exception of the townhomes. That does require technical modifications. Of course, for the lot geometry of the lot size minimum, just for the townhome lots, that is below the 3,500 square foot minimum. And then there does need to be a technical modification for the townhomes. They don't have side setbacks because they are in fact townhomes. And I had mentioned 5094 earlier. I think what is crucial for this presentation to keep things clear for the board, for staff, and for the community is to talk about what it was like, what happened where we are now, what council had passed, what planning and zoning had originally seen on March 20th, 2024, and what we have before us today. So this is what was approved. This is what is permitted and entitled. This was approved by council under the ordinance. They did receive all the appropriate zoning permits in May of this year, May of 2025. So what we have shown is we have 4.8 acres of tree canopy preservation on the east. We have more on the west. We're at about 20% tree canopy preservation here. We do have a connector for a greenway, which does move all the way north to connect to Sleepy Hollow. Most importantly, and what is notable about what council passed is the entrance is off of Sleepy Hollow, and what we have here are 84 units. So you have 49 single-family homes, and then you have to the west, you have those 35 townhomes. Again, this does have that greenway, and it does have all of the conditions that planning and zoning asked for on March 20th. Here is what you had seen. This has only 17% tree canopy preservation. It does have the type B property buffer. This does not have any connection moving south through the ballparks, and it does not have the greenway going north to Sleepy Hollow. It only connects through to New Hawk Creek Road. There are notably two bridges here. You have the bridge for the greenway, and then you also have the bridge for the access from New Hawk Creek. What you saw was also a higher density. There were more units at that time. What you had seen was 95. So it was 60 townhomes, and then 60 single-family residences and the 35 townhomes. So you also, in addition to that site plan, approved these 6 conditions, looking at that connected multi-use path across the ball fields, no clear cutting. I know particular to Commissioner Cycle is important to preserve the topsoil, and then just education programs for home buyers and providing public access for the greenway, as well as NCDOT approval for a crosswalk to get to the greenway safely across New Hawk Creek Road. And that brings us to today. So this will look very similar to what you saw on 320, but the reason why this is through as a conditional zoning amendment is that this is substantially different from what was approved at council. So the big change here is that the greenway does not extend either to New Hawk Creek Road or to Sleepy Hollow. The access does look the same as what you saw, but again, the access was off of Sleepy Hollow for council. So really the updates we're looking at here are for the bridge. The unit count stays the same. This is at 84. And the tree canopy is preserved. All other conditions, the 6 conditions you had asked for, are still present. This is what we're looking at today. And I wanted to talk about how this meets compatibility with surrounding zoning and then as well the future land use. This is 3.1 units of density per acre. What you'll find in this area and also in the residential neighborhood future land use designation is this area envisions smaller developments with single-family residences and some duplexes, some townhomes, some subordinate structures. And this is exactly what is proposed. This is not the perfect development, but this does meet what is envisioned for the residential neighborhood, which again is looking at 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. It will have limited access points into and around the development, and sidewalks located within these residential neighborhoods and connecting to major corridors are a priority, which the applicant has worked with HCCEA to get conditions to meet this in a way that identifies and meets the goals of both the existing zoning, again, the existing zoning being residential expansion, and for the future land use of residential neighborhood. And I will be quick and delicate through here as well. I did want to spend some time on infrastructure because that was a huge focal point of public input. Staff has determined that this meets the compliance standards for transportation as they exist now. It does also have that water letter of commitment, and then sewer, there is that wastewater allocation. Stormwater, I'm going to get into just a little bit, but know that detailed stormwater review, as mentioned by Jason earlier when it came to Deerfield, that is also relevant here. They will have to comply with the stormwater ordinance, which looks at the 2 and 10-year detention. There will be a storm tech, which we'll talk about here soon, but that is, they are anticipated to meet all stormwater standards, which are stringent. But I did want to spend a little bit of time talking about the flood study and sort of what this is like in the wake of Helene. You have not seen this since Helene. There are a couple things that are relevant. And don't shoot the messenger. I am not responsible for this. I am only communicating information from Nancy Watford, who is a stormwater expert, works for Development Services, and can speak much more intelligently about this. But I want to be clear that H&H, which is hydrologic and hydraulic modeling, will be required for any bridges in the floodway of New Hawk Creek. That is not something that has to meet the same standards. It is actually more exacting. What they have to do is they have to meet the 100-year floodplain and storm standards. They have to model 1 foot of rise in flood waters, and if developments filled the floodplain area to that line. So in addition for the requirements of storm water for the residences, anything in the floodplain floodway has to meet that. That's going to include those bridges and retaining walls, greenway elements, things like that. And then there was also a development question about storm tech in the floodplain. I want to be clear that a storm tech is allowed in the floodplain, and just the same, they have drown down and clean out requirements. If they are in that floodplain, which is proposed, they have to be able to pass that same 100-year flood event safely. So staff does hear these concerns and takes them very seriously. This is something that will have to happen. And I want to be clear procedurally, this is something, the H&H study isn't necessarily something that planning and zoning looks at. This is done by technical engineering experts and then is submitted to Nancy Watford and Derek Wayne Scott, the floodplain administrator. The applicants will not be able to get grading as stormwater and other work permits until this is met and passed. So please know that the city hears public comment and we take flooding very seriously. So this is also hot off the presses. I had mentioned the connector through 719 New Hawk Creek, which is generally understood to be the ball fields. This is a condition that was worked out last year when you last saw this on March 20th, 2024. We finally have development plan sheets. This is what this looks like. We are 80% there. This is not 100% perfect. Warren Slug can speak about it. There are still some questions about NCDOT right-of-way further south, where exactly that starts and ends, and then also what the NCDOT will require for, it's quite a hill, so you have to have railing, but also what does that look like as it interplays with a retaining wall. So that is a matter of infrastructure that staff also considers because it is a matter of connectivity. This does connect that city project, which terminates at Bell Road, all the way through the development. And that brings us to the comprehensive plan review. I said this last year to you. I said this to council last year. I'll say this to you again, and I'll say it to council again. This isn't a perfect development. Staff is not saying this is a perfect development. This is a good development that meets the goals of the comp plan when you consider a preponderance of evidence. This does make streets more walkable, comfortable, and connected through having connectivity through the internal site, having the greenway, and particularly with the condition of adding the ball field sidewalk through 719, which connects Bell Road, all the way through just short of Sleepy Hollow. It would be more connected and more aligned with the comprehensive plan if it continued through either to Sleepy Hollow or to New Hawk Creek, and currently it just terminates short. It would be great if there were even more connectivity, but it does make streets more walkable, comfortable, and connected. It does increase and diversify the housing supply. I included that in last year's staff report. It is there this year as well, and does bring out that greenway network. So for that reason, and the consideration of all the other things, staff does recommend approval of this. Required reviews, here's where we are. We don't have a city council date yet. We wanted to see how this shook out before we scheduled anything, and city council is now canceled for September 28th. So we're looking at maybe October 14th, but that will be communicated to Hawk Creek once we hear more. And with that, I will leave that on my suggested motion and would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Starbaum. That was an efficient presentation covering the historical path that this development's taken previously. Any immediate questions for staff?
Just to be clear, if you want to go back to, yeah, that slide right there. Essentially, we have an approved plan. We have approved CZ.
Yeah.
We're looking for a modification to that, and it's these red ellipsed areas.
Correct.
Essentially, that are the change.
Yes, and then also with the project condition that the applicant seeks to retain the existing development rights, and then also so there will be 2 site plans with the conditional zoning amendment. That which is already existing, the council approved a titled one with access from Sleepy Hollow, and then also this, so that way as
The applicant, the developer is looking to preserve both options.
Yeah.
Moving forward, okay.
Yeah, as they navigate financing and entitlements and things that the city are not party to, some options may be more viable. Again, we are not party to that, but that is why the applicant seeks that condition.
And that's condition number 4 in the Exhibit E.
So my question is about the flood study and kind of procedural, and we'll see if you can answer this question. So because the flood study is going to be required and we won't have the new maps and the new FEMA floodplain boundaries until 2026, if that, usually it would be on the engineer to go out there and survey and do this modeling themselves, create the model from scratch because it's so different. What I'm hearing, and I do this work myself, is that FEMA's not accepting those models. And so my question is, will it prolong this project? They can't really do the flood study until we have the new boundaries. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. They can continue and still do an H&H study. I want to be clear too that we have gone ahead, we have approved a development and zoning permits in floodplain and floodway and other components of Asheville. We are hoping those preliminary maps that the state is doing for FEMA will be ready for 2026. That is not at all a guarantee, but those are 2 separate things. The mapping program and then also H&H modeling. H&H can continue while the maps are being processed. I mean, we coordinate, we being North Carolina, we coordinate and do the mapping process for FEMA. There is always a process of mapping. They are always mapping, and they go in certain sections and quadrants. So we cannot withhold development because of the mapping process is ongoing, because it is always ongoing. And I would also let I think that there's a question about a building moratorium that Janice would have to answer. There are reasons where if you feel that you need to continue because you don't have enough information, that's one thing, but I don't think we can continue because we are waiting on other programs.
I would agree with that.
Right, so the H&H modeling is happening, but is we don't have anybody from Stormwater here, do we?
Nope.
Are new cross sections being required to be surveyed as part of the modeling?
That's a great question for Warren Sugg.
Okay.
So just to be clear, the reservation of rights to pursue 2 different options is a project condition. The site plan provided is the entrance off of New Haw Creek Road.
Mm-hmm.
In the ordinance as it goes to council, will there be kind of option A, option B, or how is the prior approved plan memorialized?
Yes, so again, this is entitled and approved under 5094, and then when they went through that final TRC process earlier this year, just as there is a site plan for Exhibit D, which is referenced, there will be, and we're going to have to work with Janice and Derek and a whole host of people on this, but my hunch, my suspicion is that there will be a D1 and a D2 memorializing. This is the existing approved zoning stamped plan, which is the underlying conditional zoning, and then this is from the amendment. Both options, both site plans referenced herein are retained.
Does that make sense for city legal, or is there any problematic?
I'm not, I mean, this one is, as you said, that's already permitted. So what are you saying? So what would go to council is either they don't approve the amendments, which would mean the original.
No, I'm saying that because the applicant is seeking to have, under condition 4, to have both options retained as rights.
Okay.
There would be an either-or situation, and so we would present both site plans to council and the amended ordinance for this amendment.
But then the conditions would allow them to do either at their discretion, and the discussion will be around whether that is, or even in this commission, if that's an alternate that you want to allow either or.
Yeah, and we can work this out with legal between now and council.
I guess
But they'll have the same question before this board, right?
I guess the question is, so we've memorialized the specific location, or council did when approving this plan to Sleepy Hollow. The Exhibit E draft project conditions is sort of a written summary of connection to Sleepy Hollow Drive without kind of being tied to a specific plan. And so if the new plan, which is the one that we previously reviewed, connecting to New Haw Creek Road, is approved, how do we memorialize the specific tie-in to Sleepy Hollow Drive without it being attached in a site plan?
I think there's a way we can attach that in a site plan, and that is, again, a question for Janice. I think there is a way where we can memorialize both options.
Okay. I think, yeah, just procedurally for conditional zoning, does this open the gates for applicants to pursue 8 options when they're pursuing a conditional zoning? I want to, because typically it's a very specific site plan with specific conditions. This is a unique case, and I want to make sure we're not opening Pandora's box for endless variation that applicants are going to pursue in the future. Could you turn on your mic, please?
And along that train of thought, I mean, there is a time limit on these things. So the initial amendment had that, I'm assuming what was a 5-year kind of limit on there. So now this amendment would be another 5-year clock separate from that, or does the original one, does that time clock start over again?
Staff can answer that. That is one of the conditions, that the time clock would start over again from the approved of the new amendment. So that's when council passes a CZ amendment that is also recorded as an ordinance, it would start from the time of that recordation approval.
Thank you, Sam.
But that is a condition that you always have discretion over.
Yeah.
What's required is at least 2 years, but regularly people have been asking for 5 years because it is more difficult to develop. So.
Any other specific questions for staff before we invite the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Starbaum. Would the applicant like to present?
Good late evening, staff, members of this commission, and neighbors that have come out, and folks on the project team. My name is Derek Allen. I'm with Allen, Stahl, and Kilborn. I'm a zoning attorney here in Asheville. Our project team consists of the applicant, Warren Sugg, who's our engineer, but also Kevin Jackson, who is the developer on this project. And I wanted to address just a couple of things to kind of put us back in the right spot. I know that Sam's truncated presentation ended with recommending approval of the project, and I wanted to remind us all the project's already approved. The project's approved, it's been through TRC. What we are talking about is providing an alternate access point onto New Hall Creek Road, and that's an alternate, and that looks at section 4, number 4 under the conditions, and it would consist of 2 different site plans, the one that's already approved and has gone through TRC, and the one that accompanied this amendment, which exits onto New Hall Creek Road. The rest of the conditions, and there are 23 of them, that were the result of numerous meetings with neighbors over a number of months and with dozens of human beings individually and as a number of groups. This commission in this same room, I'm looking at some of these faces, and I can remember the exact conditions that each of you pushed on the development team to add in, and we put those things in: the topsoil condition, the increased tree canopy, losing that row of homes in the back. Those are neighbor requests. Those are all in. And so when the 60 single-family homes on the right side of the road, looking at the plan, came through last year, those are now 49. We're not trying to add back in the 11 to get this second entrance piece. We're literally just asking that this uncertainty about how to access this property be resolved. People have asked things about the flood studies that have to happen. Those have to happen whether this amendment gets approved or not. They have to happen. That's going to happen. That's part of the process. We know that Andy Bick is on that. He's going to be doing our H&H, and that process is a standalone process from this. We have to do it anyway. People have asked why is alternate access needed? Very simply, there's no hide the ball here. Lenders have asked for an insurable interest in terms of accessing the ingress egress in order to get the project financed and moving. Right now, that's what needs to happen. We could still go either way on those the entrances as it's get built out, but right now we need to get moving. The Bowen report came out this past week. I know it went to City Council. Over the next 5 years, we need 11,000 housing units. That's 5 years, and that's only in Asheville. Over 5,000 of those units need to be single-family homes. 6,000 of those units need to be multifamily. Here we have the townhome project on one side, and we have the single-family on the other. We need to move these things now, and that's why we're trying to move this project along. This gives us the flexibility to get going right now, immediately, and that's what we're asking for in this simple amendment. The amendment carries with it some changes to the site plan. I would ask Warren Sugg, our engineer, to come up to go over those, and then we can move along as quickly as we can. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions at any time.
Good evening, Warren Sugg, Civil Design Concepts. You guys have been here for a long time, so I will make it very brief. As mentioned, the main change here is just the access point. With that, there are a couple conditions that just need some clarification. So if we have this access onto New Hall Creek Road, then the sidewalk that was going, Greenway and sidewalk that was going along Sleepy Hollow would now be going along that bridge section. It would still connect down into the area that we were talking about, going across the ball field area. We also would have street trees that would be required along that section of New Hall River Drive. And because there are wetlands there, there's the floodplain, floodway, and all that, we've got a conditioner there. We would prefer to put those street trees along the Greenway path that's along our frontage, which we think is a better place for them. So that's in there as well. And the only other thing that I want to make sure we touch on is, any questions you guys have?
So, as everyone has been made aware, it is not prohibited in the UDO to have a subsurface stormwater facility within the floodplain. However, it is usually not recommended. What reassurances does the engineering team have for the neighborhood that this facility will be engineered to make sure, there aren't maintenance headaches for the HOA when it comes time to have their yearly inspections done?
Yeah, it's a great question. So here locally, we've we've been lucky enough to do a lot of below ground infiltration devices over the last decade or so. So we've got pretty good experience with not only that design, but seeing it installed, seeing where those areas where it could be improved. I would say the contractors locally are very, very familiar with below ground storm chambers for infiltration, being able to wrap those appropriately with the filter fabric. We have inspectors as part of our firm who will go out and do those inspections while it's going in, but also yearly as well. And yeah, I understand your question about being down in the flood plain area. It's where the water wants to infiltrate and go back to. It's also the area where we've got our greenway, and it kind of makes the most sense to be the least impactful to get back to if you had to get to it again. So it's a great spot for it. And we've got the one on the west side, which is the townhome, and that's unchanged. And then the one on the east side is unchanged. It was always shown before under that greenway and still shown in that same spot.
Have you done your soil testing there yet?
Yeah, so we've gone through we've got all permits in hand for the original approval.
That's right, okay.
We've done all that.
So you're 2 feet above ordinary high water?
Right.
Okay. Is there a backflow preventer on the outfall?
I will check. I don't know. I didn't, we had another PM in the office who did the construction drawing. I don't know if there's a backflow preventer in there or like a check valve, duct valve kind of thing on it, but I'll check on that.
Yeah, I just know, obviously post-Helene, everyone's,
right.
We want our systems to be successful. And so, it is trickier to have a system in a floodplain, because you're having runoff from those homes, the streets which are higher, but water may be backing up from the stream. You still want to be able to provide that storage. So having backflow prevention and stuff like that are really important.
A couple questions kind of in that same vein. So one question is the downstream culvert on Haw Creek, which is Bell Road. Do you know if that is undersized? Does that create a tailwater condition where you're having water back up and influence how much capacity this bridge will be?
Right, so that would be the culvert down below the ball fields. I don't know the exact size of that. It's outside of the survey boundary, so I'm not sure what that size is. Does anybody on the commission, do you happen to know what the size is? Yeah, I don't know. We'll check into it. We obviously have to hold back to the pre-post and do the quality and quantity, but we'll look into that size.
Okay, yeah, I know you'll have to look at that in the H&H study. The other question, so I kind of struggled to see the grading. I know it was on some of the plans, but it's just really tight in there. So just for all of us to understand, if the main bridge that we're talking about on the west were to become flooded and at capacity, and then water is also going to be going through the bridge to the east, which is conveying the wetland. So you've got 2 culverts fully flowing. What would happen next? Would the water just overtop the road and continue, or would it, would the grading make it so that it backs up and floods these proposed homes?
So the proposed homes are up a bit higher, and even the bridge, the intention there will be to have that probably at least a couple feet above base flood elevation. It was actually one of the conversations we'd had with Andrew Bick. Was he started to ask, okay, what's the bridge abutments going to be? What's the span? How much above base flood elevation? So he's going to be studying those things. I think our attorney spoke to that a little bit. He's the expert. I'm not, but I'm definitely going to feed him whatever information he needs to produce that. And the idea is to have that bridge up where it's, it would have to be a very, very significant event. Hopefully one in forever kind of event.
And to follow up my question that was deferred for when you came up here, do you happen to know if Andrew Bick is requesting or needing new cross sections surveyed for the study?
I don't know yet what he's going to need there. He's kind of evaluating the older, models that were in that area, which I think are fairly old.
Yeah.
So he'll be giving us, whatever he needs, and if he needs new survey information, we'll certainly get the surveyor who's already a part of the project to go get those and whatever he needs for his modeling.
And I just for clarity, I think Commissioner Bell mentioned 2 bridges, and is it 2 bridges?
No.
Or that's a wall in the wetland, correct?
Yeah, the wetland area is not a bridge. That
Right.
is a retaining wall on both sides. There would be a culvert there to still convey that water through, but it's not technically a bridge.
But
The
it is
bridge-
hydrologically connected.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So we would have a culvert there that would allow that passage of water, but the actual bridge, and that could be confusing for the neighbors as well, the bridge is only the portion that's about 90-foot span right there at New Hawk Creek Road.
And that bridge is open chamber underneath, not culverted pipe.
Correct. So you have an abutment on one side outside of the floodplain or floodway, and you'll have another abutment on the other side, very close to the road, but outside the floodway, and then it would be a span the whole direction, the whole area.
Question for staff. I'm struggling to recall the prior project, but in some cases, there's been a requirement for an evacuation plan if the roadway is within floodplain. In this case, the roadways are all out of floodplain, so that is not required, or
To the best of my knowledge, that is correct.
any other questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
We will open for public comment at 10:58 with sincere appreciation and admiration for you all who've stuck it out this long. I do have a list. I'll go down, and this is legislative public hearing again, so you have 3 minutes to speak as an individual, 10 if you're representing a group. Please be mindful of time. I will exercise chair discretion to limit public comment if we're hearing repetitious comments. We have received a significant amount of written public comment in advance, as well as coordination between city staff and neighbors. So appreciate all of that submitted. That has informed our ability to understand the parameters with this project. First signed up for public comment, I have Derek Allen is with the applicant. So Christy Schletter. Is Christy still here? And then next up, we have Emily Oldenburg.
So bear with me, I'm not used to presenting at 11 p.m. But what I want to say is my name's Christy Slater, and I am opposed to this bridge. I'm concerned about stormwater runoff, and I'm concerned about flooding. And I'll tell you why. What you haven't seen, but you probably have seen at one point, is picture of this. That's the property. So what we're talking about is a property that is not not developed much at all. It's only got 4 houses on it, and now you're gonna put 84 houses on it. You're gonna have a lot of impervious surfaces. You're gonna have a lot of runoff. You're talking about Haw Creek. Haw Creek is not a flat community, it's a cove. It's bordered by 3 ridges, and the water goes down, so we're very concerned about the stormwater system, and the stormwater system being in the floodplain. Part of the reason that I'm so concerned is because I have seen bridge damage before. That's a bridge that is downstream of this property. This was after Helene, and it opened up. The city was pretty quick on repairing it, and it opened up again in June when the recycling truck went by, and the city came and repaired it. It's much more fortified, but we're talking some serious water can come down this creek and cause damage. The next one that I want to show you is I want to show you flooding. And this is a property downstream of this development. And I am not going to try and be disingenuous. So, part of this property is in the floodplain. and that's true. But part of this property is not. The part up here is not floodplain. This is the first time it reached the house. And so I am very concerned about stormwater runoff, retaining walls, and all that can follow with that. Thank you. And, oh, I need to make one more point. It's not just about me. It's about everybody downstream in Hawk Creek. It's not just my property. And it's also about all of you contributed to paying for that bridge. So we have to have smart building so that we have, have good structures. Yes, we need more homes, but we need smart development. And I don't think this is smart development. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Oldenburg, and then next up, David Russell.
My goodness, are you exhausted? I can't believe you have to do this. I'm so sorry. Thank you for your service. I'm learning today. I am a Hawk Creek resident. I am up from this project, and so I'm here. First of all, thank you for taking the time to help our community develop. And I have concerned about the proposed rezoning originally for dense development on a floodplain with a bridge in an area already stressed by erosion and instability below the Blue Ridge Parkway that failed above Maple Drive after Helene. Speaking of evacuations, we had to after Helene. So I wanted to speak to the UDO. Planning and zoning is currently operating under rules designed more than 30 years ago in 1990 for zoning that was overruled and approved for this development by City Council. These rules may have once been adequate, but they no longer reflect the realities we face today. As we reflect on the first anniversary of Hurricane Helene, we cannot forget the lessons we've learned. Our community has moved forward, but moving forward should not mean forgetting. It should mean applying what we've seen and what we know so that our planning protects people, property, and the land itself. We still have not received adequate repair on our roads, our dilapidated ballpark, erosion issues, and power structure. There are power lines hanging on trees still. Now I know that's not you. What we need now is not just adherence to antiquated codes, but responsible stewardship. We need assurance and hope that hydrology, erosion, traffic, road safety, sewer capacity, power reliability, and water supply will all be considered with the full weight of today's knowledge, not yesterday's guidelines, please. The decision before you is more than a zoning change. It's a statement about whether we are willing to learn from the past and act responsibly for the future. Additionally, I wanted to highlight a couple pieces on the community that had been mentioned previously around the school Evergreen Community Charter. That is actually a lottery system with a years-long waiting list, if you're familiar with that school. The pool is 10 years deep for enrollment at that pool, and we have a dilapidated ballpark. East Asheville is struggling. I also wanted to attend to a couple other things. Ultimately, Buncombe County and Asheville City, as you mentioned, are part of Hawk Creek, and I don't know about the liability or the responsibility, but I feel like you have an opportunity in leadership, even if you're exhausted, to help us be responsible with this development. The developer's trying to develop. The engineers are following the rules. The rules are antiquated, right? So can we take what we learned from Helene and make responsible decisions? Thank you so much for all the service you're giving us.
Thank you. We have David Russell, and then next up, Janet Tubbs.
So I want to talk about the bridge. It kind of didn't get talked about, which is very interesting to me until the very end.
Sorry, could you please speak into the mic?
Oh, yeah, sure, I'm sorry. I want to talk about the bridge. My name's David Russell. I live on Bell Road. I want to talk the bridge, which didn't really get mentioned until quite the very end. The entire presentation didn't come up till Mr. Shugs brought it up. We have a 95-foot bridge, which if I understand from contact with the city, we need another 300 foot of berm to connect that to get out. So what I have is, this is 320 feet. That's on Saturday morning after Katrina. Not Katrina, I'm sorry. And this is last week. This is 95 feet here. This is 320, still in the flood zone, and it was flooded way up beyond that. I'd like to show you this as well. This is the view looking south from Sleepy Hollow. That's 185 feet directly across. This would be the 95-foot mark at the bridge site. This would be the 320-foot mark at the bridge site. This is the kind of water that was going through there, took out that bridge. Now what's going on here is 300 foot of berm with retaining walls with 4-foot pipes going through it. This is all gonna back up. It backs up now. It backs up without a hurricane coming through. The retaining water would be completely inundated and overwhelmed. Most of these storms are 3 days. That fills up, then it's underneath the flood water. Just let me point this out. This area right there is commonly called a farmer's trench that a farmer dug. It's about 12 foot across. It's a good 8 feet deep. And it ties in to Hog Creek. It takes all the water coming off that part of the land, puts it right into Hog Creek, so he could have 2 fields, or at least a field and a half. The Hog Creek, as I understand, was that those 2 left turns, or that left turn and then the right turn, was done some years back to move the creek to make the ball field. That's hearsay. I'm not 100% sure, but what I am sure about is that farmer's area ties right into that. That's a lot of water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we have,
Yeah, it ties in right here. Ties in, and it's dug right through to there. Sure.
all right, we have Janet Tubbs, followed by Chris Pelly.
Hi, my name's Janet Tubbs. I live in Happy Valley on Bell Road. The project is not, as someone said, it's not a good project. We all kind of agree to that. We've met in our neighborhood, and we're all here staying late at night to kind of tell you how much we don't like it. But what we really don't like on this amendment is this bridge over a wetland. I think it's just bad form. Impervious surfaces, water flow, people downstream. It's just a recipe for disaster. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Chris Pelly, followed by Amy Shelton.
Good evening, and I salute you all for working so late. Thank you very much. My name is Chris Pelly, and I serve as president of the Hawk Creek Community Association. When this proposal came before you last year, it included the bridge entrance before you again today. At that time, among other issues with this project were concerns about the bridge entrance and its impact on stormwater flooding. The photos we've seen here today show how bad things can become, and that's even without a bridge crossing that area. The reality of the Helene experience clarifies exactly how bad the flooding was last September, and the design under consideration, a bridge that is largely an earthen berm, will only worsen this by hindering stormwater flow. Instead, City Council approved a plan with a subdivision entrance at the bottom of Sleepy Hollow Drive. This entrance would be located above the creek, thereby negating the need for any bridge. When Mr. Jackson met with Hawk Creek residents on July 9th of this year, he said, quote, "Our attorneys are of the legal opinion we have the legal right-of-way to the Sleepy Hollow entrance. However, our lender has asked us to pursue a bridge option." So, just to clarify, you're not being asked to support this bridge because it is the right public policy choice, and certainly not because it is the right environmental choice, but rather because the project funders want some financial security that their investment will pay off. Think about that for a second. The residents of Haw Creek are being asked to accept diminished safety and security so Mr. Jackson's financial backers can enhance theirs, even though, according to him, the original subdivision entrance remains a viable option. I respectfully request you oppose this design amendment and require the developer to respect and follow the plan he agreed to last year. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Amy Shelton, followed by Chris Fleming.
Catch my breath a minute from walking up here. My name is Amy Shelton. I want to start by thanking you all for your public service. You guys have dealt with a lot of tough issues tonight, and I appreciate all your consideration. I've been a resident of New Haw Creek Road for the last 2.5 years after purchasing my first home. I'm also a member of the Haw Creek Community Association, and I want to encourage this commission to consider a responsible way to approve and support this amendment. As recently as 2 weeks ago, or at the last city council, the mayor, for at least a second time, if not a third or fourth, raised the concern that conditional rezoning measures are being passed, but the result in issues with financing or other issues have resulted in a failure to build. This developer has shown resilience and continued interest to find a way to deliver more housing for Asheville. I hope that the P&Z Commission, sorry, my phone went dark. I hope that the P&Z Commission recognizes this effort and does not stand in the way or delay a development that aligns with the city's comprehensive plan and responds to the recent Bowen report that calls for building over 11,000 housing units. This is single-family housing, 49. This is nowhere near close to meeting that Bowen report's ask. The pictures that you see, I was there for Helene. The water and storm water runoff is real and is serious. So that's why I say responsibly approve. I am no expert in stormwater needs, but I want to encourage the commission to lean on the technical experts for them to decide how these developments need to be built in a way that is responsible. We cannot allow Helene to freeze the development of new housing in Asheville. There's going to be no way that we can meet any affordable housing, much less just an increase in supply of housing in Asheville if we allow Helene to stop all development for the next year or 2 years. I had other comments that the City of Asheville Public Works Stormwater Department has done an amazing job. They have been in Haw Creek in a number of different areas, repairing culverts and bridges and roads, as others have demonstrated. They have not waited for updated flood maps and reports to decide how to improve these systems. So I want to trust in those experts, and I know that's asking a lot of our neighbors. I want to trust in those experts to be the ones to figure out a way to make this possible so that we can increase the housing supply in Asheville. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chris Fleming, followed by Lee Eske. Chris left, Lee Eske. And then next up, Don Decker. Thank you for being concise with comments. It's helping us allow everybody to be heard, so I really appreciate it so far.
Yeah, thank you for hanging in there. We'll try to be very brief. We were here a year ago. Some of you may remember this project. Just for transparency, I did not like the project then. I think it's very problematic, and there are all kinds of issues, and there was a lot of opposition in our neighborhood to this project. And now we have a sort of revisit. And now things have changed a bit because of Helene. Having been there and seen that, just to reiterate, we have a new experience. And my request is, or my question is, how can we proceed without that flood study? How can a decision be made without that information? In good conscience, how can we continue to approve this project without knowing the impact. You know, it is Haw Creek, the actual name is Haw Creek Valley, because we're in a valley, because all the water comes down and into the creek. And so I live about a quarter mile upstream, and my neighbor, who is next to me, who lives on the creek during Helene, she had water on both sides and under her house, and she has a video of her in the house while the house is shaking. And at her spot there, the creek is about 8 inches deep. So I am trying to imagine what it's like in the next event with all this ground paved and all the runoff and all the folks downstream. What is that? What happens to them downstream? So, and this is just on a typical day also, as someone pointed out, it doesn't have to be a tropical storm for us to have a lot of wet in Haw Creek. We're a valley with a creek running through it. So my request is there any way to wait on this until we get that study to see what the actual impact is of this new situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Don Decker, followed by David Lancaster. We have about 6 more.
I too will be very brief. Someone mentioned that the city and the state was doing a great job rebuilding the road. Haw Creek Valley has essentially one main road from Tunnel Road up to Sondley, and then there's a second Old Haw Creek Road, which parallels it to an extent. Water all runs down. The roads were badly damaged. If you go up in the valley or down in the valley, there are bridges that were barely repaired, barely passable. Some of them were repaired, have been temporarily patched. And New Haw Creek Road itself, the embankment is undermined, and there have been, in some cases, 2 or 3 reapplications of asphalt just to keep the road level. If you go in now and drive through, you will see deep dips, you'll see guardrails leaning to the side, and you will see a road bed that is absolutely not going to be able to handle more traffic, or especially that level of construction traffic. So the infrastructure has not been repaired. It's not in good shape, and we're just exacerbating the problem on top of the uncertainty of what happens in the floodplain. This is not a good situation. It's not good for the people that are there now, and it's not going to be good for the people that move into the development. We need to resolve these problems before we go assuming that a design submitted floodplain control mitigation effort is going to work. There's no way it could just as well not work as it could work. So who's going to be responsible if it doesn't work? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. David Lancaster, followed by Stephen Scholl. Thank you, appreciate it, sir. Stephen Scholl, followed by Dan Brown.
I'm Steve Scholl, and I live in Sondley. One thing that has not been mentioned tonight is that the reason why the council-approved version of the entrance road is where it is was because of a negotiation. There was tremendous blowback from the community about the original entrance road that was proposed, which is what we're back to again tonight. So keep in mind, if this option is denied, it doesn't mean the project fails to go forward. It just means they stick with the deal that they made last summer. Now, I want to point out some things that have not been, excuse me, that have not been mentioned. And if it's okay, I'm going to use my pointer. So, you notice this little trail here has got, looks like retaining walls on each side. And that's going to block part of that farmer's trench that was mentioned a few minutes ago. If you come down the trail, you reach an intersection with the entrance road. And the circles there sort of obscure the fact that there is a crosswalk there. So someone who's coming down this nature trail comes to the entrance road, which is going to be elevated above the surface level where the nature trail is located. So they have to get up to the road. There's some hash marks for a cross mark, so they cross the road. Then they have to go back down to ground level and continue on the the nature trail and eventually connect with the Bullman Park sidewalk. Those seem to me pretty awkward transitions. And I haven't heard any indication of how that's going to be handled. We know that that road is going to be elevated. It's going to be sitting on a berm. Is it going to be 4 feet, 6 feet, 8 feet? We don't know at this point. But whatever it is going to be, somebody's going to have to climb that, first climb up, cross, and then climb down. Then you have a similar problem right here, because the idea is for people coming down out of the townhomes are supposed to be able to cross New Haw Creek Road and pick up the nature trail there. That's the intention. Well, it just so happens that there's about a 7-foot drop-off at Haw Creek Road right there. Haw Creek Road is built on an embankment. And so, again, there's no indication of how you're going to accomplish that. How are you going to accomplish those transitions? Thank you for your time, and I know it's late, and I think everybody would like to go home.
Thank you. That's what I like, finding common ground. Dan Brown. All right, then next we have Tom Lodge, and then finally John Appleby.
Yes, I'm Tom Lodge. I'm a resident of Trapper's Run in Haw Creek. I've been here nearly 8 years. I am, as a resident, alarmed at the density of the project as being incompatible in appearance with what is existing, but in particular, the traffic that it would generate would increase the use of the only road that we have in that area. And I'm concerned particularly about wildfire evacuation, and an adequate study has not been done in that respect. As a profession, I am an ecologist. I have worked with stormwater engineers my entire career, looking at wetland impacts and looking at the numbers that stormwater people give me. So I'm accustomed to looking at residential developments. And I'm concerned, particularly on the east side of this project, where the stormwater system is to be located in the floodplain. It looks like it would work fine for a normal rainfall, but for a heavy rainfall that causes flooding in the floodplain, the system will not work. The system would actually be in competition with water coming down Haw Creek, and therefore exacerbating the potential flooding of people downstream from the system. So I have to wave my arms around in generalizations. The important thing is that an H&H modeling study needs to be done, and the decisions really can't be made on this project until that's complete. Thank you.
Thank you. And last up, John Appleby.
Good evening, everybody. I was first, but now I'm last. I had to go 3 hours of coaching soccer, and now I'm back for this. So, hey, I wanted to just rewind a little bit because I noticed there was a critical detail missing in Sam's presentation. You know, one of the key criteria of approval going forward for this project was access via One Sleepy Hollow Drive. I believe it was a condition of moving on to construction. That's what you communicate to me in email. But that was not mentioned in any presentation. So the reason we're back here is because Mr. Jackson doesn't believe he can get access via One Sleepy Hollow Drive because there's covenants there that are completely ignored all the time. And so that's why we're here throwing spaghetti against the wall with a bridge proposal that, frankly, is just ludicrous. It's not a bridge. It is a quarter of a bridge and 3/4 of a dam. So we're essentially damming the floodplain and forcing the water to go through this narrow gap of 90 feet. And if you notice, the stream does an S-curve. So all the water flows to that S. It doesn't flow neatly through there. It's going to go over the top of that dam, which is what it basically is. The water during Helene crested the Sleepy Hollow Bridge, went over the top of it. And so naturally, it's just going to flow down and go over the top of this dam. And that's going to be catastrophic for all the people that are downstream from here. You guys are going to sit here and approve a project without a flood study, or really understanding the size and the scale of what has got to go across this floodplain. It is massive. It's 400 feet of dam. That's what you guys are thinking about doing. Let's talk about the Greenway, because that's been lauded as a great, negotiation that the HCAA did, and it's been mentioned again. We're going to tree line the Greenway. The Greenway's in the floodplain. It is going to last as long as it is till the next rainstorm, and it's going to be completely disappear. There will be no Greenway. If you look at the photograph here, it's before you get to the 185 feet. It's like 120, 130 feet in is where the Greenway is. It's ridiculous. It's not going to last. I mean, that'll be great when you cut the ribbon, then it'll be gone for the next storm. I want to ask you guys a question. I don't know if you can actually respond because I don't know how this works. But I submitted a video of one of the neighbors took a video of Helene just at the height of the storm. They're pretty brave of them to go out there in their car and take a video. And if you see that video, there's no way you can sit there and think, I can approve this bridge. There is a wall of water going from Sleepy Hollow on the way down. It is massive. These photos don't do that justice. I took the photos here about 2 hours after the storm. So this is after all of it's gone through. And we walked along Newhall Creek and took these photos. And that was the remnants of the storm. That wasn't at the height of the storm.
Thank you.
So I urge you to watch the video if you've not seen it. And please do that before you vote.
All right, that concludes our public comment. I will close public comment at 11:29. Any questions, clarifications from the commission?
To me, what I heard is the majority, the bridge is the concern because that's what we're voting on, right? And that's the majority of the comments. And the majority of the concern seems to be around flooding. And ask for a modeling, H&H modeling. But what I heard from staff, thank you, Sam, at the beginning was that a model, H&H modeling has to occur. Is that correct?
That is correct. The applicant cannot pull grading, stormwater, and flood permits, which come after final TRC, unless they have an approved, engineer-stamped, and passed H&H study.
So what the residents are asking for has to be done?
Yes.
think that's a good point, just as a reminder for the public, where we are in the process is Planning and Zoning Commission is required for conditional zonings to provide a recommendation to City Council, who ultimately is the decision maker on approval of the zoning. And then if that approval is achieved, the next step would be a final TRC where the technical conditions are met. And that's when this H&H study would be done. So the notion that it is a precondition for approval by Planning and Zoning Commission or even City Council is just sort of out of sequence.
Correct.
So, from the opposite end of that, the issue is that there is existing zoning that exists all throughout the city that may or may not comply with H&H modeling requirements, and maybe in areas where it actually can't get permitted based on the technical requirements of the city, but it doesn't come before Planning and Zoning Commission for a rezoning. In this case, the projects come before us and we're looking at the land use. We're not necessarily looking at all the technical details of the parameters. So for instance, like steep slope ordinance, there are a lot of single family homes that are in steep slope ordinance areas where a home can't actually be built. Those lots exist. Theoretically, a home could be built there, but if you go to pull permits, it may not be possible based on what you want to do, whether that's square footage, setbacks, lot sizes. In this case, it sounds like the developer may be coming here early based on what the information folks would like to have, but they're also getting that approval at risk that the H&H model may not even allow them to continue.
Yeah, I would tend to err on a lot of these residents' gut feelings that this may not pass a flood model, but that's yet to be seen, and that is to come. Right, there is a flood model that has to come, and that flood model may show backwatering, it may show structures that are impacted.
Correct.
So our vote tonight is not an approval and a waiver on a required flood study. I mean, not to sort of beat a dead horse, but that is a requirement, and our vote tonight does not exempt.
We could, though, like, the only thing I'm considering is, and I have complete faith in Andrew Bick, but like to alleviate some concerns about the changed nature of this area post-storm would be to require as a condition that updated survey sections be cut for the flood model.
I feel pretty confident that those will have to be done, having done these models myself.
No, I agree.
FEMA will not accept without those cross-sections. And that is critical because the floodway has moved. The extent of the floodplain, that remains to be seen, but it'll have to be done. And I do have faith in that. I think what is on the table, what we should be discussing is potentially a condition around that design spec. It was mentioned that the bottom of the bridge would be set at at the 100 base foot elevation. I believe that is much higher than the minimum. I want some clarification on that. But we could require that. We could require a 2 foot freeboard over that.
Can I ask a question of the applicant, Mr. Suggs? We had a public comment considering grade and tie-ins. Is the greenway ADA accessible? Is it intended to be ADA accessible?
I believe I gave some slopes to Mr. Sam Starbaum, and if I remember correctly, I told you it was between, was it 1 and 5 or 2 and 5?
So that would be considered ADA. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
that is correct. And again, this is tough because planning after dark, you tend to cut things. That is operating under the assumption that when we get to final TRC, all those technical standards will be met. ADA for a greenway is under 10%. If you're 8 to 10%, you have to have a landing every 30 inches.
Yeah, I don't need the exact
Yeah.
slope. I was just
It will
asking
be
if
ADA
it's
compliant.
being required to be, okay. So meaning if we if the bridge height is going to make an impact on that connection, right? And then you would have to slope that greenway up, and then now you're creating extra fill in the floodplain and stuff like that, and that might affect the modeling. So that is tricky.
Agree.
Thank you. I was just trying to alleviate the question about the accessibility of getting from the greenway across the road.
And can I just make sure that I did hear this correct, that you said the plan is, what Andrew Bick has said, is that the bridge, the bottom of the bridge will be set at the 100 base flood elevation?
Yeah, to clarify, I think his question to me was, where do we want this thing to be? And my response was, hey, we want that drivable surface to be above any kind of 100-year floodplain or a flood elevation, so that in a 100-year flood, people can still get in and out. That was a question that was brought up by neighbors, and I think it's very valid. And then because of a little bit more design that will come from the bridge contractor, bridge designers, they will tell us what that depth of the beam will be. And our intention is to have that as high as possible, but being realistic that we also have to span the whole floodway, and the floodway is extremely close to current New Haw Creek Road. So we can't have a bridge that's 10 feet in the air and then all of a sudden has to nosedive into current road. So we are going to have to, expand that. But we want to be as high as we can and try to be above base flood.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hearing that you're saying the crest of the road is going to be set at that 100-year base flood elevation. We could just ask that that be a condition.
Yeah, so it's hard to see the 100-year floodplain line.
The floodplain line, just somebody mentioned the farmer's ditch, which is now a wetland officially, but
Sure.
That's basically where the floodplain line is.
On the Hawk Creek Road side, though, it's like adjacent to the road, correct?
Correct.
So you
In
can't
some way,
really go much higher than that.
Please, we've closed public comment. We'll handle it.
So the
from here. Thank
floodway
you.
and floodplain are paralleling New Haw Creek Road, and in some cases, the floodway actually shows being in New Haw Creek Road, so current, irregardless of our project.
So, a couple of questions more for staff. In view of Mr. Suggs' comment that, the tie-in to New Haw Creek Road can't nosedive into it, if the Sleepy Hollow, the previously approved Sleepy Hollow entrance is, deemed impossible, is there a legal requirement that a property owner be provided access to their property if they're adjacent to a public right-of-way? Is that a consideration that needs to be made? Like, are they entitled to tie in to a public right-of-way? Understanding the environmental and site constrictions that make this a challenging tie-in, like, can access be denied?
We have frontage requirements. You have to have, when you buy property, you get a bundle of rights, right? We see these as sticks. You have access, you have air rights, you have mineral rights. Access is one of those. There is some nuance there in North Carolina that I would let legal weigh in on, but generally you cannot entirely prohibit someone from their property, generally.
But when you have a development plan, the onus is on the applicant to show that they have found a way to have access. So when this wasn't a developed property, presume that the, whatever access is there was usable. But now, to accommodate this project, that's what you would have to do for access. So I wouldn't see that as being denied access, that they're asking for this. And they've gotten approval for one access point, so.
And then I guess my next question for staff is, when this came through before pre-Helene condition, the Greenway was seen as a public amenity. We've learned a lot. And is the Greenway still seen as a public amenity? It's no longer tying directly to Sleepy Hollow. There's a gap at the top. Is that still something that staff really expects the developer to provide? Or just as we're contemplating flexibility on access, would we want to contemplate flexibility on even completing the Greenway should the flood study render, some result that would dissuade that additional impervious surface in an environmentally sensitive area?
It is not a binary. The staff does feel that the Greenway, in light of Helene, is still absolutely an amenity. I would point out that there are ample uses that are permitted and allowed in the 100-year and 500-year regulatory floodplain. The smart thing to do is to keep houses and people out of those. The houses are well north and up the hill here. We have heard from a number of ULI experts who are telling us that you have to have sponge cities, right, to accommodate nature as it ebbs and flows. There are more and less acceptable uses within those areas. A Greenway is fine. Now, as I had said in my presentation, this is not a perfect development. As a review authority, we can only check with compliance. This does meet goals pertaining to greenways. Of course, it would meet the goals better if there were more connectivity. That sounds passive aggressive, but in North Carolina, under our planning and zoning regulatory environment, the best I could do is boy, that would be real nice if, but that is ultimately also within your purview to determine, because that is the legislative matter, right? We have technical review committee for the technical aspects. Legislative is where you get on who we want to be as a community and what is amenable and an amenity.
So, sorry to drive it home, but city staff's determination of consistency with comp plan, the Greenway factors into that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand. Sorry, it's late. Are you saying like want that little piece, that little circle at the top?
I'm wondering if the Greenway serves a purpose. If it's, it's seen as an amenity. There's connectivity through the sidewalks. We've heard about kind of some of the challenges, especially the tie-in on the northern portion. So are we still excited about having a Greenway on this development?
And if I may, Chair, just for a quick history lesson, back in 24, on March 20th, when we heard this, one of the reasons, the impetus for the Greenway is that you could not put sidewalk on the east side of New Hawk Creek Road for the same water challenges and grading challenges. So this is...
Thank you for that refresh. Yeah. Helpful.
So there is a connectivity element there that is missing from what is normally required under our sidewalk sections.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, we're deep in. Anybody? Last questions, comments, clarifications, or deliberation? Are there any proposed new conditions, modifications? And if not, is anybody prepared to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I think the 100-year base flood elevation, designing the bridge crest to that should at least be a condition, since the applicant has said they're planning to do that. I think that should just be written in there.
officially, is the applicant amenable to an added condition?
Staff is fine with that, yeah.
Commissioner Wheatley still ready to make a motion?
Yep. I move to approve the conditional zoning request for the property located at 767 New Haw Creek Road from residential single-family medium-density.
Sorry,
Yeah, I think you're looking at the wrong.
let me,
Oh, I'm in the 2024 file. I was
Yeah.
looking back. All right, perfect. I move to recommend approval of the conditional zoning amendment request for the property located at 767 New Haw Creek, zoned residential expansion conditional zoning, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, and that the request, one, provides development that maximizes real estate development to meet the needs of the residential community, and two, makes streets more walkable and connected, especially where sidewalks and greenways are located at street crossings and where connectivity eliminates gaps proximate to greenways, with the addition of the bridge crest matching the 100-year floodplain.
Base flood elevation.
Base flood elevation. Thank you.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second. Any further deliberation before we vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Just want to say thank you for sticking with us. I know the community may be disappointed with this recommendation. You can certainly proceed to City Council and appreciate your engagement on this. All right. It's at 11:48. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.